Chapter 51, Storing Wood. The next day, Mr. Zhuang, who rarely rose early, saw Emohua and waved him over. Emohua, come with me. Mr. Zhuang brought Emohua to his study and asked, how many times have you practiced the formation of the three talents? Emohua held a deep gratitude for Mr. Zhuang and didn't want to hide anything, but the affair with the Taoist Stele was somewhat mysterious, and he found it difficult to speak of it. However, he didn't want to lie either, so he honestly said, "Gentlemen, I practiced it 3 or 4 times on paper, then another 7 or 8 times in my dreams." He told the truth, just omitted the Taoist Stele. Mr. Zhuang was slightly stunned. In your dreams? Yes, Emohua replied, after I fall asleep, I can continue drawing formations in my dreams. Mr. Zhuang's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Emohua but found his expression sincere, his eyes so clear it seemed as if one could see their own reflection in them. Mr. Zhuang chuckled, I see. See what? Emohua watched Mr. Zhuang, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhuang turned to Emohua and instructed. Let's keep this conversation between us. In the future, no matter who asks, you don't need to answer, and certainly don't mention anything about drawing formations in a dream. What if someone probes further? If they probe further, you just say as I told you before, it's because you've learned meditation techniques, so you've picked up formations quickly. And what if they ask me for the spell point of the meditation technique? Mr. Zhuang replied nonchalantly, if you can avoid giving it, then don't. If they try to force it from you, you kill them. If you can't kill or defeat them and can't escape, then give them the meditation technique. Spell points are external things, your life is your own. Emohua thought for a moment, feeling there was sense in that, but still asked. But what if someone learns the meditation technique and discovers it doesn't speed up learning formations? In that case, Mr. Zhuang thought for a bit, then said, you can only claim you have an exceptional talent, an eidetic memory, and that you can master formations after looking at them a few times. Remember, when you say this, you must be arrogant, adopt a scornful attitude as if you're superior to everyone, to make them believe you're a 1 in a million genius. A scornful attitude. I'll do it once, watch and learn from me. After saying that, Mr. Zhuang's usual languid demeanor changed as if an azure dragon resting its head suddenly rose, expressing a proud, self-important air and a disdainful overlook as if all mountains were beneath him. After a brief moment of arrogance, Mr. Zhuang's demeanor returned to its usual languor and he said to Emohua, just like that. Practice this whenever you have time. Emohua was profoundly shaken inside. Mr. Zhuang usually had the appearance of a sage, but when it came to nonsense and deceiving others, he was altogether unambiguous. When Emohua was alone, he stood by the pond, placed his hands on his hips, puffed out his chest, and tried to look arrogant, but he could never seem as imposing as Mr. Zhuang. Cultivation is a profound study, it seems. It's not just about cultivation and formations, there's much more I need to learn from the gentleman. Emohua resolved to master the skill of pretense whenever he had a moment to spare. As dusk approached and evening set in, Emohua said goodbye to Mr. Zhuang and went home. After Emohua left, Mr. Zhuang lay on a recliner in the bamboo pavilion, lost in thought. Old Kui played chess by himself. A gentle breeze passed through the pavilion, and after a long bout of silent contemplation, Mr. Zhuang suddenly said, this isn't right. Old Kui lifted his eyelids, what isn't right? The boy, Emohua. Old Kui glanced at Mr. Zhuang, you think he didn't tell the truth? Whether he told the truth is of little importance. Some things are just not suitable to be spoken aloud. Then what's the issue? He's learned too quickly, Mr. Zhuang said with a frown. Old Kui was slightly stunned, haven't you said that before? Mr. Zhuang said, as my honorary disciple, he has learned too quickly and is likely to attract trouble. Old Kui played a piece, he hasn't learned that quickly. Mo Hua's natural talent and perception are still far less than yours were. Compared to many noble family descendants, he also falls short by quite a bit. Mr. Zhuang shook his head. You can't compare them like that. Noble clans have their own foundations and legacies. Immersed from a young age, even a pig would learn formation faster than ordinary people. As for me, Mr. Zhuang said indifferently, in the Tao cultivation world, those whose innate talent for formation exceeds mine can be counted on one hand. It's normal for them to be no match for me. Mr. Zhuang spoke arrogantly but with a calm tone. Pity that there was no one to flatter him, as old Kui continued to play chess without even raising his head. Mr. Zhuang found himself missing Mo Hua a bit. If Mo Hua were here, his bright eyes would undoubtedly be filled with admiration. Mr. Zhuang sighed and said, "After all, Mo Hua is different. Born a loose cultivator, without family background or legacy, his foundational knowledge in formation is too weak. If his proficiency in formation advances too quickly, it will inevitably attract unwanted attention, and might even lead to deadly trouble. You also think ahead and consider the consequences now, which is somewhat rare," old Kui said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mr. Zhuang stretched lazily. As the tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. I didn't understand the principle of hiding brilliance and nurturing obscurity in the past and didn't think ahead, which is why I suffered losses. So what do you plan to do? Stop teaching him. Mr. Zhuang lay on the bamboo chair, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingers. I still have to teach him. Having become my disciple, even if he's not a direct disciple, he can't just learn so little. Otherwise, if others find out, it would damage my reputation and disgrace my sect. Old Kui said, "You never used to care about such vanity. As one gets older, one starts caring about face." Old Kui looked at the languid Mr. Zhuang. "I think it's not necessarily so." Mr. Zhuang ignored old Kui, closing his eyes as if in deep thought, or perhaps just dozing off. Old Kui kept playing chess as always. The night grew darker, and the evening breeze brushed through the mountains, causing the trees and shrubs to rustle. Suddenly, Mr. Zhuang opened his eyes, gazing into the night-shrouded woods and murmured softly. "As the tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. So if the tree does not stand out in the forest, the wind cannot destroy it." Old Kui glanced at him with a hint of confusion, while Mr. Zhuang's gaze drifted with the undulating woods and said meaningfully, "Hide the tree in the forest, and it won't stand out." Old Kui frowned. Mr. Zhuang's gaze then drifted beyond the woods and settled on the gate of the courtyard. Every morning, the Bai siblings would come up the mountain to visit. These two children were exceptionally gifted, truly the finest trees in the forest. The next morning, as usual, the Bai siblings came to the mountain to visit, but unlike other days, when they arrived at the gate and paid their respects, the normally closed bamboo gate suddenly opened. At the same time, the signboard of "Forgetful Residence" appeared in front of the gate. Behind the gate was a courtyard with locust trees reaching into the sky, small bridges overflowing water, misty clouds enveloping the area, giving off an aura of immortality. Bai Zishan said in astonishment. "Aunt Shui, the courtyard gate is open. Does that mean Mr. Zhuang is willing to see us?" Always calm Aunt Shui also felt stirred for a moment. It seems so. Then she thought to herself. It's good that Mr. Zhuang is willing to see us. Even if he does not take the young master and young mistress as disciples now, they can at least start by serving by his side. With the young master's and young mistress's talents, Mr. Zhuang will agree sooner or later. Bai Zishan looked a bit uneasy, turning to look at his sister, and noticed Bai Zixi's delicate face was as cold as ever, devoid of any superfluous emotion. A flicker of distress passed through Bai Zishan's eyes, and then he silently stepped in front of his sister, shielding her as he stepped into the yard. Chapter 52, Meeting a Visitor. The scenery in the courtyard was different from what the three had imagined, serene yet very casual. A pool and a view were just ordinarily unique, with no fluctuations of spiritual power, not at all like the residence of a great cultivator. Mr. Zhuang was also different from their expectations. Though he had a handsome and dashing appearance and bore the vicissitudes of time, he seemed to lack the temperament they had imagined. Aunt Xue's expression was respectful as she pondered in her heart. Before leaving, the lady had shown her a portrait in which the man stood with his hands behind his back atop a mountain, like a fully unveiled immortal sword. His presence, haughty and disdainful, as if he alone reigned supreme over all under heaven, was nearly too intimidating to directly behold. Now Mr. Zhuang lay in a bamboo chair, idly swaying, appearing very lazy. If it weren't for the portrait, one would almost refuse to believe they were the same person. Despite this, Aunt Xue dared not show the slightest disrespect as she reverently presented a token and a jade slip to Mr. Zhuang. Before the lady left, she asked me to deliver this token and this letter to you, saying you would understand as soon as you saw them, said Aunt Xue. Mr. Zhuang looked at the token and then at the jade slip, chuckled lightly, and said, "Truly a good junior sister of mine. Even like this, she still cares about me and doesn't forget to trouble me." Mr. Zhuang turned his head towards Aunt Xue. "When you have time, bring a message to your lady. Women who plot too much age quickly." Aunt Xue kept her head lowered and dared not respond. Mr. Zhuang glanced at Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi and nodded. "The aptitude of both is indeed excellent, worthy of." Mr. Zhuang stopped mid-sentence. Aunt Xue did not know what Mr. Zhuang wanted to say, but seeing that he appreciated the talents of Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi, she could not help but show a joyous expression. "So, Mr. Zhuang, I do not accept direct disciples, at most just a named disciple." Mr. Zhuang put down the jade slip. "If you're willing, you may stay, if not, you may leave." This was within the lady's expectations. Aunt Xue remembered the lady's words before she left. "My senior brother is a stubborn man. Once he promises something, he will definitely do it. If he doesn't promise, begging will be of no use. But his heart can soften, just wheedle him slowly if he gives in. If he won't accept a direct disciple, then being a named one is fine, and if he won't make one a named disciple, staying to serve tea and water is also good. As long as he remembers the old affection, sooner or later he will accept Zixi and Zixin." Aunt Xue quickly said, "Being able to be accepted as a named disciple by the gentleman is already a God-given opportunity, how could we not be willing?" Mr. Zhuang nodded, "Then let's skip the formalities, just call me gentleman and that will suffice." Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi performed a kneeling salute to Mr. Zhuang, calling out, "Greetings, gentlemen." Mr. Zhuang looked at the two children, his expression becoming momentarily distant. He vaguely saw two young children, a handsome boy and a beautiful girl, paying their respects to an old man with white hair, as the tender voices of the children echoed in his ears, "Greetings, master." Mr. Zhuang came back to his senses with a self-mocking look on his face and continued, "I don't have so many rules here. Your mother's proficiency in formation is also considerable, she should have taught you what you need to know, and since you're past the age for initiation into formation, you both should have some foundation by now. Just study on your own, and if you have questions, come and ask me. But remember one thing, do not disturb me when I'm closing my eyes to comprehend the great Dao. There is another named disciple here named Mo Hua, you must have met him already. Get along well." Having said that, Mr. Zhuang waved his hand, "Go on, climb the mountain at the designated hour and descend at 5 p.m. You're free to do as you please at other times. If there's anything unclear, find Mo Hua." Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi performed the salute and then departed, leaving the bamboo house to return to the courtyard. Aunt Xue felt that everything had gone smoother than she'd expected, so smoothly that it felt a bit haphazard. Moreover, she couldn't understand why Mr. Zhuang had previously refused to see them but after these days, had agreed to do so, and even so readily accepted Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi as apprentices. Aunt Xue frowned in confusion. Could it really be as Mo Hua, that child, said, that Mr. Zhuang's actions are governed by fate, that not seeing Mr. Zhuang is due to fate not having arrived, and now having seen him means fate has arrived. Aunt Shui walked and then saw Emo Hua under the big pagoda tree, absorbed in reading formation books at a low table. Aunt Shui felt that the reason why Emo Hua was taken as an apprentice by Mr. Zhuang must be due to something extraordinary, and both Bai Zixi and Bai Zishan also wanted to know what Mr. Zhuang taught. The three of them approached Emo Hua and saw that he was intently focusing on a formation book. Emo Hua had been concentrating on the book, but when he heard them approach and looked up, he saw Bai Zishan and his sister. He asked, "Have you seen Mr. Zhuang?" Aunt Shui said, "Indeed, and we have to thank the young master for what you said earlier, otherwise we might have waited in vain for many days." "I'm no young master, just call me Emo Hua," said Emo Hua, waving his hand. "Moreover, if anyone should be thanked, it's the gentleman, it has nothing to do with me." At that moment, Bai Zishan couldn't help but ask, "The book you're reading, is it elementary of 5-element formation?" Emo Hua nodded. Bai Zishan said with disbelief, "You're following Mr. Zhuang and only learned this far? This is the book used by 3 to 4-year-olds in our clan for an introduction to formations." Emo Hua was a bit unhappy. Questioning himself was one thing, but questioning Mr. Zhuang was not acceptable. Emo Hua retorted, "Then is this book written by children of 3 or 4 years old?" Bai Zishan was taken aback for a moment. "That's not the case. Although these fundamental formation books seem simple, they are of great importance, and most are compiled by great cultivators with substantial knowledge in formations. Since they are compiled by those great cultivators, why can't I read them? The simpler things are, the deeper the principles they contain, the great Dao is utmost simplicity, returning to its purest form. Even high-level large formations are composed of the most basic formation patterns." Emo Hua, imitating Mr. Zhuang, put on a profound and inscrutable air. However, due to his limited experience, he could only emulate 3 or 4 parts of the demeanor, but it was enough to fool Bai Zishan. Bai Zishan suddenly saw Emo Hua in a new light. But after a moment, he became doubtful again and said, "Your cultivation is so low, you only seem to be 2 or 3 years younger than Zixi and me. But how come you're only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? Should you not at least be at the 5th or 6th layer by now?" Emo Hua felt that this person was a bit annoying. When full, one has too much idle talk. He preferred the way he was the other day, hungry with no energy to speak. Emo Hua did not really want to bother with him, and from the side, Aunt Shui, with an apologetic tone, said, "I'm sorry, Zishan can be a bit brash. May I know what one needs to do when being Mr. Zhuang's apprentice?" Bai Zishan wanted to argue something, but Bai Zixi gave him a faint glance, and Zishan chose to swallow his words. Emo Hua didn't care and said, "There's not much to do, just practice and study on your own every day. You just go and ask for advice when the gentleman has time, but make sure not to disturb the gentleman's sleep." Bai Zishan couldn't help but ask, "Is the gentleman's knowledge in formations truly profound? I see that this courtyard is quite ordinary and doesn't use any special formations. Shouldn't the residence of a formation master be covered in formations?" Emo Hua countered, "If Mr. Zhuang's knowledge in formations wasn't profound, why would you go to such lengths to become his disciples?" Bai Zishan said, "That's because..." "Young master." Aunt Shui stopped Bai Zishan, who also realized his slip of the tongue, and he casually said, "Because I've only heard of it and have never seen it with my own eyes, that's why I asked you." "Oh." Emo Hua looked at him skeptically but said nothing else. Chapter 53 Disciple. Bai Zishan felt somewhat guilty, and then a bit annoyed at himself for seemingly weakening his presence, so he puffed out his chest and glared at Emo Hua. They probably have other motives for becoming apprentices. Emo Hua thought to himself and then ignored Bai Zishan, focusing on reading the Enlightenment book Elementary of 5-element formation. Today he had to finish this book, and then, having some questions, he planned to seek guidance from Mr. Zhuang in the evening. If he continued to idle chat, he wouldn't finish it. Bai Zishan, feeling bored since he was new and didn't know what to do, sat down with Bai Zixi on the side, holding spirit stones, and began to meditate and cultivate. As they cultivated, a faint blue spiritual power surrounded them, indicating by its density that the two must already be at the later stages of qi refinement level. Mo Hua was secretly impressed, acknowledging that the heritage of the noble clans was indeed different from that of ordinary cultivators. Although only 2 or 3 years older than Mo Hua, their cultivation was already 4 or 5 minor realms higher than his. Moreover, from Bai Zixin's previous remarks, their talent and proficiency in formations were also very high. Mo Hua silently reflected, there are always people better than oneself, and heavens beyond this one. One should not be arrogant, but neither should one be discouraged. It's best to steadfastly pursue one's cultivation and study of formations. Mo Hua quickly calmed his mind and once again focused on the formation books. A cool breeze arose among the mountains, dispersing the leaves, stirring the pond water, creating ripples, and then everything returned to calmness once again. Mr. Zhuang's courtyard, originally holding only 1 disciple, now harbored 3. And Mo Hua became known among the 3 registered disciples as the one with the lowest apparent cultivation, the poorest aptitude, and the least conspicuous. Having finished reading Elementary of 5-element formation and consulting Mr. Zhuang with his questions, dusk approached, and the evening sun draped over the mountains, signaling it was time to return home. Mo Hua bid farewell to Mr. Zhuang and, at the junction, also said goodbye to the Bai siblings. Then, slinging his storage bag over his shoulder, he trod down the mountain path bathed in twilight. Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi took another mountain path, and halfway, Bai Zixin couldn't help but ask. Aunt Shui, can you tell what kind of spiritual root Mo Hua has? Aunt Shui hesitated for a moment, then said, judging by the fluctuations of his spiritual power, he should possess a small 5-element spiritual root, with scant and below average quality, and it seems he hasn't even formally started learning any cultivation technique. An ordinary small 5-element spiritual root, of below average caliber, and looking at enlightenment formation books. Bai Zixin murmured, then added, with aptitudes like my sister's and mine, Mr. Zhuang was only willing to take us as nominal disciples, and that too because he considered my mother's face. What merits does that boy called Mo Hua have to be accepted as a nominal disciple by Mr. Zhuang? Aunt Shui's brow furrowed slightly, recalling Mo Hua's words and behavior, and then said, Mr. Zhuang has unconventional methods in taking disciples, and he does not solely judge by aptitude. Aunt Shui further explained, moreover, the path of Tao cultivation is lengthy, one cannot only consider immediate speed. The child, Mo Hua, is most likely from a loose cultivator background. Loose cultivators differ from noble clans as they have no heritage, little foundation, and whether in cultivation or formations, they start late and progress slowly. They cannot be compared with noble family descendants in terms of progress. Bai Zixin said, is the gap between loose cultivators and noble clans really that significant? The gap is not only huge, but it's also fair to say it's as different as heaven and earth. Aunt Shui sighed and said, any inconspicuous cultivation technique or formation heritage from a noble clan, if placed in the hands of a loose cultivator, could be regarded as a family treasure. Our Bai family's books for enlightening the descendants, those common loose cultivator disciples might not even get a chance to see in their entire lifetimes. Bai Zixin was secretly astonished. Aunt Shui then cautioned him, regardless of Mo Hua's background, you are now half a fellow apprentice. Do not be insensitive, do not get into a conflict with him, and be mindful of your speech, lest you displease Mr. Zhuang. I understand, Aunt Shui, Bai Zixin replied with a semblance of understanding. The next day, the Bai siblings went up the mountain at dawn and began to study with Mo Hua under Mr. Zhuang's tutelage. Old Kui placed 2 more stone tables under the grand locust tree, next to Mo Hua's smaller table. The 3 children each worked on their own cultivation and studies, and in the evening, they would all seek answers from Mr. Zhuang. Wherever it was cultivation level or knowledge of formations, the Bai siblings were a cut above Mo Hua. Many of the problems they raised were beyond Mo Hua's comprehension, but Mr. Zhuang's casual pointers often hit the nail on the head. Although Mo Hua's understanding was not entirely clear, he nevertheless benefited greatly through osmosis. As Mo Hua pondered, it was a good thing that Mr. Zhuang accepted the Bai siblings as nominal disciples, otherwise there would have been many questions she had never encountered and wouldn't even know where to begin asking. Now that she had someone to ask questions for her and Mr. Zhuang to give answers, Mo Hua just needed to listen attentively. And so, the three of them became Mr. Zhuang's nominal disciples together, spending their days cultivating, drawing formations, then asking Mr. Zhuang to solve their doubts before returning home. The three didn't talk much on a normal day. When Mo Hua was reading, she was fully focused and had no time for idle chatter. Bai Zishan was somewhat arrogant, and since Mo Hua didn't initiate conversation with him, he naturally didn't speak to Mo Hua either, while Bai Zixi was somewhat aloof and also not fond of talking. This kind of life continued for a month until one evening when Dahu and his two companions found Mo Hua, stating that the Lotus Festival had arrived and invited her to join them in strolling the streets to enjoy the festivities. The Lotus Festival was a minor one, yet quite lively. It was said to commemorate a cultivator of great merit in Tongxian City and was established as a tradition where every year at this time, incense would be burned and precious lamps shaped like the 9 curves lotus would be lit to convey remembrance from afar. Mo Hua had spent the whole day on formation painting, exhausting her divine sense, and had used the meditation technique twice, making it unsuitable for further use that day. Since she had nothing else to do, she went out with her 3 companions to watch the lively scene. When passing by the far left side of the neighborhood, they noticed a newly built cave residence in a rather secluded location with a larger area, appearing as if several adjacent houses on the street had been bought, demolished, and rebuilt. The entrance gate to the cave residence bore no sign, and the grey bricks used were unassuming, yet it stood out distinctively among the modest dwellings of the loose cultivators. Mo Hua wondered, when did a cave residence appear here? Xiahu replied, you haven't been around here for a long time, so you're not aware. This cave residence has been up for about a month now. Xiahu, looking at the towering walls of the cave residence, couldn't help but sigh, building such a cave residence, how many spirit stones would it take? It must be, Dahu was counting on his fingers, not quite sure, and finally scratched his head, tens of thousands of spirit stones, I guess. Probably tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. I might never save up that much in my lifetime. Can't you have a little ambition? You're the one with ambition, can you save up that many? Xianxia said, I said you should have ambition, not that you definitely need to save up spirit stones. Most of those who aspire to become immortals don't become one, right? They're gone before they achieve it. Dahu and Xiahu nodded in agreement, thinking it made sense. Xianxia, curious, said, this place is so out of the way, far from the market town, and inhabited by ordinary loose cultivators, who would bother to construct such a big cave residence here? Do they think they have too many spirit stones? Exactly, if I had that many spirit stones, I would also build such a large cave residence. So who do you think is the master of this cave residence? Xianxia turned to Mo Hua and asked, Mo Hua, do you know? Mo Hua shook her head, how would I know? Just as the 3 were talking, the main gate of the cave residence opened. Out walked a handsome boy with striking eyebrows, a delicate girl carved like jade, and a female cultivator with a veil and a graceful figure. Mo Hua recognized them at a glance, it was the Bai siblings and Aunt Shuet. When the Bai siblings also saw Mo Hua and her companions, Bai Zishan paused for a second, Mo Hua. Dahu and the others all looked at Mo Hua at once, and Mo Hua too was stunned, she hadn't expected the owners of the cave residence to be the siblings from the Bai family. Bai Zishan inquired in return, what are you doing here? Mo Hua replied, I'm out and about. Out and about? Bai Zishan seemed as if he was hearing the term for the first time, and his expression was visibly excited as he then looked eagerly at Aunt Chouette. On the side, Bai Zixi also brightened, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as she turned to Aunt Chouette. Chapter 54 Chapter Lotus Festival. Aunt Chouette looked into the two pairs of watery eyes and felt torn inside. The lady of the house had always been strict, demanding much of the young miss and the young master. From a young age, she only allowed them to practice cultivation and study formation, alchemy, and other cultivation-related subjects. On normal days, unless it was a major holiday, they were not allowed to go out. Even if they did, they had to be accompanied, and they must return to the estate before nightfall, with no dallying allowed. This approach, while making the young miss and young master's cultivation stand out, also hindered the children's nature. Sometimes, Aunt Chouette wished to let them play and laugh like ordinary children, but the lady had placed high hopes on them. If they neglected their cultivation for the sake of fun, she would bear a great sin. Bai Zishan said, "Aunt Chouette, I'll just look around for a bit. I haven't even seen what Tongxian City looks like." Aunt Chouette was still hesitating when Bai Zixi's little hand tugged at Aunt Chouette's sleeve and also called out, "Aunt Chouette." Aunt Chouette's heart completely melted. "All right, but you can only roam until 22 p.m. "Thank you, Aunt Chouette." Bai Zishan immediately became happy. With a smile, Aunt Chouette then turned to Mo Hua and said, "We're new here and not familiar with Tongxian City, so we'll have to ask you to lead the way." Aunt Chouette was so kindly mannered that, looking at the bright eyes of the Bai siblings, Mo Hua didn't have the heart to refuse. He had intended to return early to paint a few more formations, but he had painted quite a few in the recent days, and even his meditation technique couldn't recover quickly enough. It would be good to rest for a night. The group then followed the street and started browsing the night market at the Lotus Festival of Tongxian City. Although Tongxian City was a little immortal city and not very bustling, the intermingling crowds and the myriad lights in the sky lent it the vibrant appeal of a lively festival atmosphere. Mo Hua and Dahu were leading the way, followed by the Bai siblings who were a few steps behind, looking around with eyes filled with novelty and curiosity. Aunt Chouette, still worried, followed quietly behind the two. Along the way, Xianxia secretly asked Mo Hua, "Mo Hua, do you know them?" Mo Hua nodded. "We're registered disciples under the same master, Mr. Zhuang." "They're not from Tongxian City, are they?" "No, they seem to be descendants of a large and distant family." "Distant? Outside of Tongxian City?" "I've never been outside Tongxian City." "Probably even further, most likely beyond Li State." "Beyond Li State? How long would that even take to walk?" The unfamiliarity of different states in the Tao cultivation world was both fascinating and unnerving to them. Xiaohu suddenly asked, "Mo Hua, are you close with them?" After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua replied, "Not exactly close. We're barely half disciples of the same sect, and we don't talk much normally." Xiaohu nodded and said, "Those noble family descendants really don't have much to say to us." Mo Hua felt something was off about that statement but, after thinking about it, couldn't pin down what it was. In the Tao cultivation world, noble clans and scattered cultivators were worlds apart. The more ancient and profound the noble clan, the more unattainable they seemed to ordinary scattered cultivators. Despite being cultivators from both backgrounds, they could hardly be considered part of the same community. As the group strolled along, Dahu and the others, following Mo Hua and accompanied by the Bai siblings, felt somewhat constrained and didn't enjoy themselves to the fullest. Seeing their awkwardness, Mo Hua laughed and said, "Go on and have fun on your own. I'll just take them for a casual stroll and head back, I still have a few formations to paint tonight." Xiaohu exclaimed, "You're going to paint formations tonight? Being a formation master really is hard work." Xianxia added, "We'll buy something fun for you too if we come across it later. Do you want a sugar figure from Big Head Pan's stall? We each want one shaped like a tiger, and we'll buy one for you too." Dahu scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying in his straightforward voice, "If anyone dares to bully you, just shout, and we'll come over and beat them up for you." "Got it," Emohua replied with a smile, and the three of them ran off like birds released from a cage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Aunt Shui called Emohua over and asked, "I don't know what festival it is today that everyone's so lively." "Aunt Shui, today is the Lotus Festival." Aunt Shui looked perplexed. "I have never heard of such a festival in the Tao Cultivation world." Emohua explained, "It's a minor festival, celebrated only around Tongxian City. It's probably not observed elsewhere." "Why is it called the Lotus Festival?" Bai Zixin asked curiously, his eyes wandering around, and Bai Zixi also turned her head to look at Emohua. After thinking for a bit, Emohua answered, "When I was little, I asked my parents, and they said the Lotus Festival is to commemorate the Lotus Scatterer." "The Lotus Scatterer? Is he a great cultivator?" Aunt Shui asked. "To us, he would be considered a great cultivator, but perhaps not so much in the grand scheme of the Tao Cultivation world," Emohua said. "I'm not exactly sure what his cultivation was, but I've heard some older folks say that he was probably at the foundation establishment late stage, although some also say he was at the golden core stage. It is said that back in the day, Li State suffered from scorching heat, with the vegetation withering and monster beasts driven by extreme hunger descending from the mountains to eat humans, causing a beast tide. The cultivators of Tongxian City fought valiantly to defend the city, but the overwhelming number of monster beasts made it difficult to fend them off. Just as the city gates were about to be breached, and countless cultivators were facing death at the claws of the beasts, the passing Lotus Scatterer alone held back the tide. Ultimately, he saved the lives of the cultivators in Tongxian City, but at the cost of his own life, as his spiritual power was exhausted. It's said that today is the anniversary of the Lotus Scatterer's passing. Every year at this time, the people of Tongxian City light various types of lotus lamps and send them into the sky. The bright and magnificent scene with the lights is to commemorate the Lotus Scatterer. Bai Zixi was completely captivated by the story, and Bai Zixin felt his blood boiling with excitement. Thinking about the situation back then, as if he were in the midst of the beast tide, fighting to the death against all kinds of ferocious and brutal monster beasts. After a fierce battle, even though he succeeded in killing the leader of the beasts, he too perished from exhaustion. Years later, numerous cultivators would still remember his deeds, and his name would be engraved in the memories of a city's worth of cultivators. With his blood running hot, Bai Zixin proclaimed, "To live without fear of death, to be born towards it, such a tragic yet stirring life is the rightful end for a cultivator." Aunt Shui sighed helplessly, "Young master, Madam only has you as a son. Please take care of yourself." Bai Zixin's spirits deflated as he hung his head. Emohua burst into laughter, and Bai Zixin asked with a tinge of anger, "Are you laughing at me?" Emohua replied casually, "No." Bai Zixin grew even angrier, while Bai Zixi's lips curved upwards in a faint smile, her face more brilliant than the myriad lights in the sky. Aunt Shui pondered for a moment and then voiced her confusion. A monster beast's physical body and monster chi are far more formidable than a cultivator's. Even a golden core stage cultivator couldn't possibly fend off a beast tide alone. Not to mention a cultivator of the foundation establishment late stage, it doesn't seem worth it for the cultivators of an entire city to commemorate him with such an elaborate ritual. As they talked, they arrived at a small stall, which displayed a variety of exquisitely crafted lotus lamps available for purchase for 5 broken spirit stones each. Emohua took out 5 broken spirit stones, placed them on the stall, and picked up a lotus lamp shaped like an indiscernible mythical creature. He lit it with fire, which made the mythical creature seem lifelike. Letting go of the lamp, Emohua watched as it slowly floated up into the sky, joining the sea of lights above. Looking up at the sky filled with bright lamps, Emohua murmured, "In this world of cultivators, despite reaching the heavens with their cultivation, how many are there who would give up their cultivation and Taoist foundation for strangers they've never met?" The cultivators of Tongxian City commemorate not the cultivation level of the lotus scatterer, but his magnanimity that benefited all beings. Bai Zishan nodded his head and picked out a majestic red tiger-shaped lamp with earnest respect, lighting it and sending it aloft into the sky. Bai Zixi released a golden phoenix-patterned lotus lamp, splendid and opulent. Aunt Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at Mo Hua, and eventually chose a cyan phoenix-shaped lotus lamp to release into the night sky. Around Tongxian City, the countless small lights converged, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 55 Shopping. After releasing the lotus lamps, it was still not late, and the group wandered down the street again. Perhaps after several verbal exchanges, Bai Zishan had grown familiar with Mo Hua and was no longer polite, talking much more. Mo Hua, what are those cultivators doing? Bai Zishan pointed to a stage and asked with curiosity. Mo Hua followed his gaze and saw that on a simple stage, several cultivators dressed as monster hunters were fighting with a monster beast that looked like a bull. The monster beast had a copper head and brocade skin, its fur shiny and lifelike, but in reality, it was also a cultivator dressed in beast skin. Oh, it's a demon hunting play. Demon hunting? Hunting monster beasts. Bai Zishan immediately became interested. Most of the cultivators in Tongxian City make a living from monster hunting. They often have to fight to the death with monster beasts, so on festive celebrations, monster hunters will perform demon hunting plays to liven things up, and it's also a tradition of monster hunters. As she spoke, the demon hunting play on the stage reached an exciting climax. A few monster hunters, each holding a blade, shouted loudly, and the blade suddenly wrapped in flames. Another swung his fist with a whooshing sound, and another stood farther away, making hand seals, with several fireballs appearing in front of him and soon entangled in combat with the monster beast, with spiritual power overflowing and light swirling everywhere. Wow, fiery flame blade, wind wrapping fist, fireball technique. A child beside them shouted excitedly, clapping loudly. Bai Zishan was no less excited, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, "You're already in the late stage of Qi refinement, aren't you? You should have learned some Taoist skills by now." How could he seem so inexperienced? Bai Zishan shot Mo Hua a glance. "I naturally know how to use Taoist skills, it's just that my mother won't let me. She says that for a cultivator in the Qi refinement realm laying a proper foundation is important. To learn some crude Taoist skills and engage in brawls is the behavior of brutes. If one is injured and the foundation is damaged, it can spoil future cultivation." Oh! Mo Hua made an acknowledging sound. For noble clans, the Qi refinement realm was just for laying the foundation. They simply needed to focus on their cultivation. Even if they learned Taoist skills, they wouldn't have a use for them. For ordinary loose cultivators, who might stay in the Qi refinement realm all their lives, it was necessary to learn various Taoist skills during the Qi refinement realm to fight to the death with monster beasts, licking blood from the knife's edge, striving for survival. If only the loose cultivators at the bottom didn't have to live so hard. Mo Hua sighed with mixed emotions. Apart from the demon hunting play, there were also some novel Taoist skill juggling acts, the fascinating shadow plays, the wooden dogs that would run around when fed broken spirit stones, and the fragrant variety of snacks. After the group took a round, Bai Zishan was excited and left wanting more, while Bai Zixi's little face was also blushing, even brighter than the lights in the sky. As the evening grew darker, they still hadn't had their fill, but they had to part ways and head home. "Thank you for this time, for showing us the customs of Tongxian City." Aunt Shui thanked Mo Hua and then produced a small box from somewhere and handed it to Mo Hua. "This is some confectionery I picked up along the way, take it as a token of thanks. It didn't cost many spirit stones, so you shouldn't refuse it." Mo Hua no longer declined and accepted it gracefully, saying happily, "Thank you, Aunt Shui." Aunt Shui nodded with a smile. Then Bai Zishan said to Mo Hua, "If you have time to visit Jian State someday, I'll show you the grand ceremony for worshipping heaven. Although it's not as lively here, the scale is huge, with all kinds of exotic spirit beasts and flying boats and carriages. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you. Emohua was quite looking forward to it, curious about what kind of grandeur the ancient noble clans and sects of Jian state held. However, he did not know if he would ever be able to go in his lifetime. The vast Tao cultivation world stretches boundless, and Li State alone contains countless immortal cities. Tongxian City is just one of the many unremarkable little immortal cities, and with Emohua's cultivation, even leaving Tongxian City would be difficult, let alone leaving Li State to go to the yet unknown Jian State. After bidding farewell to the Bai siblings, Emohua found Tahu and the other two. The three children had also enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Upon seeing Emohua, they stuffed a bunch of odd and curious things into his arms, including various small toys and a sugar figurine of a white little tiger. You should eat the sugar figurine quickly, or it will melt, Xiahu reminded Emohua and then proceeded to excitedly introduce the little toys, explaining to Emohua how to play with them. Those items weren't very expensive, with most costing just a fraction of broken spirit stones, but their novelty and ingenuity were what made them special. Some Emohua had truly never seen before. Emohua shared the pastries Aunt Shui had given him with his three little friends, then studied the toys in his hand while licking the sugar figurine. As Tahu and the others munched on the pastries, they walked home with Emohua. Midway, Xiahu suddenly asked, Emohua, are you always going to be with the young master and young mistress of the Bai family? What's up? Xiahu shook his head, saying nothing. Emohua thought they had a grievance with the Bai siblings, but after a moment, Xiahu hesitated and said, that little girl from the Bai family, she's too pretty. Emohua paused, isn't being pretty a good thing? Xiahu said, you can't play with girls who are too pretty. Tahu and Xianxia quickly nodded in agreement. Why not? Xianxia solemnly said, my mother told me that pretty girls make men dumb, and the prettier the girl, the dumber a man will get. Exactly, my dad saw a pretty woman, ran away from home because of her, ended up getting swindled out of all his money and even lost his life. That's right, I've also heard that many cultivators with good spiritual roots have squandered their cultivation because they married beautiful wives and ended up achieving nothing in the end. Yes, I only glanced at that girl once and was stunned for a moment, my mind went blank. If I looked a few more times, who knows, I might have become an idiot. Too scary. Indeed, too scary. Xianxia patted Emohua's shoulder. Emohua, you're the smartest among us, and you might even become a formation master in the future. It would be troublesome if you turned into an idiot. Tahu and Xiahu looked at Emohua with concern. Emohua was caught between laughter and tears but eventually thought it over and felt, they had a point, so he said. But there's nothing I can do, we're all learning formations from the gentleman, bumping into each other all the time. Then we're doomed. All three kids' expressions turned grave. Emohua smiled and said, drawing formations is supposed to make one smarter, so if I draw more formations, I should not become too dumb. Can drawing formations really make you smarter? Xiahu asked. Of course, Xianxia said, Emohua's formation paintings are so good, which is why he's smarter than us, right? Emohua said, would you guys like to learn formations? I could teach you. All three kids had decent body refinement talents, but none were naturally gifted in drawing formations, finding the dense formation patterns headache-inducing. Xiahu hesitated for a long time, but eventually made up his mind and declared. Forget it, if drawing formations is the only way to become smarter, then I'd rather be an idiot for life. Chapter 56 Attitude Change. After the Lotus Flower Festival, Emohua continued to learn about formations from Mr. Zhuang, and Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi joined as well. Although the three of them were all apprentices, they were learning different things. Emohua was mainly studying formations and could only study formations. Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, on the other hand, learned everything, including cultivation, formations, alchemy, runes, and artifact refining. The questions they asked Mr. Zhuang each day were also very broad, ranging from problems with formations to all aspects of cultivation. Among these questions, Hua could only understand the ones related to formations. For the rest, he was largely clueless. The foundation of a loose cultivator was inherently weak. He was able to study formations because he had lived 2 lives with exceptional divine sense and had a Taoist Stele in his mind, which allowed him to practice formations without spending spirit stones. As for the other various aspects of Tao cultivation, he would like to learn, but simply had no way to start. Although Hua did not understand these questions, he silently took note of them in his heart. Even if he didn't understand them at the moment, it left him with some impression and prevented him from being totally confused when encountering them later. The Tao cultivation world is tumultuous and enigmatic. Who knows what situations one might encounter in the future? It is always better to know more. Hua learned a lot from the Bai siblings and had to admit that in terms of talent and comprehension, they were much higher than himself. Whether it was the foundation of their cultivation or the level of their formation skills, as well as many other aspects, Hua was far inferior. So-called chosen children of heaven from noble clans must be like this. Hua greatly admired Bai Zixi. Toward Bai Zishan, alongside admiration, there was a smidgen of disdain. The 3 had not been too familiar with each other before and were somewhat reserved in their interactions. But since they went shopping together during the Lotus Flower Festival, the relationship between Bai Zishan and Hua had become more casual. Bai Zishan would find Hua to chat when he was free and occasionally argue. In front of strangers, Bai Zishan was a cultivator with extraordinary talent, handsome looks, and composed manners, the pride of a noble clan. Once familiar, Bai Zishan was more like a competitive child, somewhat talkative. Although diligent in his daily training and studies, he liked to chat with Hua whenever he had free time. Hua, when can we see that monster hunting play again? During festivals. Hua, when your monster hunter hunts monster beasts, which Taoist skill do they generally use? Use whatever is available. Hua, when you hunt monster beasts, can I join you? I'm not a monster hunter yet, I don't hunt monsters. Hua. Sometimes Hua would respond a time or two. Other times, when Bai Zishan asked too many questions, Hua couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Seeing that Hua was ignoring him, Bai Zishan sneakily glanced at the formation books Hua was reading. When they weren't familiar with each other before, Bai Zishan was very reserved, but now it was different. 6 harmonies formation pivot discuss? Not bad, you're learning quite fast. Don't you understand the meaning of formation pivot? Hua actually didn't understand and honestly nodded his head. Bai Zishan said with pride, do you want to know? Hua silently watched him, genuinely wanting to know but also slightly disdainful of Bai Zishan's prideful expression. There will be a monster hunting play on the 7th day of the next month, Hua slowly said. Bai Zishan looked delighted. But I won't take you there, Hua added. Bai Zishan choked for a moment, then I won't tell you what formation pivot means. I can ask the gentleman. Bai Zishan had nothing to say. After an internal struggle, he compromised, I'll explain what the formation pivot means to you, and in return, you take me to watch the monster hunting play. No need, I'll just ask Mr. Zhuang. Hua declined. Bai Zishan, scratching his head in anxiousness, said, Mr. Zhuang is very busy, there's no need to bother him with such a trivial question. Moreover, his explanations are profound, you might not understand since you have just started learning. Although Hua was somewhat displeased by the words just started learning, what Bai Zishan said was indeed the truth. Mr. Zhuang's understanding of formations is profound, what is simple for him might take Hua, who had never approached the subject, a long time to comprehend. Hua agreed reluctantly, fine then, I promise you, but if you can't explain it clearly, I won't take you either. Bai Zishan was thrilled and quickly replied, don't worry, apart from Zixi, no one in the clan has studied formations better than me. Then Bai Zishan eagerly began to explain. The formation pivot is the nerve center of a formation, used to connect formation patterns, conducting spiritual power. If we compare it to a cultivator, the formation eye is like the qi si, the formation pivot like the meridians, the formation patterns like the network of vessels, and the formation media is like the flesh that carries these channels. A cultivator's spiritual power comes from the qi si, travels through the main meridians, fills the vessels, and crystallizes into Taoist skill, while in a formation, spiritual power emerges from the formation eye, passes through the formation pivot, stimulates the formation patterns, and that's how a formation produces effects. After Bai Zishan finished, Mo Hua understood and couldn't help but give Bai Zishan a look. Without a sufficient understanding, it would be impossible to explain things in such an easy-to-understand manner, which goes to show that Bai Zishan's foundational knowledge of formations was indeed very solid, even if he was a bit too talkative at times. Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, do you always talk to others this way? Talk to whom? After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua said, the disciples in your clan. Bai Zishan said with a look of disdain, I can't be bothered with them. Curious, Mo Hua asked, why? I don't like the way they look at me. Bai Zishan's expression cooled, it's either sycophantic, jealous, contemptuous, or indifferent. I can't stand it, so I don't bother with them. Mo Hua was taken aback, he hadn't expected Bai Zishan, who seemed somewhat rough around the edges, to be so sensitive. After saying this, Bai Zishan quickly returned to his usual demeanor, I have clarified the meaning of the formation pivot for you, now you have to take me to the monster hunting play on the 7th day. All right, Mo Hua said helplessly, and then added. I'm going to practice formations now, don't talk to me for the next 2 hours. Go ahead, nobody's stopping you, Bai Zishan waved him off. Mo Hua then took out the 3 talents formation and began to draw. This was the formation that Mr. Zhuang had previously tasked Mo Hua with drawing. After several days of practice, Mo Hua could barely manage it, but he was prone to mistakes and his technique was not yet skilled. Bai Zixi elegantly read her book while Mo Hua concentrated on drawing formations, and the bamboo pavilion became quiet in an instant. After meditating for a while, Bai Zishan glanced at Bai Zixi, then at Mo Hua, held his composure to meditate for a bit longer, but eventually couldn't resist and sneakily peeped at Mo Hua's formation drawing. As he watched, Bai Zishan's expression grew serious, and several times he seemed to want to say something, but he restrained himself in the end. He lost interest in cultivating too, fixating on the formations under Mo Hua's brush, not even blinking. Bai Zixi, who was originally reading, noticed Bai Zishan's odd behavior, and gently tugged at his sleeve, trying to get him to concentrate on his cultivation, but Bai Zishan was oblivious. Bai Zixi's expression showed slight annoyance, and following Bai Zishan's gaze, she too saw the formation that Mo Hua was drawing, and suddenly couldn't look away anymore. Mo Hua, deeply engrossed in his work, did not notice and continued drawing the formation on his own. When he finished the 3 talents formation and finally looked up, he saw Bai Zishan's wide eyes. Turning his head, he then saw Bai Zixi's eyes, as lively as autumn waters. Chapter 57 Cultivation Technique. Mo Hua couldn't help but touch his face, then looked down at his clothes before asking in confusion, what are you looking at? Bai Zishan still couldn't restrain himself and asked, the formation you just drew, was it the 3 talents formation? Mo Hua nodded. Which kind of 3 talents formation? Are there many kinds of the 3 talents formation? What I mean is, was it the kind of 3 talents formation that includes 6 formation patterns? Yes, is there something wrong with that? Bai Zishan's gaze became slightly focused, your cultivation level, it's only at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, right? So what? Bai Zixin and Bai Zixi looked at each other. After pondering for a moment, Mo Hua suddenly realized. Drawing a formation with 6 formation patterns at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, is that considered an impressive feat? He had assumed that in a major clan teeming with geniuses, the ability to draw a few extra patterns shouldn't be too difficult. Bai Zixin was somewhat unconvinced. It's not that unusual. Then could you draw the 3 talents formation when you were at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement? Bai Zixin didn't want to answer, and only after a long while did he hesitantly say. Well, about that. Although I couldn't draw it, that's because the teacher in our clan wouldn't allow it. A Qi refinement cultivator's divine sense is weak. Forcing oneself to draw complex formations could lead to excessive divine sense consumption, and damage the sea of consciousness, making it impossible to become a formation master in the future. It's best not to be overly eager for quick success and damage the foundation. Oh, Mo Hua half believed. However, Bai Zixin added, there are some cultivators in our clan with exceptional talents who could draw 7 or 8 patterns at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. That's also not considered very rare. Mo Hua nodded, knowing that while his talent was not poor, it might not amount to much in the Tao cultivation world filled with heaven's proud sons. He understood the principle that there's always someone better. Bai Zixin then patted Mo Hua on the shoulder, consoling him. Although it's not rare for someone at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to be able to draw 6 patterns, it's still quite good. With such a talent for formations, even in our clan, you would be considered as having average talent. As long as you work hard, you will definitely achieve something in the area of formations in the future. After Bai Zixin said this, Mo Hua actually felt more at ease. His ambitions were not that grand. Being able to become a rank 1 formation master, to have a means of making a living in the Tao cultivation world, and to bring happiness to his parents would be enough for now. Everything else could wait until later. Only Bai Zixi silently watched Bai Zixin from the side. Bai Zixin inexplicably felt a bit guilty, then he pretended to focus on his cultivation, observing his breath in a show of earnest practice. Among Mr. Zhuang's 3 nominal disciples, the siblings from the Bai family were twins. Bai Zixin was the elder brother and Bai Zixi was the younger sister, both of whom were 2 or 3 years older than Mo Hua, with the cultivation level at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, 4 levels above Mo Hua. This was because the descendants of noble clans placed emphasis on a solid cultivation foundation and preferred steady progress rather than greedy advancement. They had to take it step by step to build a solid foundation before attempting to break through to the next realm, otherwise, their cultivation would have been even higher than it was now. In terms of proficiency with formations, Mo Hua felt that he might still catch up with the Bai siblings, but in terms of cultivation, he feared he might never be able to catch up. Thus, Mo Hua dutifully cultivated each morning for about 2 hours, absorbing a spirit stone, slowly and steadily enhancing his cultivation with persistent effort. Mo Hua, with only a mid-lower grade spiritual root, had no choice but to practice in this boring and mundane way, day after day. Mo Hua was not in a hurry and couldn't afford to be, because there was no use in hurrying. The progress of cultivation was mostly determined by the quality of the spiritual root, without any shortcuts. One day, while Mo Hua was cultivating, he suddenly felt a tingling and slight swelling in his qi si and knew that it had become full. It was time to consider breaking through to become a 4th layer qi refinement cultivator. In his surprise, Mo Hua suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. He hadn't chosen a cultivation technique. Previously, he had planned to save enough spirit stones to choose an economical small 5 elements cultivation technique at Tongxian Gate that wouldn't consume too many heaven and earth spiritual items. But then, there was a change in the sect leader of Tongxian Gate. Instructor Yan left the sect, and the outer gate ceased teaching about formations. Mo Hua simply dropped out as well. After being accepted as a nominal disciple by Mr. Zhuang, Mo Hua devoted all his attention to studying formations and thus neglected the selection of a cultivation technique. Mo Hua's parents both practiced cultivation techniques, but the techniques they cultivated were slightly different in attribute from Emohwa's and leaned more towards body cultivation, hence not quite suitable for Emohwa to learn. Outside of Tongxian Gate, he had no way to learn a suitable technique either. It's best to start practicing a cultivation technique in the early stages of qi refinement. With Emohwa about to reach the fourth layer, he couldn't put off finding a cultivation technique any longer. Zishan, when did you learn your cultivation technique? During their free time, Emohwa curiously asked Bai Zishan. Bai Zishan, discontented, said, I'm older than you, so you should call me Brother Bai, or Senior Brother Bai, not by my name directly. It makes me seem like I have no seniority. In a few days, when my father and the others return from monster hunting, I can take you to see what the monster beasts they hunt look like. Really? Bai Zishan's eyes lit up. Really? Bai Zishan immediately said, when Zixi and I first began our cultivation, we already started learning cultivation techniques. It's naturally best to learn them as early as possible and, moreover, from a continuous line of transmission. Otherwise, the greater the differences in the techniques learned at different stages, the easier it is to suffer from cultivation deviation. Emohwa nodded in agreement. Bai Zishan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, don't tell me you haven't learned a cultivation technique yet. Emohwa shook his head and said, no, it's not easy for a loose cultivator to choose a cultivation technique. As difficult as it may be, it's not to the extent that you don't even have a cultivation technique. Emohwa gave him a sidelong glance and said, that's being oblivious to other people's situations. What do you mean? It means you're speaking without understanding the struggle. Bai Zishan scratched his head and said, it's a pity that the techniques from our clan can't be shared externally, otherwise, I'd secretly give you a few scarce and high-quality techniques. Emohwa asked in confusion, but isn't the grade of a cultivation technique determined by a cultivator's spiritual root? With a mid-lower grade spiritual root, one can only learn mid-lower grade techniques. If it's mid-lower grade, can there be much difference in quality? Surely they can't be better than high-grade techniques, right? That's where you're wrong. Some special techniques have unique effects. Some are cultivated faster, some focus on body refinement, and others are suitable for alchemy. Of course, the grade of the technique is still the most important, as the strength of a cultivator is mainly judged by the abundance of spiritual power. However, since one's spiritual root is predetermined and cannot be changed, there's not much to discuss there. Scarce cultivation techniques with unique effects. Lost in thought for a moment, Emohwa shook his head and said, even if there are scarce techniques, I wouldn't be able to cultivate them. If a technique is scarce, then naturally, the spiritual objects required are also rare. If I can't gather these objects for the rest of my life, won't my cultivation remain stagnant forever? That's true, I forgot you're from a loose cultivator background and can't gather those rare heaven and earth spiritual objects. Bai Zishan frowned and then said, how about you go ask Mr. Zhuang? After pondering for a moment, Emohwa shook his head, I'm already gratefully indebted to Mr. Zhuang for teaching me formation techniques. How could I be so greedy as to ask him to teach me cultivation techniques as well? Bai Zishan nodded and said, good, that's the spirit. Only someone like you deserves to be my little brother. Emohwa corrected him, I'm not your little brother. Bai Zishan said, how come you're not? I'm older than you, so you have to call me big brother. Zixi, isn't that right? As Bai Zishan spoke, he turned to look at Bai Zixi, who kept her head down, engrossed in her book, and ignored him. Zixi is older than you too, so you should also call her sister Zixi, Bai Zishan added. Bai Zixi gave a slight start, and her dark eyelashes gently lifted as her eyes sparkled. Emohwa snorted coldly, keep dreaming. So many people want to be my little brother, and I'm not even interested, Bai Zishan said, puffing up his chest. Who's keen on that? I'm not taking you to see the monster beasts anymore, Emohwa retorted. All right then, Bai Zishan said indignantly, "You're not keeping your word. If we agreed on something, how can you go back on it?" After a bout of bickering, Bai Zishan agreed not to make Emohua call him Big Brother, and Emohua agreed to take him to see the monster beasts at the end of the month, bringing their disagreement to an end. As everyone continued with their cultivation and reading until the evening, it was time to part. Bai Zishan then asked, "So what are you going to do about your cultivation technique?" Emohua pondered and said, "I'll go back and ask my parents. I intend to become a formation master anyway, and a formation master relies on divine sense rather than spiritual power, so having an adequate technique will suffice." "How can it just suffice? We're all Mr. Zhuang's apprentices. If your cultivation is lacking, wouldn't that make me lose face?" Bai Zishan said huffily, "I'll look for a suitable technique for you when I get back, one that isn't closely guarded by the clan. You can secretly learn it." Having said that, he then went back with Bai Zixi. Emohua shook his head helplessly, but feeling the warmth from Bai Zishan's good intentions, he picked up his things and went home as well. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhuang, resting in the bamboo room, opened his eyes. His pale, slender fingers tapped the armrest of the bamboo chair as he muttered to himself. A cultivation technique, hey. Chapter 58 Gifting. Emohua returned home and told his parents that he was about to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement and needed to cultivate a cultivation technique. Emo Shan and Lu Ruhua were quite pleased. At Emohua's age, becoming a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement made him stand out among his peers in Tongxian City. As for the matter of the cultivation technique, Emo Shan told Emohua not to worry. "Your mother and I have discussed this already. If we can't learn the techniques from Tongxian Gate, we can only seek some experienced loose cultivators for guidance. There is a senior monster hunter in Tongxian City with the surname Han, who has the small 5 elements spiritual root and is of medium grade. In a few days, I will invite Senior Han for a drink and ask for his help. Senior Han is warm-hearted and he should be willing to help. We can give him some spirit stones as a token of gratitude. It's just..." Emo Shan paused and then added, "Senior Han is also from a loose cultivator background, and he often says that even though his family's cultivation technique is complete, it's not considered a great heritage. Once you reach the later stages of cultivation, I'm afraid there won't be much of a prospect." Emo Shan hoped to give Emohua the best, but this was all he could offer, and his face showed a tinge of disappointment. Emohua, on the other hand, comforted him, "Dad, I want to become a formation master in the future. As long as I have abundant divine sense, the specific cultivation technique isn't too important. It's enough to cultivate steadily. This technique has been passed down through generations by Senior Han, which means it's reliable and won't cause any problems. That's better than anything else." Emo Shan's expression finally eased somewhat, and Lu Ruhua also gently stroked Emohua's head, saying warmly, "Let's eat. After dinner, rest early. You still have to learn about formations with Mr. Zhuang tomorrow." Emohua nodded obediently. Bai Zishan said he would help Emohua find some cultivation techniques, but Emohua didn't tell his parents because the larger the clan, the more strictly its heritage is guarded, and it wouldn't easily be shared with outsiders. Moreover, one shouldn't accept rewards without merit, and he didn't want to owe Bai Zishan any favors. After all, he wasn't able to repay such a debt at the moment. Who knew that the next day, Bai Zishan actually brought several jade slips and handed them to Emohua like a thief. "I took these while Aunt Shui wasn't looking. Take a look and see if there's something suitable. Choose one if there is, and I'll return the rest." Emohua's mouth fell open, unsure what to say. Bai Zishan became smug. "How about that, aren't you moved?" Bai Zishan looked somewhat arrogant, but he was warm and sincere toward others. Emohua asked, "Won't you be punished for sneaking out the cultivation techniques?" Bai Zishan snorted, "I'm a direct descendant of the Bai family. It's not just a few medium and low-grade cultivation techniques. Even if I took an ancestral innate treasure, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Doubt filled Mo Hua's eyes. Bai Zishan insisted, would I lie to you? It's probably just a year or two of confinement, no big deal. Bai Zixi spoke evenly, but her eyes held a faint smile. Bai Zishan's face turned a bit red. After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua shook his head, I can't take these techniques. I can't implicate you. Bai Zishan said displeasedly, I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Bai Zixi also spoke softly, these techniques may be valuable, but for the Bai family, they're not too rare. Go ahead and cultivate them. It won't be a problem. Otherwise, Aunt Shui wouldn't have let my brother take them out. Exactly. Bai Zishan nodded hurriedly, then suddenly exclaimed, how did Aunt Shui know I took out the techniques? Bai Zixi glanced at him lightly, everything you do is under Aunt Shui's watch. It's only you who think others don't know. Bai Zishan's shoulders drooped, somewhat dejected. Mo Hua would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. He also wanted to know what kind of cultivation techniques the noble clans practiced and explore any mysterious aspects. After thinking it over, Mo Hua no longer demurred, silently noting the Bai siblings' kindness in his heart. He then took the jade slips from Bai Zishan's hands and looked them over. The little 5 elements Ju, suitable for those with the medium-grade 5 elements spiritual root. It's a simplified version of the higher-grade big 5 elements Ju. A cultivator can refine their spiritual power through 33 cycles of circulation, and control spells of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is simple and versatile. Hidden Spirit Ju, suitable for medium-grade water series spiritual roots cultivation, can refine spiritual power for 28 circulations, suitable for concealing type spells. Fiery Flaming Ju, suitable for medium-grade fire series spiritual roots cultivation, can refine spiritual power for 35 circulations, can amplify fire-type spells power by 10 to 20%. Water Wood Spirit Skills, suitable for medium-grade water and wood series spiritual roots cultivation, can refine spiritual power for 36 circulations. Cultivating this technique can cleanse the meridians, nurture the physique, and reduce bottlenecks in cultivation. This technique can nourish the body but is not suitable for aggressive body cultivation techniques. Required spiritual objects: Heaven Ginseng Wood, Infinite Water, Spiritual Liquid. Mo Hua looked dazzled, feeling that everything was good, but as he read on, his brows gradually furrowed. Is there nothing suitable? Bai Zishan saw Mo Hua frowning and couldn't help but ask. Mo Hua pondered and asked, what on earth is Heaven Ginseng Wood? Heaven Ginseng Wood is the root wood of Heaven Ginseng. It can nourish the body and isn't considered too precious. Bai Zishan said, not entirely sure. How many spirit stones would that cost? While Heaven Ginseng buds are extremely precious, the Heaven Ginseng Wood is much cheaper, roughly a few hundred spirit stones each, Bai Zishan said uncertainly. And what about infinite water? Bai Zishan didn't know either, so he scratched his head and looked at Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Infinite water comes from the infinite sea. It requires a pill master to refine for 49 days, purifying impurities from the sea water. What's finally condensed is the infinite water. Infinite water isn't precious, but it's laborious. A small bottle of infinite water would require approximately 1,000 spirit stones, and if it's from a remote area, it might cost more. Moreover, such spiritual objects are obscure, and it's not guaranteed one would be able to buy it even with spirit stones. Mo Hua took a deep, cool breath. What kind of techniques were these? He simply couldn't afford to cultivate them. Techniques similar to water wood spirit skills require only one piece of Heaven Ginseng Wood and one small bottle of infinite water, but the required spirit stones were far beyond Mo Hua's expectations. Not to mention the description of the techniques indicated that cultivation requires spiritual objects, breakthroughs require spiritual objects, plus the daily cultivation spirit stones, the sum is an astronomical figure, far beyond what Emohua could afford. And that's just the consumption for the Qi refinement realm. Not to mention the foundation establishment realm later on. It's common knowledge that the later stages of Tao cultivation require more and more resources. Even if Emohua really became a first-rate formation master who worked day and night drawing formations, he probably couldn't bear the cost of such cultivation. Emohua looked at Bai Zixin and then at Bai Zixi, unable to help but ask, "Does every disciple in your clan cultivate such techniques?" "Of course not," Bai Zixin shook his head. "The direct disciples cultivate even higher grade techniques requiring more precious heavenly and earthly treasures. Some spiritual objects are so rare they are priceless, and the clan keeps them as tightly held secrets, never to be divulged. But these techniques are also not to be disclosed. Even if one wanted to share them, without the specialized spiritual objects needed for cultivation, others could not practice them anyway. What I've given you are the best of the transferable techniques our clan allows. Even for indirect disciples or those born out of wedlock, unless they possess exceptional talent, they may not qualify to cultivate them. Does your clan provide the spiritual objects required for cultivating these techniques?" Emohua asked. "I'm not sure about others, but Zixi and I get everything we need for cultivation from our mother," Bai Zixin said. Bai Zixi glanced at Bai Zixin, speaking indifferently. "The clan divides disciples into categories based on their legitimacy and talent. The more direct a disciple is and the better their talent, the higher their assessment and the more cultivation resources they are given. Direct disciples with great talent can take whatever they need for cultivation. Other disciples, if they wish to cultivate better techniques that exceed their assessed resource allocation, have to find their own ways. Usually, it involves the parents or other relatives spending merit points to exchange for spiritual objects from within the clan. Whatever the case may be, the children of noble clans only need to focus on cultivation, not needing to worry about the spirit stones and spiritual objects required." "That's right," Bai Zixin nodded and said. "Our Bai family, as well as other noble clans, have been around for at least 1,000 years, with rich foundations and ample access to heavenly and earthly treasures. Except for the truly extinct ones, as long as they can be obtained, none of the heavenly and earthly treasures are considered scarce." Emohua was shaken to his core. The resources of the noble clans were vast as oceans, their inheritances as numerous as the mist. Loose cultivators like himself could only glean the tiniest specks from the vast sea. No wonder the Qi refinement realm is merely the beginning for cultivators, while for low-level loose cultivators, it is a lifetime. Chapter 59 Selection of Merits. Emohua, in the end, still did not choose a cultivation technique. When everyone parted ways, Emohua's figure seemed slightly forlorn. Bai Zixi noticed this and suddenly said, "I'll have Aunt Shui give you some spiritual objects." Emohua was taken aback. He had not expected the usually aloof Bai Zixi to have such a kind heart. He couldn't help but smile but still declined, saying, "There's no need. Cultivation is a lifelong matter, I cannot depend on others for my entire life. Besides, I should not accept rewards without merit, I can't just take others' things at will." Bai Zixi's expression remained indifferent. It was unclear whether he was pleased or not. After Emohua finished speaking, he sincerely added, "Thank you." Emohua always maintained gratitude for others' kindness toward him. After the others had left, Mr. Zhuang, who had been sitting on a lounge chair from sunbathing until moonbathing, finally got up leisurely and walked to the secluded and somewhat dusty study, mumbling, "Old Kui is too lazy. How long has it been since this study was cleaned?" Behind him, where there had been no one, Old Kui suddenly appeared. "If it isn't used, what difference does it make whether it's cleaned or not? How many times have I told you not to always appear and disappear like this? A perfectly good courtyard, and you make it feel so eerie." Mr. Zhuang said discontentedly, then walked around the study, flipping through various books and jade slips. The already untidy study became even more cluttered. What are you looking for? I am looking for a few volumes of cultivation techniques, said Mr. Zhuang casually. For Mo Hua, that kid. Exactly. You've never been so attentive to your disciples before, remarked old Kui blandly, with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Zhuang selected a few jade slips, spread them out on the desk, and sat down slowly and methodically to examine them one by one. I used to be single-mindedly devoted to the Tao, inevitably arrogant. Now that times have changed and I am no longer connected with the Tao, naturally, I have some spare time to meddle in trivial affairs. Old Kui said no more, and the room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Mr. Zhuang could not help but say, "You should talk sometimes, otherwise, this room really feels creepy." Old Kui replied indifferently, "What do you want me to say?" Mr. Zhuang thought for a moment and said, "What do you think would be a good cultivation technique for Mo Hua, that child? It would be best not to choose at all." "Why not choose? If you don't meddle, you won't be entangled in causality, and it will spare Mo Hua, that child, some trouble." Mr. Zhuang shook his head. "You believe in causality, I do not. Even if there is truly causality in this world, it's not something one can avoid just by wishing to. Maybe by my coming to Li State and taking Mo Hua as an apprentice, I've already set causality in motion. Once the heavenly secret turns, it can't be changed even if one wishes to." After speaking, Mr. Zhuang felt it was an ill omen and said self-deprecatingly, "A person who has lost their Taoist heart ages in spirit. I sound like those old fellows from Heavenly Right Pavilion who quibble about the finer points of doctrine." Old Kui said evenly, "I am one of those old fellows from Tianchuan Pavilion who quibble about doctrine." Mr. Zhuang gave a sheepish smile, "You're still a bit different." Then, changing the subject, he asked, "How about Rai skill? To recondite. 5 elements life conversion technique. His meridians cannot withstand it. Then Taoist mysterious Jew. You would be hunted down by the Taoist mysterious gate." Mr. Zhuang picked for a while, but old Kui refuted each one, so he asked in resignation, "Do you have any cultivation techniques? Bring them out for a look too. The cultivation techniques here are not suitable either." Mr. Zhuang sighed, "Having a poor spiritual root really causes such trouble. Why isn't Mo Hua born with a superior spiritual root? It would make choosing a cultivation technique so much easier. When I chose my cultivation technique, I just picked the best one available, there was no need for all this fuss." Old Kui silently rolled his eyes. "It needs to be unique, of medium to low grade, for 5 elements spiritual roots, and the required spiritual objects can't be too precious," Mr. Zhuang mumbled to himself. "That being unique requirement is superfluous." Mr. Zhuang shook his head, "No, that won't do. Being my disciple, you must stand out from the crowd. He's just a disciple in name, not a direct disciple who has formally taken you as his master and served tea." "That's where you're mistaken," Mr. Zhuang said with a mysterious look on his face. "Even a disciple in name must be extraordinary to reflect the exceptional nature of his mentor." Old Kui said, "Didn't you used to say that a true master boasts through strength, and only the useless rely on boasting with words? Can't you remember anything good I've said?" Mr. Zhuang said, displeased. "Back in the day, when you were unmatched, you never had anything good to say." Mr. Zhuang looked slightly disgruntled and changed the subject. "Let's focus on the important task at hand, picking a cultivation technique." Mr. Zhuang then started rummaging through the room again. Anything he deemed suitable, he kept, the unsuitable ones, he tossed aside without a second thought. Old Kui silently followed behind Mr. Zhuang cleaning up, occasionally handing him a jade slip or two. Mr. Zhuang would glance at them, show a bit of disdain, but nevertheless, he kept them aside while muttering, "Your taste in selecting cultivation techniques is still as pedestrian as ever." The next day, after Mo Hua spent the day working on formations, he was about to head home in the evening when he saw Mr. Zhuang wave to him from the bamboo pavilion. Mo Hua approached, paid his respects, and couldn't help but express his confusion. "Gentlemen, is there something you wish to instruct?" Mr. Zhuang simply placed a large bundle of mixed jade slips and texts before Mo Hua. "Take your pick." Mo Hua's mouth fell open in shock. "Gentlemen. Since you've called me gentleman, I can't treat you too poorly. Giving away a cultivation technique is just a trivial matter." Remembering Mr. Zhuang, who would usually be indolent and capable of lounging in a chair all day, Mo Hua looked at the large bundle of carefully selected cultivation techniques in front of him and felt a warmth in his heart. Standing up, he respectfully paid homage once again. "Pick one yourself, I'm going to meditate for a while." Mr. Zhuang waved his hand and lay back down in the chair, closing his eyes for a little rest. Mo Hua tried not to disturb Mr. Zhuang as he gently and attentively flipped through the pile of cultivation techniques before him. Spirit Transferring Ju, Sitting Taoist Skill, Heaven and Earth Rie Classic, Immortal Path Divine Technique. Just reading the names of these techniques revealed their mystery. With even more extraordinary effects, some could amplify spiritual power, others allowed for spirit and body dual cultivation, and some even reduced bottlenecks in cultivation. The least advanced among them could help cultivate up to 30 cycles of spiritual power, and many of the required heaven and earth spiritual items were familiar to Mo Hua. Even with Mo Hua's modest experience in Qi refinement, the familiarity suggested that while these spiritual objects were rare, they were not the unique treasures that were priceless or as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, or innate spirit objects. This indicated that Mr. Zhuang must have put a lot of thought into selecting these techniques. Mo Hua quietly took note of this kindness and then focused on choosing a cultivation technique. First, he picked the cheapest ones, requiring the fewest heaven and earth spiritual items. Next, he looked for those that could cultivate the highest cycles of spiritual power, then, those most suitable in attributes, and finally, the most practical in effects. Mo Hua went back and forth, eventually narrowing down to a few options that seemed most appropriate, but then he began to worry again. The least required spirit objects still didn't mean none, and when converted into monetary terms, it would still require over 1,000 spirit stones. During the past few days, Mo Hua had looked at cultivation techniques that required tens of thousands of spirit stones worth of spirit objects. Compared to those, a few thousand spirit stones was already the cheapest. But Mo Hua suddenly realized that even just a few thousand spirit stones were, in fact, something he absolutely could not afford. Mo Hua felt somewhat at a loss at that moment. Just then, Mo Hua came across a rough, crudely fashioned jade slip that looked distinctly out of place among the various refined and elegant books and jade slips. Mo Hua held it in his hand, submerged his divine sense into it, and the simple, ancient characters for Heaven Yanju appeared in his mind. As he continued to read further, he suddenly felt that the explanation for this technique seemed to be missing something. After pondering for a moment, Mo Hua suddenly remembered that there was no mention of required heaven and earth spiritual items for this technique. Does that mean that the cultivation of this technique does not require any additional heaven and earth spiritual objects? The moment this thought surfaced, it sent waves of excitement through Mo Hua's young mind, leaving him feeling almost overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 60 Heaven Yanju. Mo Hua read the explanation of the cultivation technique again, where only a few sentences stated that the technique was not limited by the grade or attribute of the spiritual root, but the cycles of the cultivated spiritual power were somewhat low. The bottleneck lay in the divine sense, unsuitable for those who were not formation masters to cultivate. Though it did not specify which spiritual objects were needed, these descriptions gave off an odd feeling. How could there be a cultivation technique that did not limit spiritual roots? The fact that the cultivated spiritual power was weak could be understood. After all, it did not restrict the spiritual roots, which meant that even those with inferior roots could practice it, and naturally, the cultivated spiritual power would not be profound. But what did it mean that the bottleneck was in the divine sense? And why was it not suitable for those who were not formation masters to practice? As Mo Hua frowned in contemplation, he lost track of time until Mr. Zhuang opened his eyes. Have you chosen? Only then did Mo Hua snap back to reality. Disciple has chosen, but I'm not sure which one is more appropriate. Let me have a look. Mo Hua respectfully handed over the cultivation techniques he had selected to Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang looked at them one by one, his expression calm and unchanging, yet he felt somewhat displeased inside. The cultivation techniques Mo Hua had chosen were all selected by Old Kui. The ones Mr. Zhuang had picked out himself were not chosen at all by Mo Hua. This made Mr. Zhuang feel quite embarrassed. It was not until he flipped to the last jade slip that Mr. Zhuang's eyes lit up. On the ancient pale jade slip, 3 characters were etched, Tianyangju. This was one of the unique cultivation techniques chosen by Mr. Zhuang. Mr. Zhuang was very satisfied, feeling that Mo Hua, the child, still had good judgment. He was indeed teachable. Seeing Mr. Zhuang's gaze fixed on Tianyangju, Mo Hua asked the question he was most concerned about. Gentlemen, the practice essentials of Tianyangju do not list the required spiritual objects. Does that mean it can be cultivated without the need for any heaven and earth spiritual items? Indeed, Mr. Zhuang nodded. Mo Hua was overjoyed but immediately calmed down again. Every aspect of pursuing the great Dao requires effort and yields rewards, so if this cultivation technique can be practiced without heaven and earth spiritual items, does it mean that there will be troubles in other aspects? Mr. Zhuang showed a look of approval, then slowly said. This is an ancient cultivation technique. Ancient cultivation technique? Mo Hua queried in puzzlement. What's the difference with ancient cultivation techniques? There are differences, yet there are none. The cultivation techniques of the ancients are still cultivation techniques, and so are those of the present, all seeking the path to immortality and the great Dao, each with their advantages and disadvantages, not something that can be generalized. Some ancient cultivation techniques have been refined and improved upon over generations of cultivators, becoming more stable, with fewer bottlenecks, making the cultivation process more efficient. Therefore, they have become the main cultivation techniques in the Tao cultivation world. Others are obscure and bizarre, difficult to cultivate, and the results after successful cultivation are lackluster, gradually being abandoned. Some cultivation techniques are cruel and strange, easily causing one to lose their mind, becoming demon cultivators, and will thus be banned by the Taoist court, while others, which can defy the heavens and change fate, have extremely stringent cultivation conditions. They are contested over by various great cultivators, either ruined or lost, eventually only remaining in the legends passed down by word of mouth among cultivators. Are all ancient cultivation techniques not limited by spiritual roots? Mo Hua inquired. Not exactly. Most cultivation techniques restrict the attributes of spiritual roots, and only a few don't restrict the grade of spiritual roots. They can be practiced by all, from the highest grade to the lowest, but these are the minority. The assessment of spiritual roots with cultivation techniques and cultivation tiers was promoted by the noble clans and great sects after the Taoist court unified the cultivation world of the 9 states. On one hand, it was to standardize the vast and complex cultivation techniques in the cultivation world, making it easier for cultivators to practice, and on the other hand, in truth, it was to monopolize the inheritance of cultivation techniques. Mr. Zhuang's gaze grew sharp, but he did not continue, only saying, "You'll understand in the future." Oh, Mo Hua nodded as if he understood, then asked, "Gentlemen, what kind of ancient cultivation technique is the Tianyangju?" It is considered one of the more obscure and peculiar types. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Zhuang added, "This cultivation technique has been practiced by others before. It's easy to learn, as it only requires refining spirit stones, but the bottleneck during breakthroughs is very peculiar. For most other cultivation techniques, bottlenecks generally occur in the meridians or the Qi Si, where one needs to refine heaven and earth spiritual items to break through. The bottleneck for this technique lies in the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is ethereal and unpredictable, hardly having any auxiliary spiritual objects to help, so whether one can break through remains an uncertainty. No matter how rare spiritual objects are, there's always a way to obtain them, it's just a matter of the cost. But when it comes to issues with the sea of consciousness, that becomes tricky, sometimes even impossible to tackle. In addition, the spiritual power cultivated from this technique is weak and doesn't seem to offer other effects, so gradually, no one practiced it anymore. Listening silently, Emohua then asked his last question. What does it mean in the technique when it states, only suitable for formation masters? Does one have to become a formation master to cultivate this technique? Not exactly, Mr. Zhuang shook his head and explained, it's not that only formation masters can cultivate this technique, but among all professions in the Tao cultivation world, only formation masters consume a great deal of divine sense, surpassing other cultivators in the use and understanding of the sea of consciousness. The Tianyanju has its bottleneck in divine sense, naturally making it most suitable for formation masters. Or to put it another way, if formation masters don't cultivate it, then cultivators of other disciplines will be even less capable. I see. Emohua pondered, and then made up his mind. Seeing this, Mr. Zhuang asked, have you decided which cultivation technique you want to practice? I have, Emohua nodded, gentlemen, I want to cultivate the Tianyanju. Mr. Zhuang felt a sense of relief, thinking that this child Emohua really did share a connection with him, not like old Kui, whose taste in choosing cultivation techniques was so vulgar. Just as Mr. Zhuang was about to hand over the jade slip of Tianyanju to Emohua, he suddenly hesitated, then after a moment's sigh, asked earnestly, Emohua, are you really sure? Emohua looked at Mr. Zhuang with a hint of confusion. This technique is easy to practice, but too unpredictable when it comes to breakthroughs, and the spiritual power it cultivates is weak, leaving one at a disadvantage whether in cultivation or in combat. Reluctant as he was, Mr. Zhuang still pointed to the other techniques left over for Emohua and said, although these techniques may not be extraordinary, they are stable and practical, with a fair amount of circulating spiritual power. Some spiritual objects, even if somewhat troublesome, are not considered valuable, and there are always ways to procure them. Yet, Emohua firmly replied, I have decided, gentlemen. My spiritual roots are mediocre, and it's not easy for me to compare with others. I just hope to make some progress in formations, to not let down your teachings. Since I want to become a formation master, divine sense is naturally the most important, and the quantity of spiritual power doesn't matter as much. A formation master's bottleneck lies in divine sense, and so does the Tianyanju. For me, it's all the same, as long as I focus on studying formations and strengthening my divine sense, that's good enough. The path of Tao cultivation is never smooth anyway, success is decreed by fate, all we can do is give our utmost effort. Mr. Zhuang was slightly taken aback, but then nodded in agreement, you are right, it is rare to see such a strong Taoist heart in someone so young. Emohua couldn't accept such praise, saying somewhat embarrassedly, gentlemen, it's not really that my Taoist heart is strong. Mr. Zhuang was taken aback. It's mainly because I can't afford to cultivate the other techniques. This technique doesn't require spiritual objects, so I had no choice but to choose it. Mr. Zhuang. Emohua felt helpless as well. While problems with divine sense could possibly be resolved, those some spiritual objects, each costing thousands of spirit stones, were simply out of reach for a loose cultivator like Emohua. When one's poor, their Taoist heart naturally becomes strong, if it didn't, there would be no other option. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 61, Spiritual Power. Mr. Zhuang passed the jade slip of Tianyanju to Emohua. The jade slip for transmitting ancient cultivation techniques is a bit special, only when your cultivation reaches a certain realm can your divine sense inspect the cultivation techniques that follow. There are no restrictions on the techniques from the Qi refinement realm, but for the techniques from the foundation establishment stage, only those who have cultivated the Tianyangju and reached the realm of foundation establishment can see them. Most ancient cultivation techniques come with only one slip per technique. If the jade slip is lost, the technique is essentially lost as well. Even if there are several jade slips for some techniques, it is not certain that you can find them. The cultivation world is vast. Looking for an obscure jade slip of an ancient technique is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, in my lifetime, I have only seen this one of the Tianyangju. Therefore, you must take good care of this jade slip and never lose it. Mo Hua solemnly received the jade slip, feeling its weight increase in his hand, but his heart couldn't help but leap with joy. This is a genuine cultivation technique. By learning it, he would truly be considered a cultivator. He had officially taken the first step on the vast and boundless path of cultivation. Mo Hua shared the news of Mr. Zhuang teaching him the cultivation technique with his parents. Mo Shan was very happy. Although the spiritual power cultivated from this technique wasn't abundant, the phrase suitable only for formation masters showed it was extraordinary. Very few true formation masters ever emerged among the loose cultivators of Tongxian City. Moreover, the technique was given by the profound and unfathomable Mr. Zhuang. Naturally, it is incredibly precious, far superior to those techniques passed down among loose cultivators. Knowing that Mr. Zhuang didn't care much about common items like spirit stones, Mo Shan thought about how Mr. Zhuang had finished all the meat and wine that Mo Hua had delivered before, which must mean it suited the gentleman's taste. The next day, before dawn, Mo Shan went into the mountains in the dark. He hunted several monster beasts and, 3 days later, came down from the mountain carrying a large bundle. Inside the bundle was the most tender meat from the loin of various bovine and ovine monster beasts, so fresh that he didn't even put it in a storage bag. Lu Ruhua cleaned the meat and prepared it in various ways, smoked, fried, or stewed in sauce, creating a range of spicy and savory flavors, garnished with some green spices, and neatly placed in a food box. She also took out several jugs of variously fragrant fruit wines that they made at home, along with a few boxes of freshly roasted, fragrant pine nuts, for Mo Hua to take up the mountain. She instructed Mo Hua to convey words of thanks like not to disturb the gentleman in his ascetic cultivation, just to express gratitude. Mr. Zhuang accepted the food box without saying much, but he looked very pleased. Sitting in the bamboo pavilion, he ate a piece of meat and drank a cup of clear wine, enjoying it along with the breeze and mountain scenery. Old Kui was quite satisfied with the pine nuts. The few boxes had just been handed over when they disappeared in front of Mo Hua's eyes. Old Kui had tucked them away somewhere, not leaving any for Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua also brought some to the Bai siblings to express his thanks. Bai Zixi ate 2 slices of meat and drank a bit more sweet osmanthus rice wine, her cheeks flushed red and her eyes brightly shining, like stars twinkling in the sky. Bai Zishan was not shy at all, expressing his preference for spicy food by devouring it with big bites, sweating profusely but still enjoying it immensely. Seeing his way of eating, Mo Hua couldn't help asking, "You're not short of meat on a regular basis, are you?" "That you do not understand," Bai Zishan said. "What I usually eat is the meat of spirit beasts, which is delicate but lacks texture, and since it's so rich in spiritual energy, it doesn't have much flavor." Mo Hua felt his words were somewhat infuriating. He had hardly ever eaten the meat of spirit beasts, except for what his mother cooked. The most memorable for him was still the colorful chicken that Dahu and the others stole from an elder of Tongxian Gate, which even got burnt. After Bai Zishan had his fill of food and drink, he inquired about Mo Hua's cultivation technique. Mo Hua recounted Mr. Zhuang's transmission of the cultivation technique. Bai Zishan was slightly envious. "The gentleman is really good to you, even though the spiritual power from this technique is rather weak. There's nothing that can be done about it. Things in life hardly ever go perfectly according to one's wishes. One always has to make choices." Bai Zishan curled his lips. "You're not old, but you speak as if you are an old fellow. Does having weak spiritual power really make a big difference? Mo Hua suddenly felt concerned about it again. That goes without saying, Bai Zishan spoke. Cultivators, those who follow the path of cultivation, naturally focus on cultivating spiritual power. If your spiritual power is weak, you'll be inferior to others wherever you go. Bai Zishan gave an example. Suppose you have to fight someone, they have 100 cycles of spiritual power, while you only have 50. If you clash head-on, when they still have 50 cycles of spiritual power left, you'd have already exhausted yours, naturally leaving you at their mercy. Cultivators need to use spiritual power for everything, not just for sparring or casting spells but also for artifact refining, alchemy, and even for handling storage chests at the spiritual transport wharf. If you refine one spiritual artifact, others can refine two. If you refine one batch of pills, others can refine two. If you carry 10 chests for half a day, others can carry 20, earning twice the spirit stones you do. How can you compete with others like that? Then if I become a formation master, it's okay if my spiritual power is a bit weaker, right? Mo Hua was somewhat unsure of himself. That is also true, Bai Zishan nodded. The most troublesome aspect for a formation master is the consumption of divine sense, which is much greater than that of spiritual power. When drawing formations, the divine sense is often exhausted long before the spiritual power. So a lower level of spiritual power doesn't affect your ability to be a formation master. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Zishan patted Mo Hua's shoulder. However, you don't need to worry about that either. Although your spiritual power is low, mine is high. Just call me Big Brother, and I'll look after you. If anyone bullies you, I'll take care of them for you. Forget it. Bai Zishan made a second attempt. Then just give me beef to eat every day, and I'll look after you as well. You could buy it yourself. Aunt Shui won't allow me to eat just anything. She also told me to eat less of things that don't contain spiritual energy. Oh. What do you mean, oh? I'm doing this to give you face, Bai Zishan said. Mo Hua ignored him, and Bai Zishan kept grumbling while Bai Zixi watched them silently, taking another small sip of the sweet fermented rice. In the following days, Mo Hua gave up on the breathing technique and officially started cultivating according to the meridian chart and breathing methods described in Tianyangju. After cultivating a few times, Mo Hua could clearly feel the difference. The speed of assimilation was faster, the spiritual power refined was purer, and the meridians throughout his body felt more unobstructed. The only issue was that after cultivation, there was nothing special about the spiritual power. Mo Hua asked Dahu, who cultivated the Fire Series Fierce Tiger Ju. After cultivation, Dahu's spiritual power would have a slight burning sensation, and any Fire Series spells or physical techniques he practiced in the future would be more powerful. Xianxia cultivated the solid foundation skill, which harmonized spiritual energy with blood qi after cultivation, strengthening the body when spiritual power circulated. Mo Hua had forgotten which cultivation technique Sanhu practiced, but after cultivation, his spiritual power also underwent some special changes. Only Mo Hua's spiritual power seemed to have no fundamental change compared to before. The cycles of spiritual power refined through Tianyangju were also standard. Compared with clan disciples like the Bai siblings, it certainly couldn't match up, but compared to the average qi cultivation loose practitioner, it was slightly above average, not great, but acceptable. Moreover, the only unique aspect of this cultivation technique might be that it consumed more divine sense during practice, several times more than the basic breathing technique. However, the divine sense consumed during practice of the breathing technique, or any general cultivation technique, was already quite low, and even if it were several times higher, it would scarcely amount to anything. It wouldn't even be enough to draw a single formation. But Mo Hua never expected this technique to have anything particularly special about it. For Mo Hua, the best cultivation technique was the one that saved spirit stones. Chapter 62, Abnormality. The Qi refining realm is divided into 3 phases and 9 levels, with the early phase consisting of levels 1 to 3, and anything above level 3 is considered the middle phase of Qi refinement. Mohua's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, just a step away from breaking through to the middle phase. After practicing Tianyangju for no more than half a month, Mohua felt that his Qi Si was brimming, unable to refine any more spiritual power. This also meant that Mohua was about to make a breakthrough. Normally, to break through using other cultivation techniques, one would need to prepare special heaven and earth spiritual items to stimulate the meridians and Qi Si during the breakthrough in hopes of overcoming the bottleneck and advancing to a higher realm. Tianyangju doesn't require any special spiritual objects to assist in cultivation, so one should be able to continue cultivating. Mohua still spent most of his time drawing formations, only setting aside 2 hours each day for meditation and cultivation. A few nights later, as per usual, Mohua was engraving formation patterns onto the Taoist stele within his sea of consciousness when suddenly, as if blessed by serendipity, his Qi Si churned tumultuously. Mohua quickly exited his sea of consciousness and sat cross-legged on the bed before taking out 2 spirit stones and quietly absorbing spiritual energy. It only took a moment for Mohua to feel the acupoints throughout his body open up, and his absorption of spiritual energy increased several times over the usual rate, depleting the spiritual energy from the 2 spirit stones in no time. Mohua felt both pained and elated. He was pained by the consumption of the spirit stones yet elated that he was about to break through to become a cultivator in the middle phase of Qi refinement. Mohua took out a few more spirit stones and continued to absorb. In Mohua's storage bag were dozens of spirit stones that he had saved, along with nearly 100 more given by his parents, who, knowing he was close to a breakthrough but unsure of when it would happen, had advised him to carry them as a precaution. These 100 spirit stones probably represented the income of their eatery for half a month. Mohua calmed his mind and maintained a steady, unarrogant attitude, slowly breathing in and out. The spirit stones in his hands shimmered with a crystal-clear blue light, which gradually dimmed until, finally, their spiritual power was completely exhausted, leaving them grey and white. One after another, after consuming nearly 50 spirit stones, Mohua's Qi Si finally stopped churning. The spiritual power from the Qi Si nourished his meridians throughout his body, gradually becoming dense and stable. Just when Mohua believed he was about to succeed in his breakthrough, thin wisps of spiritual power began to scatter, escaping from the meridians and traveling along some tiny collaterals, gradually converging toward the Bawai meridian at the top of his head. Mohua's heart tightened. What was this? He had never heard of properly refined spiritual energy uncontrollably leaking out, and especially not converging toward the top A cup ointment on the head. The spiritual energy didn't actually collect at the Bawai meridian, but when it reached the heavenly gate point, it started to weave and stabilize like threads, slowly seeping inward to the exact location of Mohua's sea of consciousness. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Mohua let his divine sense sink into his sea of consciousness, only to discover fine, pale blue strands of spiritual energy there. These strands were intermittent and chaotic, like the continuous drizzle of spring rain or tangled strands of hair, forming a complicated pale blue spirit screen. Mohua was completely stunned. With his brief experience in Tao cultivation, he had no idea what was happening. Mohua tried to mobilize his spiritual power and found that it could circulate normally. Grasping the spirit stones, he attempted to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, but the energy passed through the heavenly gate point into the sea of consciousness and was automatically blocked, unable to form a circulation and thus unable to be refined into spiritual power, accumulate in the Qi Si, or enhance his cultivation. This meant that Mohua wouldn't be able to practice cultivation anymore, nor could he advance to a higher realm. Mohua took in a cold breath and murmured, "What should I do now?" Mohua lay back on the bed, his mind in turmoil. After a while, he sat up, forcing himself to calm down. There is a Taoist stele in the sea of consciousness, but I didn't touch it during cultivation, so it can't be the stele's fault. If it's not the Stele's fault, then it must be the cultivation technique's issue. There was no problem with cultivating the technique, the issue arose during the breakthrough. When I broke through, the overflowing spiritual power reached my meridians and finally connected to my sea of consciousness, forming a spirit screen. The spirit screen blocked the circulation of spiritual power, so I couldn't continue my cultivation. As long as I solve the problem of the spirit screen and prevent it from forming an obstacle, the spiritual power should flow again, and it won't hinder my practice. So the real problem is solving the spirit screen in the sea of consciousness. Emohua grasped the key issue, then set aside all other factors, only considering the spirit screen within the sea of consciousness. He let his divine sense sink into the sea of consciousness and carefully examined the intricate spirit screen. The spirit screen was made of pale blue strands of spiritual energy that seemed alive, moving freely and chaotically, slowly drifting. They crossed over each other intermittently, separating and intertwining, creating a disorderly and abstruse sight. After watching for the duration of a cup of tea, Emohua collapsed back onto the bed. He inwardly complained, "What the hell is this spirit screen? I can't make heads or tails of it." Emohua once again deeply felt his lack of knowledge in Tao cultivation. There's a saying that knowledge is the ladder for cultivators to progress. Emohua didn't know where he had heard it, but he found it made sense at the moment. Emohua started to recall in his mind all the knowledge related to Tao cultivation he had encountered, to see if there was anything similar. But the jumble of thoughts made his head increasingly chaotic and painful. In the end, he still had no clue. In a flash of insight, he suddenly remembered a line from the Tianyangju cultivation technique. Unfit for practice without being a formation master. Emohua bolted upright. If the technique was unfit for those who are not formation masters, then it must be related to formation masters. If it's related to formation masters, could this spirit screen be a formation? He recalled another previous line, "The bottleneck lies in the divine sense." The bottleneck lies in the divine sense, unfit for practice without being a formation master. The bottleneck in the divine sense is because the spirit screen is the bottleneck, and the spirit screen exists within the sea of consciousness. Unfit for practice without being a formation master, that's because the spirit screen itself is a formation, which only a master formation could understand. Emohua let his divine sense plunge into the sea of consciousness once again and observed the spirit screen more carefully, discovering that although the spiritual energy strands in the spirit screen looked disorderly, the way they interconnected actually formed formation patterns. But with the constant movement of the spiritual energy strands, the patterns kept changing, and what ultimately formed was a continuously evolving and shifting formation. Emohua had an epiphany. Then he scratched his head again. This formation, he had never seen it before. The formations he had learned included at most 6 formation patterns, but the spirit screen before him seemed to be made of dozens to hundreds. Even more terrifying, these patterns were constantly changing, ultimately forming formations that Emohua couldn't understand, which in turn continuously transformed into even more incomprehensible formations. Just looking at it was enough to make Emohua's scalp tingle. Is this the ancient formation used by ancient cultivators in their practice? Is this the so-called bizarre and obscure ancient technique? Emohua couldn't help feeling awe in his heart. The wisdom of ancient cultivators was truly extraordinary. A mere practice technique of the chi refinement realm was daunting just to behold. He also mourned silently for himself, knowing that the technique was bizarre and obscure, but never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Emohua silently examined the spirit screen for a long while, his head spinning without any breakthrough. In the end, he came to a clear conclusion. Alone, he had no way of dealing with this formation barrier whatsoever. Realizing his powerlessness was also a kind of self-awareness. Emohua sighed, "I'll go ask Mr. Zhuang tomorrow." Emohua, feeling relieved, pulled the blanket over himself and immediately fell asleep with heavy snores. Chapter 63 Mystery Formation. Formation Barrier. Mr. Zhuang also appeared slightly astonished. Emohua recalled the spirit screen in her mind and detailed. The pale blue spiritual power was like spiritual ink, the intertwining patterns were like formation patterns, weaving into a spirit screen that resembled an entire formation. However, the spiritual power was flowing, the formation patterns changing with it, resulting in different formations on the spirit screen. Interesting. Mr. Zhuang's eyes lit up, and then he took out paper and pen, spreading them out on the table in front of him. Do you still remember those formation patterns? Draw a few for me to see. I remember some of the formation patterns, but they keep changing, Emohua said truthfully. That's all right, Mr. Zhuang said, just draw them as they appeared to you. Emohua picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, the pen tip dancing on the paper, and soon several formation patterns leaped onto the formation paper. Mr. Zhuang glanced at them, they look like ordinary formation patterns, nothing special. Emohua asked, the seniors who practiced this cultivation technique before, did they not encounter this situation? Mr. Zhuang pondered for a moment and said, no, at least I haven't heard of it. Mr. Zhuang added, even for the same cultivation technique, different cultivators may encounter different problems when they practice it, especially with such a rare ancient technique. There are few inheritances, and even fewer people who practice it. Once a problem arises, it's hard to find any good precedents to refer to. Mr. Zhuang mused, the cultivation technique does indicate that the bottleneck lies in divine sense. Previous cultivators must have encountered issues at the level of divine sense too, but their problems must have been different from yours, otherwise, it would have been mentioned in the jade slip. It's about the inheritance of a sect's internal techniques. Seniors within the sect wouldn't keep secrets and fail to report them. Emohua frowned and asked, then, gentlemen, what should I do? It seems that I can't cultivate now. Mr. Zhuang gave a carefree smile, as long as it's about formations, it's hardly an issue, he then instructed, go back and write down all the formation patterns and formations that appear on the spirit screen, and show them to me tomorrow. All right, gentlemen. Emohua breathed a sigh of relief, then thought about what Mr. Zhuang had just said. If it's about formations, it's hardly an issue? Just how profound was Mr. Zhuang's mastery in formations? Could he already be a third-grade formation master? What kind of formations could a third-grade formation master draw? Emohua felt somewhat longing but then thought. Forget it, let's not aim too high for now, even becoming a first-grade formation master is still a distant goal. Emohua collected her thoughts, remembered Mr. Zhuang's instruction, and after returning home, immersed her divine sense into the sea of consciousness to observe the formation patterns and formations on the spirit screen. She recognized quite a few of the formation patterns on the spirit screen, but most of the formations were unfamiliar, and some rarely encountered patterns were impossible to remember after just one look. She had no choice but to practice on the stele while watching, and after mastering and memorizing them, she would exit her sea of consciousness and record the formation patterns on formation paper. She continued like this until 1 p.m., suddenly feeling dizzy, knowing she had overused her divine sense, and decided to rest a while. As soon as she relaxed her mind, Emohua felt her stomach growling with hunger, then realized she had been so engrossed in recording formation patterns that she had missed dinner. My parents must be asleep by now. Emohua was somewhat worried, I don't even know if there's anything to eat at home. She stood up and was about to open the door when she found a small table next to it, with several bowls and plates on it, a large bowl turned upside down on top. Emohua lifted it to find a small pot of white porridge, a plate of mixed vegetables, 2 steamed buns, and a small dish of soy beef. The vegetables and beef were cold, the buns were warm, but the porridge was still hot. It must have been my mother, worried that I hadn't eaten and not wishing to disturb my formation study, who specifically placed it by the door. And she must have reheated it before going to bed, otherwise, the porridge would have been cold by now. Emohua felt happy, took a sip of porridge, and felt her whole body warm up. She then devoured the rest of the food like a whirlwind, sweeping away her fatigue, and felt refreshed and spirited. Mo Hua re-entered her sea of consciousness and continued to copy the formation patterns from the spirit screen, then transcribed the remembered patterns onto formation paper one by one. She kept at it until 2 a.m., and when her divine sense was depleted a second time, she carefully stored the transcribed formation papers and went to sleep soundly. On the second day, Mr. Zhuang looked at the formation paper transcribed by Mo Hua, his gaze slightly focused as he said. It turns out to be a mystery formation. Mystery formation. Mo Hua had never heard of it before. Mr. Zhuang patiently explained, you know riddles at lantern festivals, right? Mo Hua nodded. This mystery formation is like those lantern riddles, only it uses formation patterns as the key and the formation itself as the puzzle to create the mystery formation. If you don't have the right method, naturally you can't see through the truth within, Mr. Zhuang explained. Oh, Mo Hua nodded. These used to be something that long-standing sects and noble clans would use for their disciples as an intellectual pastime, but it's not so common anymore. Thinking of those intricate and complex formation patterns that gave him a headache just by looking at them, Mo Hua's expression also grew complicated. This is for intellectual entertainment? So if I can't solve it, does that mean I'm pretty dumb? Mo Hua asked delicately. Mr. Zhuang saw through Mo Hua's thoughts and said with a half-smile, not necessarily, yours is slightly more difficult, and not everyone can solve it. Mo Hua felt that Mr. Zhuang was comforting him, though not quite hitting the spot. Not everyone can solve it, which probably means quite a few people can, and not many like him who cannot. And he was one who could not. Since it is meant for intellectual pastime, he must solve it. This matter of face was something he needed to fight for. Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, how do you solve this mystery formation then? Mr. Zhuang habitually tapped his bamboo chair with his finger. Your situation is different from others, if they can't solve it, they just feel a bit downhearted. But this mystery formation is tied to your cultivation, and if you can't solve it, your cultivation will stagnate, which would be quite troublesome. As for the methods, there are two, one is you learn to solve it yourself, the other is you memorize all the formation patterns, transcribe them, and then I'll help you solve it. The second method is the fastest and most straightforward. After all, cultivation is the foundation of a cultivator. Without cultivation, everything else is empty talk, not to mention becoming a formation master. The first method requires you to learn it yourself, which is beneficial for learning formation, but it's time-consuming and will delay your cultivation. The choice is yours now, Mr. Zhuang finished, watching Mo Hua with an interested expression. Mo Hua felt a bit torn. For a cultivator, the consequences of stagnated cultivation were too severe. His own cultivation level was naturally inferior to the Bai siblings and other nobility's children, but among his peers in Tongxian City who were loose cultivators, he was barely considered a standout, albeit the best among the weakest. If he wasted too much time due to a bottleneck in his cultivation technique, he feared he'd fall even further behind. After thinking it over, Mo Hua decided, gentlemen, I choose the first option. It was best to solve a problem by oneself if possible. Falling behind in cultivation was acceptable, he was already lagging in terms of spiritual root and cultivation technique compared to others, and it would only get worse. It made no difference whether he fell behind sooner or later. One should not covet fleeting superiority. Furthermore, if he relied on Mr. Zhuang to solve the bottleneck of the initial phase of qi refinement, what would he do during the middle phase and even the later phases of qi refinement? Mr. Zhuang could not always be by his side, and he was just a nominal disciple of Mr. Zhuang. He couldn't trouble him with everything. Another reason was that the concept of intellectual pastime deeply rankled Mo Hua. Oh? Are you sure of your decision? Mr. Zhuang asked, his tone carrying profound meaning. Mo Hua nodded, the disciple has made up his mind. Mr. Zhuang nodded in approval, I have some books and jade slips here that outline the basics of mystery formations. Take them and have a look. Once you have finished, come to find me, and I will teach you how to solve formations. Emohua accepted them with gravity, saying, disciple takes his leave. Watching Emohua leave, Mr. Zhuang's leisurely demeanor faded, his expression turning slightly grave. Chapter 64 Strange. This is not meant for intellectual amusement. Old Kui appeared at some point, speaking quietly. Then he glanced at Mr. Zhuang, hesitated slightly, and added, at least not for normal people. Mr. Zhuang's eyebrows knitted slightly. Have you seen this kind of cultivation technique before? Old Kui shook his head slightly. I've seen stranger cultivation techniques, but none as peculiar as this. I've seen techniques where the bottleneck lies in the spirit stones, spiritual roots, spiritual objects, meridians, bloodlines, or even requires killing people, monster beasts, demon cultivators, and even those needing the blood qi, spiritual power, divine sense of a living person as a lead. But it's my first time seeing one where the bottleneck is in the mystery formation inside the sea of consciousness. Old Kui spoke faintly again. These sorts of ancient and obscure cultivation techniques are indeed something only ancient sects like yours would have. Mr. Zhuang let out a slight sigh. This is troublesome. I've told you before, there's no need to be different from others, learning some obscure cultivation technique nobody else practices. Emohua's spiritual root is simply not up to par, and now having learned such an obscure technique, his cultivation will be hindered, and his progress will be much slower. Old Kui's tone carried a hint of rebuke. One should always see things through to the end. I will find a way. What will you do? Don't forget that you can't stay in this place too long. Old Kui's gaze turned slightly cold. I must teach him to dissolve the formation, allowing him to independently comprehend and break the mystery formation in his sea of consciousness. Mr. Zhuang said, with Emohua's perceptiveness, it shouldn't take too long. After that, it'll be up to his own fate. What about those two kids from the Bai family? You're not going to take care of them. Taking them on as registered disciples was already an exception. It's impossible to take them as direct disciples. My fellow apprentice sister is too calculating. She's been scheming against me all her life. I can't let her scheme succeed in everything. That's true. Your judgment when choosing disciples has always been poor, and the same goes for choosing cultivation techniques. Mr. Zhuang wanted to retort, but as he was about to speak, he felt that Old Kui wasn't wrong, so he swallowed his words back down. Emohua couldn't wait to start reading the jade slip he had gotten from Mr. Zhuang. Formations are derived from the principles of heaven and earth, and they depict all phenomena, possessing the power to change heaven and earth in an unfathomable might that even ghost gods cannot predict. By thoroughly understanding the Tao of heaven and earth and the principles of formations, one can not only establish formations but also dissolve them. Formation media, formation patterns, formation pivots, and formation eyes together construct a formation. Damaging its formation media, destroying its formation eye, that is called breaking the formation, unraveling its formation patterns, reversing its formation pivots, this is called dissolving a formation. All things have a system of mutual generation and overcoming, formation patterns are no different. Yin and Yang mutually overcome each other, 3 talents mutually invert, 4 symbols mutually suppress, and among the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal. The content about dissolving formations in the jade slip was extensive and detailed, quite a lot to take in. Emohua seemed to understand some of it, but upon closer reflection, he didn't quite grasp it. Frowning in deep thought, Bai Zishan quietly peeked over. Hey, why are you reading a book on dissolving formations? The gentleman told me to. Oh. Do you know how to dissolve formations? Emohua asked. A bit, but I'm not particularly good at it. Knowing a bit was still considered knowing, at least it was better than oneself. Emohua pointed to a part of the book and humbly asked, what's the difference between breaking a formation and dissolving a formation mentioned here? Bai Zishan did not hide anything and explained. Breaking a formation generally refers to using brute force to destroy the formation media on which the formation relies and the formation eyes through which the formation operates, forcibly removing the formation. Without the formation media, the formation can hardly exist, and without the formation eye, the formation cannot operate, and naturally, the formation is broken. Dissolving a formation is more troublesome. It relies on understanding the generation and overcoming within the formation patterns of the formation, drawing formation patterns to neutralize the original formation patterns. Once the formation patterns are nullified, the formation is naturally dissolved. Generally, only formation masters are capable of dissolving formations. Do you not understand how to disarm the formation? Asked Bai Zishan, before posing another question. No, Mo Hua said with some embarrassment and a shy tone, I don't quite understand the difference between the formation eye, formation pivot, and formation media. Bai Zishan exclaimed, wow, how do you not know these things? Mo Hua countered, if I knew all that, would I still ask you? If I don't ask you, how would you be able to show off your extensive knowledge? Bai Zishan stroked his chin, that seems to make sense. Turning his head to see his sister Bai Zixi's lips almost imperceptibly curved in a smile, he reacted and then protested. Still, that's not right, I can't teach for nothing. What if I bring you a plate of beef tomorrow? Bai Zishan snorted coldly, what kind of person do you think I am? I am a direct descendant of the Bai family, a favored child of the heavens. Do you think you can fob me off with a plate of beef? 2 plates. Okay. So what are the differences between a formation eye, formation media, and formation pivot? Mo Hua seized the opportunity to ask. Having secured 2 plates of beef, Bai Zishan was quite satisfied and explained. The formation eye is the core of the formation's operation, providing spiritual power for the formation's function. Generally speaking, the formation eye of a single formation is a spirit-gathering formation pattern, while the formation eye of a compound formation made up of multiple single formations is a spirit-gathering array. The more powerful the formation, the more spiritual power the formation eye requires. Some family sects and clans' protective sect arrays might even use an entire spiritual mine as a source of spiritual power for the formation eye. The formation pivot is the hub of a formation, as well as its layout. The intricacies here are numerous. It generally involves the principles of heaven is round and earth is square, Arai, and 4 symbols, Bagua positions. Different attributes of formation patterns should be drawn in the correct positions, otherwise, the patterns will not be activated. Different schools and lineages of formations have variations in their formation pivots. Speaking of which is too complex, you don't need to worry about this. With our current level of understanding of formations, it's impossible to disarm a formation through the formation pivot. Formation media are the conduits for a formation, objects like formation paper, steels, copper, iron, earth, and wood that carry the formation patterns. Once a formation is drawn upon them, they become the formation media. Some spiritual artifacts also require formations to be affixed to them and can thus be considered formation media. Seeing Mo Hua looking only partly convinced, Bai Zishan provided an example. To put it simply, the formation eye is like the heart's vessels, the formation pivot is the main vein through which qi and blood flow, and the formation patterns are the capillaries. Spiritual power is supplied by the formation eye, funneled through the formation pivot as the hub, entering the formation patterns, much like qi and blood flowing from the heart along the body's veins to circulate throughout the body. Bai Zishan rattled on for a while and then felt thirsty. Mo Hua personally poured a cup of tea for him. Is this, pretty much the basic knowledge of formations? Mo Hua asked tentatively. I guess so, at least in our Bai family, these are the common knowledge when learning formations, Bai Zishan said with a touch of pride. Lucky he had asked beforehand, as using this elementary information to inquire of Mr. Zhuang would have been rather embarrassing for Mo Hua. I'll bring you a jug of osmanthus wine tomorrow. Bai Zishan nodded enthusiastically, clearly thrilled. Mo Hua continued to ask about various things, such as the usual methods of disarming formations, how to breach them, and the specific schools related to formation pivots, among other topics. Unknowingly, the daylight began to wane. Mo Hua bid farewell to Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, gathered his things, and prepared to head home. Mo Hua, Bai Zishan suddenly called out to Mo Hua, his expression grave, "Don't forget the most important thing." "What?" Mo Hua looked at him, puzzled. "The beef must be spicy," Bai Zishan said with utter seriousness. Chapter 65 Break the Formation. Mo Hua returned home and, after dinner with his parents, had his mother prepare some soy-braised beef, pastries, and fermented rice wine. Then he locked himself in his room to concentrate on solving formations. He first drew a fire series formation pattern on a piece of paper, which appeared in a pale red color and emitted a faint sense of heat. Following the methods described in the books, Mo Hua then drew a water formation pattern next to the kin position of the fire formation pattern. After he finished drawing, the red color of the fire formation pattern gradually dimmed, and the misty pale red spiritual energy could no longer be seen. Touching it with his hand, there was no longer a slight sense of heat. This meant that the fire formation pattern had lost its effectiveness. Mo Hua's spirits lifted, and he tried to dismantle the other 5 elements formation patterns one by one. Indeed, they could all be solved by using the 5 elements generation and restraint principle to break the formation patterns. Next came the formations, and Mo Hua spent some more time to draw a bright fire formation. The bright fire formation was composed of 3 formation patterns and was the simplest type of formation. When Mo Hua sketched formations for Manager Mo, the bright fire formation was the first he drew. Now, drawing this formation again was effortless for him. In less than the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, a standard bright fire formation was outlined on the paper. Mo Hua looked at the bright fire formation and pondered. Previously, when Mo Hua drew the bright fire formation, he simply copied the pattern without delving too deeply. But now, upon close examination, he found that, despite its apparent simplicity, indeed one of the formation patterns within the bright fire formation was for gathering spiritual energy, while the other 2 ordinary fire series formation patterns were for activating the formation to provide illumination. Mo Hua compared them one by one, as Bai Zishan had said. The spirit gathering formation pattern was the formation I, the 3 talents position was the formation pivot, and the paper used for drawing formation was the formation media. Mo Hua tore a notch in the formation paper, and indeed, the formation on the paper became ineffective. He drew the bright fire formation again, then altered the spirit gathering formation pattern that served as the formation I, rendering the bright fire formation ineffective as well. This is what's meant by damaging the formation media, destroying the formation I, this is called breaking the formation. This method is certainly straightforward and crude. Even without understanding formations, one could break them. Without understanding formations, this forceful method would be the only way to break them. Then what serves as the formation I and media for the mystery formation within my sea of consciousness? If the spiritual power in the formation is supplied by the formation I, then the chi sea must be the formation I. The mystery formation resides in the sea of consciousness, so the sea of consciousness would be the formation media. So, to break the formation, would that mean to disable my own chi sea and then also destroy my own sea of consciousness? Mo Hua instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it. Breaking a formation in such a crude and simple manner lacked the cultivation of a formation master and did not reflect the level of a formation master's skill. Discarding his distractions, Mo Hua drew the bright fire formation again, and this time, he drew a water series formation pattern at the kin position of one of the fire series formation patterns. After the formation pattern was completed, the bright fire formation did not lose its effectiveness, but its luminosity dimmed slightly. The dismantlement was effective, but not yet completely effective. Mo Hua then drew another water series formation pattern next to another formation pattern, and with that, the light from the bright fire formation instantly disappeared, and the entire formation was rendered useless. "I've solved it." Emohua was a bit excited. He immediately pondered, to solve a fire series formation pattern requires dismantling too. Does this mean that to solve the spirit gathering formation pattern, which serves as the formation I, only one needs to be dismantled? The 5 elements formation patterns can be solved through the generation and restraint between them, but what about the spirit gathering formation patterns? There shouldn't be any such relations within the formation patterns used for spirit gathering. Emohua started flipping through the formation manuals Mr. Zhuang had given him and finally found a page with annotations on how to solve the spirit gathering formation patterns. Emohua read every word carefully, and only then did he start to gain some understanding. Indeed, there is a formation pattern that governs the generation and restraint of spirit gathering formation patterns, the reversed spirit formation pattern. The spirit gathering formation pattern gathers spiritual power, while the reversed spirit formation pattern disperses spiritual power in reverse. One gathers, the other scatters. Naturally, they follow the principle of generation and restraint. However, Emohua had never learned the reversed spirit formation pattern, and he could not find any charts of it in the related manuals, only some written records. The records stated that the reversed spirit formation is a profound pattern, often passed down within aristocratic families and clans that specialize in formations, and not easily shared with outsiders. Profound patterns are hard to learn, and also not available to learn. Emohua didn't consider it further for the time being. Beyond that, another method is to use the spirit gathering formation pattern to solve a spirit gathering formation. One simply needs to draw another spirit gathering formation pattern near the original, using it to absorb the spiritual power of the original, which acts as the formation I, thereby causing the formation I to lose its driving force, which naturally equates to having dissolved the formation. Emohua's eyes were opened. He had never thought of using the spirit gathering formation pattern to solve a spirit gathering formation pattern himself. The text mentioned that this method could also be problematic, with the risk of the formation pattern used for solving gathering too much spiritual power and being unable to release it, leading to loss of control over the formation and unforeseeable dangers. Moreover, if Emohua's guess was right, the formation I of the mystery formation in his sea of consciousness was actually his own Qi Si. Whether using another Qi Si to absorb the Qi Si, or carving a reversed spirit formation within the Qi Si to disperse spiritual power, both sounded like suicidal plans. And these methods were simply impossible to achieve anyway. In other words, for now, it wasn't possible to solve the formation by removing the formation I. Emohua propped up his cheek, thinking. I can only learn to solve each pattern one by one. Indeed, in the end, the only shortcut is that there are no shortcuts. The Tao cultivation world has evolved for tens of thousands of years. It's unlikely there'll be any loopholes to exploit. Emohua then drew a bright fire formation and solved it completely. He suddenly realized that his method was too wasteful of paper and ink. Drawing and solving every time, and if he made a mistake, he'd have to draw it all over again. It consumed more paper and ink than practicing formations. The problem with spirit stones was still severe. Although the income from the restaurant had improved the family's finances so that the usual expenses for spirit stones weren't particularly lacking, it was still better to save what could be saved, as there would be numerous uses for spirit stones in the future. The Taoist Stele in the Sea of Consciousness, it should be just right for practicing solving formations. Thinking this, Emohua let his divine sense sink into the Sea of Consciousness. In the vast emptiness of the Sea of Consciousness, the mystery formation woven by strands of spiritual power remained, and the Taoist Stele stood unaffected by the spiritual power strands. Emohua, with practiced ease, drew a bright fire formation on the Taoist Stele and then tried to solve it. After solving it, the bright fire formation indeed faded away. Emohua erased the formation and the solving patterns from the stele, and his consumed divine sense recovered. Indeed. Emohua was delighted. The Taoist Stele was not only suitable for practicing formation patterns but also perfect for practicing solving formations. Draw and then erase, and the divine sense would recover, meaning there was no consumption of divine sense, nor was there any waste of paper and ink. Mo Hua then focused on practicing solving formations in the sea of consciousness until 2 a.m., when he exited his sea of consciousness, meditated for 2 hours, and then felt refreshed and energetic. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua were up early as well, with Mo Shan setting off to hunt monsters on Black Mountain and Lu Ruhua preparing for the restaurant business. After a simple yet tasty and warm breakfast, Mo Hua, carrying his food container, set off for Mr. Zhuang's residence. Chapter 66,000 Formations. When Mo Hua arrived at Mr. Zhuang's mountain residence, the Bai siblings were already there, studying and cultivating under the tree next to the small stone table by the pond. Aunt Shui usually did not enter the dwelling but waited outside the door. When Bai Zishan saw Mo Hua, he threw down the book in his hand and ran over excitedly. Mo Hua handed him a small portion of the food box and also a small pot of fruit wine. "You eat it later, you just finished breakfast." Bai Zishan, with meat stuffed in his mouth, looked content. "It's fine, I told Aunt Shui I had a poor appetite, so I didn't eat much this morning." Mo Hua shook his head and passed the pastries and osmanthus wine jelly to Bai Zixi, who thanked him with her crisp and pleasant voice. She then ate the pastries in small bites and sipped the wine jelly, her demeanor graceful and dignified. Looking at Bai Zishan and then at Bai Zixi, Mo Hua thought to himself that although they were siblings, the difference in their manners of eating was too great. Bai Zishan used to pretend to behave with the propriety of a disciple of the worldly family, however, after he became familiar with Mo Hua, he no longer cared about manners. His current dog-like eating manners utterly wasted his handsome appearance. Mo Hua also brought some food and drink to Mr. Zhuang and Old Kui before starting to ask about solving formations. Some simple questions Mo Hua had already asked Bai Zishan, the remaining ones were more difficult problems that couldn't be solved with just his Tao cultivation knowledge. For example, how to solve a formation using the formation eye and formation pivot, what the basic principles of solving a formation are, and how to solve some formations when they can't be understood, and so on. Mr. Zhuang was quite satisfied with the questions Mo Hua posed. "If you can ask these, it shows that you have carefully read through the classics I gave you. Solving formations through the formation eye is very difficult, the reversed spirit formation pattern is difficult to learn and even more difficult to master, and moreover, it's a secret passed down by noble clans, not easily disclosed. Even if one learns it, it's hard to use because spirit gathering formation patterns vary with different formations. In practice, the reversed spirit formation needs to be adapted to the specific formation, and it's very difficult to grasp the finer points. And using the spirit gathering formation pattern to solve can easily lead to uncontrollable spiritual power in the formation, not only destroying the formation but also likely injuring the cultivator's life. You don't even need to consider solving with the formation pivot, at least not if you are below a third-grade formation master. Solving with the formation pivot requires a very deep foundation in formations, and a study of the various noble clans, sects, or different schools' formation structures. Otherwise, when faced with an entirely unfamiliar formation system, there's no way to begin. Therefore, for you just need to think about using formation patterns to solve, which seems complicated but is actually the most basic and simplest method. Oh, Mo Hua nodded repeatedly as she listened. Mo Hua, do you think a formation master should study formations focusing on depth or breadth? Mr. Zhuang suddenly asked. Isn't the best to delve into a wide range and still achieve mastery? Mo Hua answered weakly. A mature cultivator chooses both. Mr. Zhuang laughed. The great Dao is boundless, but one's life is finite. Wishing to explore widely and master everything is wishful thinking. Usually, formation masters will make a choice. Some prefer to specialize in one particular category of formations, seeking depth instead of breadth, while others choose to have broad knowledge, seeking breadth instead of depth. In that case, specializing in one type of formation is surely better, Mo Hua said. And why is that? Mr. Zhuang asked with interest. Formation arts are profound and complex. Greedily chasing breadth will only result in superficial knowledge. But by specializing in one type, and thereby understanding by analogy, one can truly grasp the essence of formations. When faced with profound and obscure formations later, one will not be at a loss where to start. Mr. Zhuang nodded, that's correct, hence why the noble clan's transmission of formations values specialization and shuns miscellany. Mo Hua understood some of this but still didn't quite see how it related to himself. In fact, not only noble clans but all orthodox transmission of formations value specialization and do not seek breadth. First, master one category of formations thoroughly, then begin studying other formations. After saying this, Mr. Zhuang paused, looked at Mo Hua again, and spoke, but you are different. You now need to learn broadly and cannot specialize in one category. Mo Hua paused thoughtfully and mused, is it because of the cultivation technique? Mr. Zhuang looked at him with approval, correct, you have learned Tianyangju, and when you break through to the next realm, you need to solve mystery formations. By solving mystery formations, the cultivation technique can be cultivated, your cultivation can grow, and your realm can be elevated. If you can't solve the mystery formation and lose your foundation, everything about a cultivator is just empty talk. And to solve mystery formations, you need to learn enough formation patterns and master enough formations. Many mystery formations are not actually difficult, it all depends on whether you know the corresponding formation patterns and formations. If you know them, solving the formation is a piece of cake. But if you don't, even if you have a high talent for formations and are highly skilled in them, it will be of no help. As the saying goes, a skillful cook cannot cook without rice. For a mystery formation you have never encountered before, even the most profound formation master can't proceed. Mo Hua had an epiphany, then scratched his head and asked, so, Mr. Zhuang, what exactly should I do? Mr. Zhuang handed him a book. The pages of the book bore 4 simple and ancient characters. 1000 Formation Collection. Mo Hua flipped through it and found that it densely recorded various peculiar formations. These formations were all below first grade, with most formation patterns within 9 strokes, including a few with 9-stroke formation patterns. Most of them were 5 elements related formations, as well as some with odd uses that Mo Hua had never seen before. Mo Hua opened his mouth wide, This is a collection of formations below the first grade. It contains records of the formation names, grades, uses, and other matters. Browse it yourself, and if there's something you want to learn, go to the first floor of the library to find the corresponding formation diagrams. I have taught you the basics of formation. You can learn on your own now, and come to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Just remember one thing, you must return the formation diagrams you have viewed, do not lose them. Remember this well. Mr. Zhuang instructed. The student will remember, Mo Hua nodded earnestly. Off you go, Mr. Zhuang waved his hand. Mo Hua bowed seriously to Mr. Zhuang and carefully tucked the 1000 formation collection into his chest, ready to leave when Mr. Zhuang called him back. Mo Hua, Mr. Zhuang hesitated for a moment before saying. Originally, I should have chosen a more reliable cultivation technique for you, so that the breakthrough wouldn't require so much trouble. That was my oversight. Old Kui, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Zhuang with slight surprise. Mo Hua showed a startled expression, then smiled sheepishly at Mr. Zhuang. The student comes from a modest background, and I don't have many spirit stones. This cultivation technique doesn't require spiritual objects for breakthroughs, and it uses few spirit stones, which couldn't be more suitable for the student. At least in the student's eyes, the cultivation technique Mr. Zhuang has chosen is already the best in the world. Is that so? Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua's youthful and handsome face, at his clear and sincere eyes, and couldn't help but smile, his demeanor becoming as carefree as before, though his voice grew even more gentle. Go study formations. Mo Hua bowed obediently, then trotted away with his small legs. Chapter 67 Compilation. Ever since he obtained the 1000 formation collection, Mo Hua had been burying himself in the volumes non-stop, noting down points of interest one by one whenever he encountered a formation he was interested in. He would go to Mr. Zhuang's library to look for relevant books and then jot down any questions he had. It was quite difficult for a loose cultivator to obtain even a single formation diagram, when copying formations for Manager Mo, besides the basic ones like the bright fire formation diagrams, the more complex diagrams all required an extra fee in spirit stones. But now, with nearly 1000 formation diagrams in his possession, if Mo Hua were to master all these formations, becoming a first-rate formation master would be no question at all. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Mo Hua learned formations day and night like a little mouse who had fallen into a rice bin, wishing he could stuff all of the rice into his belly. During the day, he would study formation books, practice drawing formation, and consult with Mr. Zhuang about his questions. At night, he would continue to practice on the fragmented steles in his sea of consciousness. Having learned Tianyangju, according to Mr. Zhuang, studying formations was about breadth rather than depth, so Mo Hua didn't aim for deep comprehension. As long as he could draw the formations, that was good enough. There were some formations that he had just learned to draw and had even forgotten their names right after. For several months, Mo Hua's divine sense was always cycling between being fully charged and utterly depleted before recovering and then depleting again. Mo Hua's cultivation hadn't progressed an inch, but his divine sense had become much more profound. His theoretical knowledge of formations hadn't increased, but his learning and engraving of formations had become more effortless. Patterns that had seemed abstruse and complex before now felt natural and familiar. What are you looking at? One day, as Mo Hua was reading, Bai Zishan popped his head over and asked. Mo Hua had been engrossed in studying formations for the past few days and hadn't paid much attention to Bai Zishan. Aunt Shui seemed to think Bai Zishan was somewhat distracted, and her demands on him had become stricter, with a full schedule of cultivation activities including formations, alchemy, and artifact refining. Although Mr. Zhuang was considered the teacher of the Bai siblings, he always had a hands-off approach with them. It seemed that the siblings' objective wasn't so much to seek guidance in cultivation from Mr. Zhuang. To avoid irritating him, they only paid their regular respects and accepted teachings, seldom bothering him otherwise. Therefore, the Bai siblings' cultivation was still arranged by Aunt Shui, using the Bai family's orthodox method of training direct disciples. This wasn't too bad within the clan, as Bai Zishan didn't care to interact with his clan members, so when he studied and cultivated behind closed doors, he was able to calm his mind. However, when he was outside and encountered new and interesting things, along with having Mo Hua to talk to, he began to find such cultivation somewhat dry. Mo Hua, eyes focused intently on his book, simply flipped the book's cover up to let Bai Zishan see it. Bai Zishan tilted his head and read aloud word by word, 1000. Formation. Collection. What's so interesting about this? Mo Hua asked, do you have one too? Bai Zishan shook his head, the book pavilion of the Bai family has it. It compiles formations collected within the clan into volumes for clan disciples to study and refer to. Not only does it broaden one's horizon in formations, but it also facilitates the search for a particular type of formation when needed to learn. Disciples who study formations all have a copy of this collection, it's not a rare item. A copy for every disciple of the noble clans, not rare. Mo Hua, who came from a background of loose cultivators, decided not to bother with someone who was out of touch with reality, and just noncommittally in response. Seeing that Mo Hua didn't respond, Bai Zishan scratched his head and added, why not, lend it to me to have a look. Didn't you say your clan has it? Why do you need to look at it again? Different clans and sects have their own unique heritages, and the formations recorded in the collections vary accordingly. I want to see what kinds of formations Mr. Zhuang has included here. Emohua hesitated a bit. Just a glance. Bai Zishan coaxed. All right then. Emohua closed the thick 1000 formation collection and passed it to Bai Zishan. Having received the book, Bai Zishan flipped through it roughly, and then his mouth fell open. There really are more than 1000 formations. Emohua rolled his eyes. Doesn't it say 1000 formation collection on the cover? You don't understand. Those who compile these collections often like to show off and embellish. If they collect 10 formations, they call it 100 formation diagrams, and if 1000, they name it 10,000 formation diagrams. Some people also like to give grandiose names to their cultivation techniques with words like heaven, earth, creation, and divine. They sound formidable, but in reality, it might just be a low-grade cultivation technique. Do cultivators in the Tao cultivation world also like to do this sort of thing? Until you become immortal, you're still human, and humans like to brag. Oh. Emohua thought about his own cultivation technique Tianyanju, which also carried the word heaven, and wasn't very high-grade either. Was it also just for show? But this was an ancient technique, probably created by an ancient cultivator. The people of ancient times should have been more honest, right? Emohua sincerely hoped so. Bai Zishan continued flipping through the collection, growing more and more astonished, and hastily waved Bai Zixi over, saying, Zixi, Zixi, come quick and look, there are so many formations I've never seen before. Hearing this, Bai Zixi, who had been cultivating quietly, also peered over with her little head. Emohua asked doubtfully, the Bai family should be a big clan, right? Does Mr. Zhuang's compilation have more formations than what's in your family? Bai Zishan, not willing to admit defeat, corrected, it's just the formations below first rank. It's hard to say for higher ranked formations. Although the Bai family has a legacy of formations, it doesn't specialize in them. So it's normal that Mr. Zhuang's collection has more, Bai Zixi said calmly. Humph. Bai Zishan snorted, but he didn't dare lose his temper at Bai Zixi, and since he couldn't refute her, he could only sulk. Bai Zixi continued to peruse the collection, her eyes growing brighter and brighter, looking as if she couldn't put it down. After a while, she raised her head, her clear, autumn water-like bright eyes gazing at Emohua. Although she didn't say anything, Emohua understood the message in her eyes at a glance. Emohua was conflicted for a moment, then sighed, I can only lend it to you for an afternoon. Since we're all from the same sect, Mr. Zhuang probably wouldn't blame me if he knew. A faint smile appeared on Bai Zixi's immaculate face, like a hibiscus flower touched by the dawn's rosy light, clear and bright. Bai Zixi took out a coverless booklet from her storage bag and passed it to Emohua. This is the Bai family's collection of formations below first rank. Take a look, and if there's anything you want to learn, I can teach you. Emohua's eyes lit up, and he happily took the booklet and flipped through it. Although the formations recorded in the booklet weren't as numerous as those given by Mr. Zhuang, some more basic formations were much more detailed and easier to understand, obviously meant for entry-level disciples. Many sections also included handwritten notes, in elegant and beautiful handwriting that seemed to be Bai Zixi's. Wouldn't this be against the clan rules? Emohua was a bit concerned. He knew that some clans were very strict about the transmission of their formations. I guess so, Bai Zishan nodded. It won't be. Bai Zixi denied. Why not? Because I'm giving it to you. Bai Zixi stated lightly yet categorically. Although he didn't understand why, Emohua felt that Bai Zixi who said this had a certain inexplicable coolness. In the days that followed, besides studying formations on his own, Emohua occasionally learned from Bai Zixi. He realized that Bai Zixi's foundation in formations was much deeper than his own by countless measures, which served as a reminder to himself that the way of formations was boundless, and he must not become complacent. When learning formations, Bai Zixi sometimes had questions, which Mo Hua would jot down and then go to ask Mr. Zhuang. After getting clear answers, he would share them with Bai Zixi. This led to Mo Hua consulting Mr. Zhuang more frequently. One day, after Mo Hua finished asking Mr. Zhuang and left, Mr. Zhuang furrowed his brows and said, "This isn't good." "What's not good?" Old Kui asked carelessly. "This kid Mo Hua comes to me every day with questions, and I don't get the chance to close my eyes and understand the Tao." "You mean sleep," Old Kui bluntly revealed. Mr. Zhuang acted as though he hadn't heard and pondered, what to do about this. "Just don't answer, right?" Remembering Mo Hua's clear, inquisitive eyes sometimes filled with admiration, Mr. Zhuang shook his head, saying, "How could I do that? When a disciple has a question, it would not befit a good teacher to know and not answer. Since when did you start caring about such things?" "Starting just now." Old Kui couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, holding a piece of wood, carving something unknown. The carving knife moved across the wood, and the shavings fell silently. Mr. Zhuang lay leisurely in the mountain chair, eyes gazing skyward toward the overhead wooden beams of the pavilion, lost in thought for a long moment before snapping back to reality. "I need to find an excuse to sleep in," Mr. Zhuang thought to himself. Chapter 68 Application. One morning, Mr. Zhuang called Mo Hua over and, with a profoundly inscrutable expression, asked, "Mo Hua, what kind of formation master do you want to become?" Mo Hua thought that becoming a first-rate formation master would be great. Being able to receive an allowance every month and be self-sufficient, his parents would definitely be happy as well. But Mr. Zhuang probably didn't mean that. "Gentlemen, are there differences among formation masters?" Mo Hua humbly inquired. "There are myriad formations, and naturally, the formation masters who study them are also diverse, each with their own strengths." "Oh," Mo Hua was a bit puzzled. Mr. Zhuang continued, "Some formation masters travel across the 9-state, seeking lost forbidden formations, some visit various sects to discuss and exchange formation knowledge, some immerse themselves in solitary dedication, focusing solely on their studies, unconcerned with worldly affairs, and there are those who are more pragmatic, aiming to transform industries with formations." Mo Hua felt somewhat troubled. Traveling the 9-state seeking lost forbidden formations sounded alluring even though he didn't yet know what a forbidden formation was. Visiting sects to exchange formation insights also seemed appealing, focusing solely on formation study, peaceful and quiet, and transforming industries with formations was certainly meaningful. Seeing Mo Hua's handsome brows slightly furrowed, Mr. Zhuang smiled faintly, and with a change of tone, continued. "Yet, in truth, whichever path you choose doesn't really matter. The rules of this world are strict, but one could also say there are no taboos. No one dictates what kind of person you are, nor does anyone demand you become a specific type of formation master. As a formation master, it doesn't matter which path you choose. What's most important is your obsession with formations, your understanding of the heavenly Tao, and you must always remember the 4 words, look, learn, think, apply. Look, learn, think, apply. Looking is for broadening your horizons, learning is for improving your skills, thinking is to avoid rote memorization without understanding, and applying is to transform your knowledge into practical use. The understanding of formations starts with looking and ends with applying." Mo Hua nodded as if he understood, feeling like he grasped something, but not completely. "You have done well with looking, learning, and thinking, however, that alone is not enough, you must also learn to apply. Learning formations without applying them is like stashing treasure in a mountain and letting it gather dust, holding talent within and not revealing it, you will ultimately struggle to achieve greatness. It's only through using knowledge that you refine your learning, which is the mark of the truly proficient." "Then, gentlemen," Mo Hua earnestly asked, "how should I best apply formations?" Formation is what cultivators comprehend from their perception of the world. In other words, everything in the world contains elements of formation, and they all include ways to employ formations. With the right mindset, even a thread or a meal, everything is deeply related to formations. Mo Hua suddenly realized that the previous use of formations to refine artifact furnaces or build stoves were, in fact, applications of formations. Disciple understands, Mo Hua said joyfully, formations are the cultivator's perception of the heavenly Tao, and it can naturally be applied to all trades in the cultivation world. Between heaven and earth, every blade of grass and tree contains the way of formations. With the right mindset, everything can be used to study and apply formations. Gentlemen, is that what you mean? Correct. Mr. Zhuang said with gratification. Moreover, there's one more essential point. Putting learning into practice and achieving mastery can solve the problem of learning various formations without depth to solve mystery formations. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled. Mr. Zhuang elaborated, merely drawing formations on paper can lead to being all talk and no action. Every element of the world is different, and formation media vary greatly. When you actually draw and apply formations, your understanding of them will deepen, your insight will grow clearer, and your ability to solve formations will strengthen. Mo Hua felt this made sense, but he was a bit troubled. Disciple might not have that much time. After all, drawing formations on actual spiritual artifacts or stone is much more troublesome than on paper, and considering the adjustments required for the application of formations, it would take up more time, and he wouldn't be able to attend Mr. Zhuang's lessons punctually as he does now. No matter, Mr. Zhuang, having laid the groundwork for so long, finally revealed the thought hidden in his heart. I can give you a break. Mo Hua sensed something was amiss, looking at Mr. Zhuang with a hint of suspicion. Mr. Zhuang looked up at the sky, explaining in an unruffled manner. Ordinary disciples only study one type of formation, without the need to consider the application of formations so early. But because of your cultivation technique, you need to learn a vast array of formations. The more diverse the formations are, the more difficult it is to find a systematic approach to learning them. Only by learning for the sake of application can you interlink all types of knowledge and bring different formations to the same end. Mr. Zhuang saw that Mo Hua's expression changed from doubtful to thoughtful and then, after a sudden realization, took the opportunity to say. Therefore, you don't need to consult with me every day. It's better if you come every few days. If there's anything unclear, I will guide you. With all doubts dispelled, Mo Hua gratefully said. All right, gentlemen. After Mo Hua left, Mr. Zhuang lay back in his chair, leisurely fanning himself with a contented expression. Old Kui revealed himself, glanced at him, and snorted coldly, misleading the young. Mr. Zhuang said, at best, it's a bit of premature encouragement but not misleading the young. Considering the application of what one learns when the foundation isn't even solid, I've never seen anyone teach formations like this. Isn't this misleading the young? Old Kui's tone was flat yet carried a mocking edge. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was profound. What makes a foundation solid? Compared to his peers in Tongxian City, his foundation is already very solid. Compared to the disciples from noble clans, especially those two children from the Bai family, even if he studied for another 10 or 8 years, his foundation wouldn't be considered solid. If he can never catch up with others on this path, then it's better to try a different path. I thought at least you had some confidence. Turns out you're just trying as well, Old Kui remarked. The heavenly Tao is constant yet elusive. How can those who adhere strictly to rules gain a glimpse of the great Tao? Old Kui's expression faltered, apparently deeply moved, and then he actually nodded, you're right. Mr. Zhuang, feeling a bit uneasy, said, I'm just rambling, not strictly adhering to rules doesn't always lead to a good end either. You're of such an age already, don't be rash and change your ways, altering your Taoist heart. I understand, replied Old Kui. Mr. Zhuang glanced at him then lay back down, muttering, "Do you really understand?" Old Kui then asked, "How long do you plan to teach?" Mr. Zhuang's demeanor became slightly more serious. "One must see things through from start to finish. I'll wait until he becomes a first-grade formation master." "And what about those two children from the Bai family? They both have excellent talents. Don't you think it's a pity?" Mr. Zhuang waved his fan. "What's that got to do with me?" Old Kui's voice sounded wooden. "Your junior sister may not give up so easily." Mr. Zhuang, looking towards the drifting clouds in the distance, said, "She wants me to remember our past connection, but she is no longer that little junior sister, nor am I her once-spirited second senior brother. She knows this too but can't accept it in her heart, otherwise, she would have come to find me by now. And my senior brother, too, has gone to great lengths to find me." Old Kui fell silent, and after a moment, suddenly said, "Come back to the sect with me, otherwise, I can't protect you for long." Mr. Zhuang lay in the bamboo chair, gazing at the mountains in the distance, serenely said, "Time cycles, with sunrise there is sunset, seasons change, trees flourish and trees wither, life has its regular patterns, there is birth, and naturally, there is death. Birth and death are but normal occurrences in the world, what's there to worry about? Being able to eat meat, drink wine, and enjoy the scenery, if I can live a few more tranquil days, I would have no more desires." Knowing he couldn't persuade him, Old Kui stopped speaking and gradually faded into the shadows. Chapter 69 Six Paths. Chen's Refinery Shop. Master Chen, along with a group of apprentices, swung hammers heatedly, pounding the just forged blanks before placing them into the artifact furnace for quenching. After heating them until they glowed red hot, they continued to take them out for further hammering. Master Chen, who always insisted that his apprentices should concentrate when refining artifacts, was somewhat distracted now because little Emohua was watching them intently from the side. Early in the morning, Emohua had sauntered in, saying he wanted to observe the process of artifact refining. Master Chen found it hard to refuse because he had previously owed Emohua a favor and had done quite a substantial business deal with him, so he had agreed. Emohua had been eyeing them for a long time, mostly focusing on the artifact furnace, with an eagerness in his eyes as if he wanted to dismantle the furnace and see what was inside. What's in an artifact furnace? Of course, there were formations. Master Chen couldn't figure out what Emohua was scheming inside his little head and felt somewhat uneasy. During the break, he finally couldn't help asking, "Ahem, Emohua, is there something you need?" Emohua whispered, "Master Chen, don't you think that the fire in this artifact furnace is a bit small?" Master Chen glanced at the artifact furnace. It is indeed a little smaller than before. Do you know why? It might be because of the formation. Ah, as expected of Master Chen, such a keen insight. Emohua praised without any real compliment, then whispered again, "Don't you want the fire to be larger?" Larger? Yes, larger. Master Chen's eyebrows twitched. "You're not thinking of dismantling my furnace and drawing the formation all over again, are you?" Emohua gave a thumbs up, as expected of Master Chen, right on the mark. Master Chen shook his head like a rattle drum. No good, no good, this is the tool that feeds us, it can't just be dismantled whenever, and if it's dismantled and not drawn properly, all my apprentices will be left cold and hungry. After saying this, he was afraid of hurting little Emohua's self-esteem, so he added, "I'm not saying that you're not skilled enough in formations, brother. Honestly, I've lived to this age and have never seen a young lad with a talent like yours, but this artifact furnace really shouldn't be dismantled so casually. If it gets messed up, I truly won't have the spirit stones to buy another one." Emohua waved his hand, "You can relax, I'm very familiar with this formation, it won't get messed up." Master Chen's face turned stern, and he refused to agree. Emohua then said, think about it, if the artifact furnace had a bigger fire, wouldn't the artifact refining be faster? Then Brother Dazuo and the others would learn quicker, apprentice faster, and earn more spirit stones. To do the job well, one must first sharpen the tools. Master Chen thought about it and felt there was some reason in it, but his expression was still hesitant. Mo Hua played his trump card, I won't charge you spirit stones, I'll help you draw it for free. Master Chen instantly found it hard to refuse. It cost quite a few spirit stones to have another formation master repair the formation of the artifact furnace, let alone drawing a new one from scratch. The risk seemed worth taking. Then about the spiritual ink needed to draw the formation, Master Chen looked at Mo Hua. Mo Hua also looked silently back at Master Chen, the implication clear. I'm helping you draw the formation for free, and you want me to provide my own spiritual ink? Master Chen gave an embarrassed chuckle, bit the bullet, and called out, Dazu, go find old Sun and have him bring a few bottles of top-quality spiritual ink, Fire Series, and don't water it down. Dazu scratched his head and said, Master, what about the spirit stones? Put it on the tab. Dazu seemed troubled. Old Sun is really stingy. Just tell him the artifact furnace is broken, and if he doesn't provide the spiritual ink, we won't be able to fix the furnace, and the batch of spiritual artifacts he wants will have to wait until next year. Ah! Dazu agreed with a sound and ran off in a flash. Master Chen was decisive in his actions. With a grand gesture, he commanded his disciples, stop refining, dismantle the furnace. The disciples looked at each other, but as Master Chen was known for sticking to his word, they did not dare to delay. Several disciples extinguished the furnace fire, poured some cold water to cool it down, and after the residual heat had dissipated and the furnace had cooled, they dismantled the refining furnace, removing the inner furnace to reveal the formation engraved inside. The formation was a melting fire formation, which contained 5 formation patterns, still the handiwork of Mo Hua from before. It looked somewhat familiar at this moment. Mo Hua took out the spiritual dissipation liquid, instructing Master Chen's apprentices to wipe the refining furnace with it, which would erase the previously drawn formation. The power of the melting fire formation was small for 2 reasons. First, this type of formation only included 5 formation patterns and thus had limited power. Second, Mo Hua had copied the formation diagram hastily using inferior quality spiritual ink, which conducted spiritual power poorly. Spiritual dissipation liquid could remove spiritual ink and was a formula Mo Hua learned from Bai Zixi. In the world of Tao Cultivation, when drawing formations, either brand new or repairs of old ones were required, and opportunities to erase and redraw them were rare, so the liquid wasn't frequently used. It was available for sale in Tongxian City, but it was expensive. Mo Hua was reluctant to buy it and instead asked Bai Zixi for the formula for the spiritual liquid. The Bai family was a noble clan with profound familial knowledge. There were dozens of different formulas for the spiritual dissipation liquid, ranging from 1st grade to 5th grade. Bai Zixi chose a formula for Mo Hua that was suitable for 1st grade formations and below, and it had cheap ingredients, some of which could even be found in the mountains. Mo Hua was grateful and rewarded him with hawthorn cakes made by his mother. The formation inside the refining furnace began to fade away as it was wiped with the spiritual dissipation liquid. It was the first time Master Chen had seen something that could so cleanly erase a formation. He felt that Mo Hua, being a student of formation, was very professional, which somewhat relieved him. Soon after, Dazu returned, holding several bottles of spiritual ink. It's not diluted, is it? Master Chen asked. Rest assured, Master, I kept watch, I didn't give him the chance to add water. Old Sun looked so pained, as if what I was asking for wasn't ink but his blood. Dazu chuckled. His blood might not actually be more expensive than this spiritual ink. Master Chen handed the spiritual ink to Mo Hua, looking somewhat unwilling to part with it. Little brother, do you think this spiritual ink is suitable? Mo Hua held it in his hand and gave it a shake. The spiritual ink flowed smoothly and had the right consistency. Upon opening the bottle, a faint scent of pine wafted out and the fishy smell of monster blood was very faint, while the ink gleamed with a lustrous red. This was the first time Emohua had seen such good quality spiritual ink. When drawing formations himself, to save money, he usually made do with whatever was available. Now, looking at the sparkling ink in the bottle, he couldn't help but think that you get what you pay for. Of course, not to lose face as a named disciple of Mr. Zhuang, Emohua still acted as if he were accustomed to such quality, saying with a casual and composed tone, "It's fine, usable." Master Chen was astounded, thinking, is this the level of discernment for those studying formations nowadays, where even such high-quality spiritual ink is just fine? Emohua spread the formation diagram on the ground, and a group of apprentices gathered around to watch. Master Chen didn't understand much, but he still joined in curiously to take a peek. As he watched, he realized something was amiss. Although he didn't understand formations, he could still count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 formation patterns. He remembered that the furnace's melting fire formation had 5 formation patterns, so why was there now an extra one? Chapter 70, Trial Run. Master Chen pondered before asking. Emo, young brother, is there something not quite right with this formation? What part do you find incorrect? I don't really understand, but this formation pattern, it seems there is one extra. Emohua's eyes brightened. You've noticed? Well, Master Chen inquired, then this formation, is it still the melting fire formation? Of course. Emohua explained, this is the melting fire formation with 6 formation patterns. I just learned it from the gentleman. It is indeed the melting fire formation, but because there's an additional formation pattern, its effect is significantly stronger. Have you ever drawn it before? Rest assured, I have drawn it many times on paper. Emohua confidently declared. But have you ever drawn it on an artifact furnace before? This question Master Chen did not voice out loud, but without thinking, he knew this youngster certainly hadn't actually drawn on an artifact furnace before. Master Chen's heart chilled. It's over, my artifact furnace has been used by this little child for practice. But the deed was done, there was no turning back now. Master Chen looked at the dismantled artifact furnace, glanced at the erased formation, and steeled himself, then go ahead and draw it, I believe in you, old man that I am. Emohua, not detecting Master Chen's insincerity, felt even more encouraged and began to draw with a sweep of the formation pen. Master Chen watched anxiously on the side, sweating nervously every time Emohua paused in his drawing or frowned in thought. This furnace was his entire possession, if anything went amiss, he truly would have to face the biting north wind. The ordeal lasted nearly 4 hours until Emohua had completed the entire formation, and only then did Master Chen heave a sigh of relief. But before he could catch his breath, he heard Emohua say, "Done." Master Chen's heart leapt into his throat. The formation, is it drawn wrongly? Master Chen's voice trembled a bit. The formation, is actually correct, but the formation patterns cannot become effective, the spiritual power cannot be conducted. Emohua rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. Then, what should we do? Don't worry, Uncle Chen, let me think. Oh, okay. Master Chen hurriedly nodded his head, pacing anxiously in circles, yet not daring to interrupt Emohua's train of thought. The formation matches the one on the formation diagram completely, the formation pivot is correct, the formation patterns are correct, the formation eye is a spirit gathering array. When the spirit gathering array begins to absorb spiritual power, it should be able to light up the entire formation. Emohua muttered to himself. Normally, after drawing a formation on an artifact, one needs to inject some spiritual power into it to light up the patterns and verify whether the formation can be effective. Emohua placed his hand on the spirit gathering array, faint spiritual power flowing from his palm into the array. The spirit gathering array glowed faintly, the spiritual power gradually seeping into each pattern, but the entire formation showed no response. After waiting a moment, Master Chen couldn't help but interrupt, "How about, let me give it a try?" Mo Hua thought, if I can't light up my own drawn formation, how could someone else make a difference? However, seeing Master Chen's anxious expression, he agreed to his request. Master Chen placed his palm on the spirit gathering array, circulated his spiritual power, and then the entire formation lit up. Mo Hua's mouth fell open, and he looked at Master Chen, baffled. "Strange, why can't I light it up, but you can? Is there a possibility," Master Chen gently suggested, "that your spiritual power is too weak?" "Mo Hua, you're only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, aren't you? If it weren't for an unexpected reason, I would already be at the 4th level of Qi refinement," Mo Hua explained. If it weren't for mastering Tianyangju, he indeed should have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement by now. Master Chen comforted him, it's all right, for your age, being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement is very commendable. My disciples were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement when they were your age." Apprentices nodded in agreement, although it was unclear if they truly believed it or not. Mo Hua didn't feel like explaining further and simply said, "Install the refining furnace, let's see if it works." Right. Almost forgot the real business at hand, let's quickly set it up and check." Master Chen's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly called a group of apprentices to install the refining furnace. Then, he took out 2 spirit stones and embedded them into the back of the furnace. After igniting it, flames leaped out immediately. Master Chen's eyes brightened. He retrieved a knife-shaped spiritual artifact embryo and put it into the fire. In a moment, the embryo was glowing red-hot. Master Chen took it out, struck it with a hammer a few times, and beamed with a smile he couldn't close. "Great! This fire is excellent. The intensity of the fire from this furnace is almost on par with the large-sized refining furnaces." Mo Hua also let out a sigh of relief. Although he was confident, he still feared something unexpected happening. If he really damaged Master Chen's refining furnace, that wouldn't be good. "Then, Master Chen, I'll head back now. As for the spirit stones for the formation painting," Mo Hua waved his hand, "we agreed I'd do it for free, don't worry about the spirit stones." Master Chen still felt uncomfortable, so he gave Mo Hua all the leftover spiritual ink from the melting fire formation drawing, along with several formation pens, firmly pushing them into Mo Hua's hands. The formation pens were brand new, likely made upon someone else's request for Master Chen's help, and were better than what Mo Hua used. Needless to say, the spiritual ink was even more impressive. Mo Hua, who was longing for high-quality ink, didn't hesitate to accept them. Mo Hua politely refused a few times symbolically, then gladly accepted them. Master Chen added, "If you ever need to refine any spiritual artifacts, just come to me. As long as they aren't particularly large items, I won't charge you spirit stones." This promise was quite valuable. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Mo Hua happily headed home, thinking about which spiritual artifacts he might need in the future so he could ask Master Chen for help in refining them. After Mo Hua had walked a distance, Dazhou quietly asked his master, "Master, is it really enough to give him just these things? If we had asked Master Jia to draw the formation, it would have cost a lot of spirit stones." Master Chen replied annoyedly, "I'd like to give more, but where would I find the spirit stones? The settlement for the spiritual artifacts from the Shen family hasn't been completed, we need spirit stones for fueling the refining furnace, buying refined iron for artifacts also costs spirit stones, and you bunch of kids need spirit stones even for eating. Not enough to go around even if you split a spirit stone into 10 pieces, so I have no choice but to shamelessly take a little advantage of the kid." Dazhou didn't dare speak further, worried about upsetting his master. Master Chen stood up, paced for a moment, and then looking back at the fire, he said with a determined bite of his teeth. Bring me that box of century-old water poria. Let's send it to Hua. I heard his mother isn't well, suffering from internal heat, and this medicine will be just right for her. But wasn't that box of water poria meant for Formation Master Ji? If we give it to Hua, what are we going to do about Master Ji? Forget him. When it's time to give gifts, he's all smiles, but when you ask him to draw formation, he's arrogant, and he doesn't miss a single spirit stone. Hungry for so much, he won't choke. If we stop giving gifts, he won't be happy, and I'm afraid he won't draw formations for us anymore, Dazu voiced his concern. It doesn't matter, we have Hua now, don't we? To keep asking Hua to draw formations without ever giving spirit stones, isn't that a bit improper? Master Chen shot Dazu a glare. Is that the kind of person your master is? We simply don't have spirit stones right now, but we'll of course give some once we have them, won't we? That's good, Dazu nodded, but then hesitantly added. But I heard that Formation Master Jia might reach assessment in a few years, becoming a first-grade Formation Master. If we offend him, won't that cause trouble? Master Chen scoffed disdainfully. Assessment isn't that easy, he's simply bluffing people who don't understand formations, talking nonsense. When it comes down to actually drawing formations, he's not as efficient as that little kid, Hua. By the time Hua reaches assessment, he probably won't have made it yet. Impossible. Hua is only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, assessment would take forever to reach. Nonsense. Just take it if I tell you to, your master knows what he's doing. Dazu weighed it in his mind and decided he preferred giving gifts to Hua rather than Formation Master Ji. I'll go over in a bit. What are you waiting for? Master Chen asked in confusion. Dazu scratched his head. If I go later, I can grab a meal. Aunt Liu's cooking is too delicious to miss. Master Chen. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 71, Apricot Forest Hall. Dazu delivered the water poria to the Mo family's home when Hua was just eating a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup in a diner, like the other diners. Lu Ruhua opened the box, saw the glistening blue water poria, and declined. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Aunt Lu, please just take it, Dazu insisted. Hua helped my master a great deal, Master Chen specifically asked me to deliver this. Lu Ruhua replied with a smile, what big help could Wei'er, a mere child, have possibly provided? When Hua saw Dazu, he ran to the door with his bowl and, glancing at the box in Dazu's hands, asked, what is this? Dazu proudly explained, this is water poria, it can clear heat, detoxify, and calm the mind. A herb collector owed my master for artifact refining, couldn't pay with spirit stones, and used this to settle the debt instead. Aunt Lu, it'll be perfect for your health. Hua's eyes lit up, and he readily accepted it. Thank my teacher Master Chen for me. It's nothing, really. Dazu said, waving his hand. Seeing the situation, Lu Ruhua let it be and invited Dazu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come in and have a bowl of noodles. Dazu feigned indifference, I'm not hungry. But Hua pulled Dazu inside to sit down, eat before you go back. Lu Ruhua served Dazu a full bowl of noodles with beef on top, steam and aroma assaulting the senses. Dazu ate until his head was covered in sweat. Knowing these kids usually did manual labor and rarely had a full meal, Lu Ruhua served up another bowl of noodles. Dazu's face bloomed with a smile. Looking at the box of water poria, Lu Ruhua said to Hua, this water poria is very precious. When you have time, go thank Master Chen, and if you can really help him, do what you can to assist. It's no trouble, mother, Hua assured as he patted his chest and then added after a thought, I can handle any formation up to the 1st rank. Mo Hua knew he still couldn't paint a true formation that contained 9 formation patterns. Don't boast about things you can't achieve, be humble, Lu Ruhua cautioned, patting Mo Hua's head. Little Mo is really impressive, his formation painting is excellent. My teacher even praised him, saying that he could become a first-rank formation master in the future, said Dazu cheerfully. The future is uncertain, and one must never be arrogant, especially in Tao cultivation. Lu Ruhua said outwardly, but hearing her child praised made her very happy inside. She prepared a plate of beef and some rice wine for Dazu to take back to Master Chen, along with some snacks for his fellow disciples to indulge their cravings. Dazu, carrying several boxes of food, happily went on his way. That night, under Mo Hua's supervision, Lu Ruhua made a decoction with the water poria and drank it. Her meridians became significantly cooler, though she was still somewhat reluctant at the expense of spiritual stones. Such fine medicinal material would have remained unused if Mo Hua hadn't insisted. Seeing that his mother had taken the medicine, Mo Hua was at ease and returned to his room to continue studying formations. The quality of spiritual ink affects the effectiveness of a formation. On formation media of different materials, the adherence of the formation patterns and the transmission of spiritual power also vary. With only the 3rd level of Qi refinement, the spiritual power is too weak. Practical application does indeed improve memory and comprehension of formations. The melting fire formation, containing 6 formation patterns, felt unfamiliar before, but now it seems etched in my mind, and each stroke surfaces instinctively. Practice makes perfect, just as Mr. Zhuang had rightly said. Drawing formations on various formation media and getting them to work can uncover many problems, significantly aiding the understanding of formations. But chances to apply this knowledge are hard to come by. No one is likely to ask a 3rd level Qi refinement cultivator to draw formations, and the low-end formations used in everyday life by loose cultivators usually contain only 2 to 3 patterns, with those having more than 4 being rare. What to do now? One needs formations that encompass at least 5 formation patterns and preferable formation media made of fine steel, and must also be an acquaintance, otherwise, others wouldn't agree to let Mo Hua draw formations. Any errors in the formations would be difficult to explain. After much consideration, only Master Chen and his furnace seemed the most suitable option. However, having just dismantled the furnace, it didn't seem right to dismantle it again and redraw it. Were there any other furnaces? Mo Hua stealthily glanced at the stove in his own house, feeling that the fire in the stove was perhaps a bit too weak. The next day, Mo Hua tentatively shared his thoughts with his mother, who decisively rejected them. This stove isn't just for business, it's also for cooking meals for you and your father. Furthermore, the heat is sufficient. Unless it breaks, don't even think about tampering with it. Lu Ruhua was Mo Hua's mother, who had watched him grow up from a young age, and she saw through his little scheme at a glance. Mo Hua had no choice but to give up. A few days later, Lu Ruhua went to Apricot Forest Hall to invite old Mr. Feng for a follow-up consultation. Mo Hua followed her there. Old Mr. Feng took her pulse with thread diagnosis and nodded his head. Not bad, the heart and lungs have been nurtured well, and the spiritual power can occasionally be used to let the meridians adapt, but it cannot be activated for long periods, otherwise, it will still cause harm to the body. As for the residual fire toxin, it has been mostly cleansed away. I will prescribe a few medicinal ingredients. Go and collect them. Later, I'll refine them into pills for you to take back and consume. Old Mr. Feng picked up his brush and wrote down a few medicinal ingredient names on the paper. Lu Ruhua took the list to gather the herbs and instructed Mo Hua not to run around, but to stay and chat with old Mr. Feng. After Lu Ruhua left, old Mr. Feng took a sip of tea and looked up to find Mo Hua staring at the alchemy furnace in the room. Where, what are you looking at that alchemy furnace for? Mo Hua asked. Grandpa Feng, do you think this alchemy furnace can break? As long as it's a spiritual artifact, it's possible for it to break, old Mr. Feng stroked his beard and said. Has it broken before? Old Mr. Feng nodded his head. Indeed, it has broken a few times. The next time it breaks, may I try to repair it? Mo Hua said in a soft voice. Old Mr. Feng looked slightly astonished. Have you learned artifact refining? No, Mo Hua waved his small hand. It's not the outside of the furnace that I can't help with, I mean the formation inside. If it breaks, may I repair it? Old Mr. Feng looked at Mo Hua with a smile and said, all right, if the formation inside the alchemy furnace breaks, I'll let you repair it. Mo Hua smiled with his eyes narrowed. Then it's a deal. Old Mr. Feng laughed. It's a deal. Lu Ruhua came out with several packages of herbs and saw that Mo Hua and old Mr. Feng were chatting happily. She couldn't help but smile and said gently, what are you talking about? Just made a little deal with Grandpa Feng, Mo Hua said with a beaming smile. Are you thinking of making some spiritual stones off your Grandpa Feng? Just talking about friendship, not discussing spiritual stones, Mo Hua said. Lu Ruhua shook her head with a smile and handed the package of herbs to old Mr. Feng. Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Feng. Old Mr. Feng received them with a smile and then stood up to move to the alchemy room. He placed the medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace, and as he was about to start the fire, he suddenly stopped, his expression complex as he looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Grandpa Feng, what's wrong? Mo Hua couldn't help but ask. Old Mr. Feng wiped the edge of the furnace with his hand, checked the spirit stones, and then said with some helplessness, the alchemy furnace is broken. Mo Hua was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice. It didn't break just because I talked about it, did it? Chapter 72 Alchemy Furnace. Old Mr. Feng shook his head. It must be quite old. The last time the formation was repaired, it seems to have been either 10 or 20 years ago. Using it for so long without any issues, that's pretty good. Then this pill furnace. Old Mr. Feng twisted the crane carving on the exterior wall of the pill furnace, and the inner and outer layers of the pill furnace began to rotate independently of each other, eventually coming apart, revealing the formation inside the inner wall of the pill furnace. I certainly won't go back on my word, but I have to test you first. Old Mr. Feng pointed to the formation inside the inner wall of the pill furnace and said, first, recognize what these formations are. After Mo Hua approached and looked it over carefully, he thought for a moment and said, melting fire formation, wood chi formation, spirit gathering array. Is this a compound formation containing 3 separate formations? Old Mr. Feng was a little astonished. You even learned about compound formations. A single formation composed of formation patterns is called a single formation, and when multiple single formations are connected, they form a compound formation. A compound formation has stronger effects than a single formation and can achieve more complex spiritual power effects, but formation masters without a foundation or inheritance can't learn it, let alone ordinary loose cultivators. Old Mr. Feng knew that Mo Hua was studying formations and also knew that Mo Hua's divine sense was exceptional, with some talent in the field of formations, but he didn't expect that Mo Hua could already identify a compound formation at a glance. Mo Hua said modestly, I can't draw compound formations yet and have only seen them in books. Even ordinary single formations, I haven't mastered. Old Mr. Feng nodded. For your age, it's good enough to know them. This is a compound formation called the Wood Fire Spirit Control Formation, with spiritual power effects of both the Fire and Wood series. The Wood Chi nurtures herbs, while the Fire series refines their essence. Both can be harmonized through the formation to refine the desired pills. This seems much more complicated than an artifact furnace, Mo Hua marveled. Still want to give it a try? Yes, Mo Hua said, I can't draw compound formations, but if it's just repairing the formation, following the original as a guide, there shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ruhua took Mo Hua's hand and said softly, if you're not confident, let it be. Don't cause trouble for old Mr. Feng. Old Mr. Feng smiled, it's fine, let him try casually. Even if it's wrong, it doesn't matter, consider it practice. Whether it's alchemy or drawing formations, if you are afraid of making mistakes, you won't gain any profound understanding. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. Mo Hua then stopped being polite, asked old Mr. Feng for the Wood and Fire series spiritual ink, and began to set about repairing the formation. The Wood-Fire Spirit Control formation lost effectiveness because some of the formation patterns had worn away over years of constant alchemy, interrupting the flow of spiritual power. What Mo Hua needed to do was simple, to repair the dim and ineffective patterns so that the spiritual power of the entire formation could circulate smoothly. That would count as successful. Mo Hua's small hands held the formation pen, dipped in the spiritual ink, and began to trace over the formation patterns. Old Mr. Feng inwardly commended him, noting the ease and fluency of his strokes without hesitation, evident of diligent practice. It was clear that Mo Hua had indeed put in a lot of hard work on formations. Among the 3 formations, there were 2 patterns that were damaged and ineffective, but there were also 6 or 7 dim patterns that needed redrawing as well. Mo Hua's divine sense would not support the drawing of so many patterns, and his spiritual power consumption was also quite high, so he rested 2 or 3 times midway before finally completing the repair of the formation. For a cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, to be able to repair a total of 8 or 9 formation patterns, despite a few breaks, presented a divine sense much stronger than what old Mr. Feng had expected. Old Mr. Feng looked at Mo Hua with a bit more seriousness in his eyes. Grandpa Feng, I'm finished. Could you check if the alchemy furnace is fixed? Oh, all right, let me look. Old Mr. Feng came back to his senses, collected his thoughts, and after inspecting the pill furnace, despite having had expectations, he couldn't conceal his surprise and praised sincerely. Not bad, you truly fixed it. You've done me a great favor this time. Mo Hua chuckled sheepishly. Lu Ruhua gently tapped Mo Hua's forehead. Old Mr. Feng praises you, and you don't even know how to be modest. Her tone carried a bit of admonishment, but her expression was very pleased. Old Mr. Feng started his pill furnace to refine pills, and after 2 hours, the pills were ready. He placed them into a blue and white porcelain bottle and handed it to Lu Ruhua. Take them twice a day, 2 at a time. Once you've finished them, come to me for a checkup. Lu Ruhua performed a bow. Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Feng. Mo Hua also expressed her thanks. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. Just before they were about to leave, old Mr. Feng suddenly called out to Mo Hua, pondered for a moment, then entrusted her with these words. Where, if you ever meet a weak cultivator, lend a hand within the scope of your abilities. Mo Hua nodded, but her curiosity got the better of her. Grandpa Feng, why bring this up all of a sudden? Old Mr. Feng looked at Mo Hua and said, I'm old now and have spent my life just to help the loose cultivators of this area refine pills and treat illnesses. But you could help more cultivators in the future. To comprehend the heavenly Tao and benefit all beings is a saying my master taught me. He saved me when I was destitute and passed on the art of alchemy to me, which is the reason for my achievements today. Feng's master lived by this creed, saved old Mr. Feng, and because of such kind thoughts, old Mr. Feng, in turn, saved the weak and frail Mo Hua, born with a susceptibility to illness, and Lu Ruhua, who was inflicted with fire poison. Mo Hua was deeply touched, and nodded solemnly, I'll remember, Grandpa Feng. A hint of contentment appeared in old Mr. Feng's eyes. Then, Mo Hua brought up another question. What if some people aren't worth helping? Not benefiting those who are not worthy of it is also a form of benefiting, old Mr. Feng said with profound meaning. After returning home, Mo Hua continued to immerse herself in studying formations. Meanwhile, Lu Ruhua tidied up the eatery before sitting down in front of the hall to sew clothes. Right at 1 p.m., Mo Shan, who had gone up the mountain to hunt monster beasts, returned home covered in dust. He had a few monster beast hides draped over his shoulder and several storage bags tied around his waist. his clothes bore some cuts and were stained with blood. Seeing his wife, his tired expression softened. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Lu Ruhua helped Mo Shan remove the hides and storage bags and brought out clean clothes for him to change into. "I can't relax until you're home." "Are you hurt this time?" "Just some minor wounds, I've applied medicine, it's nothing serious." "How about Wei?" "She's in her room reading, she's probably asleep by now." Lu Ruhua served the meal, and Mo Shan began to devour it hungrily. The faint candle light flickered quietly, and the house was enveloped in silence. Seeing Lu Ruhua smiling to herself, Mo Shan asked with a smile, "What's making you so happy?" Lu Ruhua replied, "Today old Mr. Feng praised Wei's drawing formations." Lu Ruhua recounted the events of the day, and then added, "I often hear others praising Wei for being talented. It's easy for a smart child to receive compliments, not all of them can be taken seriously. But old Mr. Feng has seen a lot and knows a lot. If he says Mo Hua has a gift, it means Wei might truly be able to become a formation master." Lu Ruhua sighed, "I'm frail," and added to Wei's congenital weakness. "There's a saying, live off the mountain if the mountain is close." Around Tongxian City, there are many monster beasts, and most cultivators can only make a living by becoming monster hunters. But Wei is frail and can't become a monster hunter, unable to eat from that bowl of rice. We can't look after him forever, and I've been worried that if something happens to us and we can't be by his side, what would Wei do if he couldn't fend for himself? Now that he has a chance to become a formation master, he doesn't have to fight and kill monster beasts, which puts my mind at ease." Mo Shan gently held his wife's hand. "Don't worry, Mo Hua is a smart and sensible child. He's bound to achieve something. We will watch him grow up, stand out among the rest, marry and have children. So, you must take care of yourself, we still have many days ahead of us." Lu Ruhua nestled lightly into Mo Shan's embrace. In the house, Mo Hua's eyes opened. Having practiced formations night and day, his divine sense had grown much stronger, so he heard everything his parents said. There was a touch of moisture at the corners of Mo Hua's eyes. He gently wiped them, then let his divine sense sink into his sea of consciousness and continued practicing formations on the Taoist Stele. Chapter 73, Qi Refinement Level 4-1. In the days that followed, Mo Hua continued to practice formation as Mr. Zhuang had said, learning through application. Both Master Chen's artifact furnace and old Mr. Feng's alchemy furnace had been tinkered with by Mo Hua. In the neighborhood, there was nothing left that allowed Mo Hua to fully demonstrate his skills. Mo Hua had no choice but to seek out simpler formations to practice with, such as the twin lock formation on the doors, the earth stone formation on the walls, the bright fire formation on the lamps, and so forth. In the Tao Cultivation world, formations were widely used, from offensive spiritual artifacts to defensive armors, as well as in all aspects of daily life like clothing, food, housing, and transportation, all were marked with formations. However, among the lower-tiered loose cultivators, the use of formations was extremely crude and simple, with some being just a simple pattern or two, not even qualifying as formations. In comparison, Master Chen's artifact furnace and old Mr. Feng's alchemy furnace were already considered high-end items. Especially old Mr. Feng's pill furnace, which even utilized a compound formation that combined 3 formations to harmonize wood and fire spiritual powers. In all of Tongxian City, there were probably not many formation masters who could draw such compound formations. Mo Hua helped several neighbors repair their doors, walls, and lamps. These were mostly miscellaneous tasks that did not showcase any significant mastery of formations, but the local cultivators were very grateful to Mo Hua. They were not rich in spirit stones, so they thanked Mo Hua with some of the fruits and spiritual vegetables they grew themselves. The gifts were modest, but the thoughtfulness behind them was profound. Mo Hua's family was not wealthy, and there were many loose cultivators in Tongxian City even poorer than Mo Hua's family. Most loose cultivators would cut corners wherever possible, continuing to use broken things, and they would never hire a formation master to repair worn-out formations. Sometimes, the spirit stones spent on hiring a formation master to fix a formation might be more expensive than buying a new one. Formation masters were rare, and most of them, after mastering their skills, would only serve noble clans, sects, or certain powerful forces in the cultivation world, both to earn more spirit stones and to further advance in formations. Having mastered arts for government and warfare, one offers his service to the emperor's court. This was a phrase from the memories of Emohua's past life. Once entering the threshold of an upper-class clan or sect, naturally, one would no longer look towards those from a humbler background. This is both a common human sentiment and a reflection of the warmth and coldness in human hearts. Thinking this way, old Mr. Feng, who after becoming a top-tier alchemist, still provided medical alchemy services to poor loose cultivators, deserved even more respect. So Emohua spent roughly a month fixing formations for others. Most of what he fixed were low-tier formations, containing only 2 or 3 patterns, but it was also a review for him, and his memories became much deeper than before. Previously, when drawing formations on paper, the paper served as the formation media, but in practical use, every brick, stone, and piece of wood could serve as the formation media. Although formations drawn on paper could operate, they somewhat carried the sense of being only theoretical. Also, paper formations generally become void after one use and cannot be utilized for the long term. Only by truly drawing formations on all things under heaven and earth, using earth and wood, bricks and stones, various spiritual artifacts, to keep the formations functioning for a long time, can one be said to truly comprehend the heavenly Tao and act in accordance with it. Drawing formations on different media consumes more divine sense and spiritual power, demands higher precision in brushwork, and is more difficult. But with diligent practice, one's understanding of formations becomes more profound. After practicing for a while, when Emohua looked at formations again, he experienced enlightening clarity. Instead of the obscure and abstract designs, the patterns seemed more vivid and lively, like the pathways through which the spiritual power of the world flowed. When Emohua immersed his divine sense into his sea of consciousness again to look at the mystery formation woven from spiritual power, he no longer felt the previous confusion. The flow of spiritual power over the mystery formation, each strand, had become much clearer. One day, Emohua started to unravel the formation according to the rules of spiritual power generation and inhibition Mr. Zhuang had taught him. As the lively small hands of Emohua sketched, one after another, the formation patterns condensed and then dispersed, unraveling like extracted silkworm threads, slowly stretching out and dissolving into the sea of consciousness. Emohua faintly perceived that with each formation pattern unlocked, the connection between divine sense and spiritual power became increasingly tight. When Emohua unraveled the last formation pattern, he realized that the entire mystery formation within the sea of consciousness had dissipated, and the sea of consciousness had returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened except for the Taoist Stele in the midst of the sea of consciousness, which still stood conspicuously in place, unchanged. Is this considered unlocked? Emohua scratched his head, then tried to mobilize his spiritual power, only to discover that the sea of consciousness suddenly began to tremble, like a belly that had not been fed for several days, and suddenly became famished with hunger. Emohua was startled and quickly took out a spirit stone, absorbing the spiritual energy within. It took refining more than a dozen spirit stones before the sea of consciousness gradually calmed down. Upon internal inspection, Emohua found his spiritual power much more abundant, and his divine sense also stronger. I'm at the 4th level of Qi refinement now. Emohua was so thrilled he couldn't fall asleep on his bed. He got up, lit a lamp, spread out paper, ground some ink, and drew a 3 talents formation. The 3 talents formation contains 6 first-grade formation patterns. Before, Emohua was constrained by his divine sense. Although he could also draw it, it was still somewhat difficult. Now that his cultivation had broken through and his divine sense had grown, drawing the 3 talents formation had become much easier. After finishing the drawing, Emohua remembered it was past 1 a.m. and he could have drawn the formations on the Taoist Stele in his sea of consciousness. He had wasted good paper and ink for nothing. A mosquito may be small, but it's still meat. Emohua felt a slight pain in his heart, then sank his divine sense back into the sea of consciousness and unreservedly drew formation patterns on the Taoist Stele. Formations that once seemed strenuous, thanks to the breakthrough in cultivation and the increase in divine sense, became much easier. No wonder others often say that realm is the foundation of a cultivator. Emohua kept drawing formations until dawn and then couldn't wait to share the good news with his parents. Mo Shan had just returned from the mountains after hunting a few wild cattle monsters with his companions and was resting at home for a few days. On hearing the news, the couple was overjoyed and began preparing to host a feast for neighbors and familiar friends nearby. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi refinement is stepping from the early phase into the middle phase of cultivation, a middle category breakthrough, and according to custom, one ought to host a celebration. Dahu and his 2 friends had also hosted celebrations when they reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, the Meng family's financial situation was not good, so the 3 children pooled together and hosted only once. The eatery closed for a day, and Mo Shan had someone carry the whole wild cattle monster they had hunted a few days earlier to home. After skinning and butchering, Lu Ruhua, having seasoned the meat, started to stew it and directly set up a feast in the eatery. Master Chen and Dazu, along with Master Chen's other apprentices, all came to the feast. Dahu and his 2 friends went without saying. Some loose cultivators who were not very well acquainted but had received Emohua's help in the past brought some modest gifts and did not stay to eat. Lu Ruhua prepared some beef as a return gift for them. Although it was a celebration, what was eaten was just slightly better than usual. There was no spiritual meat, as it was too expensive. However, there was abundant wild cattle meat and, coupled with Lu Ruhua's culinary skills, which were highly praised by everyone, the affordable dishes were delicious. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed eating meat and drinking wine. Mr. Zhuang didn't like the noisy atmosphere, and the Bai siblings had a special status, so Emohua didn't invite them. Instead, he prepared some extra delicacies and sent them to Mr. Zhuang the next day. Bai Zixi expressed his thanks, enjoying the crispy pastries and sweet wine to his heart's content. But Bai Zishan felt quite regretful. He too wanted to join in the festivities, drink heartily, and eat his fill of meat. But he also knew it was just a fanciful thought. Despite Aunt Shue's gentle temperament, she was strict with them, and it would be absolutely impossible for her to agree. Emohua initially felt some sympathy for him, but then Bai Zishan asked with a hint of doubt. Is reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement really worth such a celebration? The little bit of sympathy Emohua felt instantly dissipated. For an average loose cultivator, the Qi refinement realm might be the endpoint of their Tao cultivation, so every step forward is not easy. Chapter 74 Heaven Yanju. When Emohua found Mr. Zhuang was leisurely taking a nap. Emohua opened the lunch box, which contained beef prepared in various ways, some fresh vegetables, and fruits that were convenient to accompany the wine. The aroma of the meat and the fragrance of the wine slowly began to drift through the air. Mr. Zhuang opened his eyes, reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, not bad. Emohua smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your teachings, sir." Mr. Zhuang waved his hand and then slowly sat up, took a sip of wine, sampled a piece of meat, and then leisurely lay back down. "How's your study of formation going?" "I've been attempting to draw a formation with 7 formation patterns. I believe my divine sense is sufficient, but the formation still requires more practice." Mr. Zhuang's expression remained unchanged, though his chewing slowed down a bit, and he murmured to himself, "Qi refinement 4th level, 7 formation patterns. Sir, should I continue learning formation in the same way as before?" Emohua hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have any doubts?" Mo Hua shook his head, learning by doing, drawing formations on different formation media while also bringing out the effects of the formations, can indeed deepen the understanding of formations. Then just keep on doing it, said Mr. Zhuang. Becoming a first-class or even higher-class formation master is difficult but also simple. You just need to keep on drawing formations, keep drawing, keep drawing. It's just that very few can really keep it up. Mr. Zhuang's words carried a profound significance. Mo Hua was reassured and was about to take his leave when suddenly Mr. Zhuang asked. Any changes in your heaven Yanju? My spiritual power has grown stronger. With a breakthrough in realm, spiritual power naturally becomes stronger. It has nothing to do with the cultivation technique, said Mr. Zhuang. Then, my divine sense has also grown stronger. With a breakthrough in realm, divine sense likewise becomes stronger. It has nothing to do with the cultivation technique. I feel that my divine sense has a more sensitive control over spiritual power. Halfway through, Mo Hua suddenly became unsure, is this also unrelated to the cultivation technique? For an instant, Mo Hua felt Mr. Zhuang's gaze sharpen, but on looking again, it seemed as if nothing had changed, and the moment of sharpness was just an illusion. Draw a formation for me to see, Mr. Zhuang said in an even tone. Oh, Mo Hua took out paper and spread it out, holding the brush, he asked, Sir, which formation shall I draw? Draw the 3 talents formation. Yes, sir. Mo Hua had drawn the 3 talents formation not long ago and remembered it quite well, so he completed it in one go. Mo Hua was quite satisfied with his work but noticed that Mr. Zhuang's attention didn't seem to be on the formation. Sir, is there something wrong? After pondering for a while, Mr. Zhuang said, You've become faster at drawing formations. With a breakthrough in realm, doesn't the speed of drawing formations increase? Mo Hua questioned. No. Mr. Zhuang stated emphatically. The strength of divine sense determines whether you are qualified to learn formation. Understanding the formation determines if you can draw the formation, and the proficiency of a formation dictates the speed of your drawing. Once one's proficiency reaches a certain level, the only thing that affects the speed of drawing formation is the control of divine sense. Control of divine sense. Correct, Mr. Zhuang said, control of divine sense is extremely important in the cultivation methods of spells, object manipulation, drawing formation. You are still of humble cultivation, not having experienced them yet, but you will understand later on. Mo Hua, full of anticipation, said, So, my cultivation technique is quite impressive. Mr. Zhuang glanced at Mo Hua and hesitated for a moment before saying. The cultivation world is vast and wondrous, with some cultivation techniques yielding effects so miraculous they defy the natural order and are beyond one's wildest dreams. Yours can be considered passable, at least it's better than the average technique. The ever unobtrusive old Kuei, who had been standing in the corner the entire time, silently rolled his eyes at Mr. Zhuang. But Mo Hua was already very happy. To be deemed passable by the well-informed Mr. Zhuang was, for Mo Hua, quite a compliment. Mr. Zhuang continued, that being said, you must understand the principle that one can never be too careful. It's best not to disclose anything related to your cultivation to others. If someone were to discover the unique aspects of your technique, they would certainly try to seize it, regardless of your life or death. MHM. Mo Hua nodded repeatedly. Though he had never encountered stories of killing and robbing for treasures or legacies, he had read about them plenty of times and felt deeply about them. The protruding beam rots first, and the fattened pig gets slaughtered. What would you say if someone asked why your divine sense is so sharp? Mr. Zhuang tested Mo Hua. Maybe I just say I have an extraordinary talent. Mo Hua hesitated. Mr. Zhuang looked pleased, as if he had a teachable pupil. Wouldn't that get you beaten up? Mo Hua was unsure. When you say that, you could make your tone more humble. Even if you get beaten up, it's better than being captured and tortured for information before being killed, right? Mr. Zhuang gently persuaded. Mo Hua felt that made sense. Indeed, Mr. Zhuang was experienced and knowledgeable. After finishing the discussion about the technique, Mo Hua suddenly remembered something. Gentlemen, what exactly is a compound formation? You've seen a compound formation? Yes, in the pill furnace at Apricot Forest Hall, old Mr. Feng used the wood fire spirit control formation, which is a compound formation. Ah, compound formations, they are complex to explain, Mr. Zhuang thought to himself and then gestured to the corner. Only then did Mo Hua realize that old Kui had been standing in the corner all along, seemingly without presence or breath, and hence he had not noticed him. Old Kui retreated behind the bookshelf and after a short while, came back with a thick book, which he handed to Mo Hua. Mo Hua, upon receiving it, saw that the title page bore the words Initial Understanding of Compound Formation. This book contains knowledge about compound formations, including several basic formation diagrams. You can read it to broaden your perspective, but don't invest too much effort, it's still too early for you to study this, Mr. Zhuang advised. Mo Hua was overjoyed. He had been somewhat embarrassed to disturb Mr. Zhuang's rest. Now he could begin by studying the book. Later on, he could ask Bai Zixi or Bai Zishan if he had any questions, and only consult Mr. Zhuang if necessary. This would be much more efficient and would avoid disturbing Mr. Zhuang too much. After all, Mr. Zhuang didn't have many hobbies, apart from eating and sleeping. Thank you, Mr. Zhuang. Mo Hua then remembered old Kui. He looked around and noticed old Kui had disappeared again. After surveying the area, he realized that old Kui was actually right beside him. It seemed that you could only see old Kui when he wanted to be seen, when he didn't, you couldn't see him at all. It might have been an illusion, or perhaps old Kui was just exceptionally good at concealing his presence. Mo Hua handed a storage bag to old Kui. It contained about 7 or 8 boxes of pine nuts, all specially roasted by Mo Hua's mother. Old Kui took the storage bag, a trace of pleasure appearing in his eyes. Although his expression seemed unchanged, Mo Hua felt that his mood could be considered content. Gentlemen, I won't disturb your meditation any longer. Mo Hua bowed and then happily took his leave. Mr. Zhuang sighed, good child, truly worry-free. Then he took another bite of meat, sipped his wine, and lay down leisurely. Chapter 75 The Man in Blue Clothes. After Mo Hua returned home, he cultivated while drawing formation diagrams. According to Mr. Zhuang, since Mo Hua had learned Heaven Yanju, his divine sense manipulation had strengthened, and with the learning of the meditation technique, his divine sense recovery had also become faster. As a result, Mo Hua now could draw formations faster during the day, his divine sense also recovered more quickly, and he could draw even more formation diagrams each day, which naturally made him feel more exhausted. Occasionally, when he felt tired from drawing formations, he would take out the formation books titled Initial Understanding of Compound Formation given by Mr. Zhuang for diversion, to relieve the fatigue. One day, Mo Hua was sprawled on the table in the courtyard of the eatery, poring over formation books, when a man wearing a cyan robe walked in. The man ordered a pot of wine, a plate of beef, and 2 dishes of fruits and vegetables, and then sat down to eat. As it was not yet noon and it wasn't the usual mealtime, there were only a few sparse cultivators eating in the eatery, all living in the vicinity. Some were monster hunters, others merchants, or similar, all dressed in relatively plain clothes. The man in cyan, spotless and unstained, stood out conspicuously among these ordinary folks. Mo Hua gave a glance and noticed that the man was handsome, likely in his 30s, but clearly well-nurtured and looking much younger. He wore a jade pendant, and his clothes were primarily cyan. Although not flashy, the materials seemed rather expensive, and Mo Hua could vaguely see formation patterns on the man's clothes. The fabric used for making Taoist robes were very soft and not suitable as formation media, and the materials that could be used were not cheap. The man in cyan might have also sensed someone observing him, and when he looked up, he saw a plainly dressed but incredibly picturesque young boy with eyes that were clear as day and night, sizing him up. The man offered a slight smile and gestured to Emo Hua. Emo Hua closed his book and approached. The man said warmly, "Little friend, what would you like to eat?" "It's my treat." Emo Hua shook his head, "This is my family's place, I can treat you." The man was slightly taken aback, then glanced at the sign at the doorway and laughed, "Is your name Lu?" Seeing no ill intent from the man, Emo Hua replied, "My surname is Emo, my mother's surname is Lu." The man nodded, then noticing the book in Emo Hua's hands, he asked, "What are you reading? Is there something you don't understand? I can teach you." Emo Hua, suspicious, gave the man who seemed a bit idle a glance and asked, "Do you know about formations?" Of course, formation knowledge touches on all aspects of Tao cultivation. Even if one doesn't follow the path of a formation master, the basics are essential. I do not claim to be very proficient, but I certainly know more than you, little friend, the man said. Emo Hua, feeling his boast was too big to be false, handed over initial understanding of compound formation. The man in cyan received it, and when he saw the words compound formation on the cover, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Emo Hua, still doubtful, looked at him and asked, "Do you really understand it?" "Of course." The cyan-clad man replied calmly, though his fingers trembled slightly as he pinched the book. Internally he couldn't help but grumble. What in the hell, compound formation? Which adult is so idle that they'd let a kid read a book on compound formation? Aren't they afraid of exhausting his divine sense? Of course, he couldn't lose face in front of the child, so he buckled down and flipped open initial understanding of compound formation. This kid is probably just scheming, probably doesn't understand much, I can just bluff my way through a few answers, the man in cyan thought to himself. Then he turned the first couple of pages and asked, "What don't you understand? Go ahead and ask." Unexpectedly, without even a glance, Emo Hua flipped a few pages further and pointed to a certain part, asking, "Gather formation patterns to make a single formation, gather single formations to make a compound formation, why not simply accumulate formation patterns to enhance the effectiveness of the formation instead of using single formations to reconstitute into a compound formation? Wouldn't that be redundant?" The cyan-clad man's heart tightened, and he struggled to recall the words of the formation master from his clan's lessons. Fortunately, he had been fairly attentive at the time, those things hadn't been forgotten. Within the same realm, a cultivator's divine sense is limited. The number of formation patterns a formation of the same rank can contain is also limited. Once the number of formation patterns in a formation exceeds a certain amount, if the cultivator's divine sense is insufficient, it becomes impossible to draw these formations. One could even die from divine sense exhaustion by forcefully drawing formations. To break through the limitation of formation patterns, one must recombine single formations to form a compound formation. This not only enhances the power of the formation but also allows different formations to interact, yielding a greater variety of effects. Oh, I see, Emo Hua couldn't help but nod in understanding. The man in cyan wiped a metaphorical bead of sweat from his forehead. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Emo Hua's pale hands swiftly turned a few more pages and pointed to another section, saying, "The pivot of a single formation is simple, the pivot of a compound formation is complex. Would there be any difference between the pivot of a single formation and compound formation? Formation patterns are arranged according to the pivot to constitute a single formation. Single formations are arranged according to the pivot to constitute a compound formation. The differences between the two kinds of pivots shouldn't be that big, right?" Cough cough, well, that's quite a long story. Monster beasts vary from one another, cultivators differ from each other, naturally formation pivots also differ from each other. You can't assume they're all the same just because they're both pivots. As the man spoke this rather irrelevant nonsense, his sea of consciousness was working overtime, and then he said. The pivot of a single formation is simple, generally only serving to connect the various formation patterns, but the pivot of a compound formation is much more troublesome, not only because it has to connect single formations but sometimes it also needs to mediate the opening and closing of spiritual power, as well as its strength and weakness, to smooth out the conflicts between different types of spiritual powers, and also, to stabilize the entire structure of the compound formation. It took the man scratching his head to finally complete his explanation. Books are only appreciated when needed. How true that is! He has lived so long, yet now he was being forced by a young cultivator to relearn this. Oh, I see. Mo Hua nodded, and then his little hand resumed flipping briskly through the pages. With each page he turned, the man's heartbeat quickened by a beat. He nearly wanted to grab Mo Hua's hand to make him stop flipping. If Mo Hua continued, he might really be unable to answer any more questions. Finally, Mo Hua's hand came to a stop, his fingertip resting on a formation diagram. The man's heart sank. It's over, a formation diagram. He only knew some theoretical stuff, he had never actually drawn one. Besides true cultivators determined to become formation masters, who would bother drawing these things? Ahem, this formation diagram is not something you should be drawing at your age, the man in the blue robe tactfully said. Mo Hua replied, I tried drawing it, but I don't know why, the compound formation always fails to activate. The man's vision darkened. Tried drawing it? What does that mean? What cultivation level are you at? What cultivation stage have you reached? How profound is your divine sense, and how audacious are you, to dare to draw compound formations? Who gave you the courage? Mo Hua took out a piece of paper from his storage bag, on which a formation was painted. It was clearly freshly drawn not long ago, and although it wasn't activated, it had all the necessary formation patterns, not a single one missing. The man in the blue robe was speechless. Once he calmed down a bit, he took a closer look at the formation in Mo Hua's hand and suddenly felt a surge of happiness. Although it's a compound formation, I recognize all the single formations within it, and they're all very simple, consisting only of 2 or 3 patterns, not exceeding my level in formations. The young man settled himself down, coughed, and cleared his throat, speaking with some composure. Formation theory is one thing, actually picking up the brush to draw is not so simple. The problem with this is the pivot. You've used the pivot of a single formation for a compound formation, naturally the formation can't be activated. Mo Hua suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly, feeling that he had underestimated the man in the blue robe, and then, with a stretch of his little hand, he prepared to flip further. The man's just regained composure dissipated like snow under hot soup, instantly crumbling. Please stop flipping. Fortunately, Mo Hua flipped to the next page, saw that he hadn't read it either, and didn't continue. Instead, he closed the book, and with an admiring tone said, Uncle, you really know a lot. The man in the blue robe sighed with relief. Mo Hua pointed with his little hand at the wine jug on the table, saying, I'll treat you to this jug of wine. The man finally let go of his worries and couldn't help but drink a cup to calm his nerves. The moment the wine entered his mouth and reached his heart, the man felt that he had never tasted such a refreshing and sweet wine in his life. Chapter 76 Zhang Lan. As long as I'm not interrogated by Mo Hua, there's nothing to be afraid of. The man in green regained his composure and silently swore to himself that he wouldn't show off when there was no need to do so next time. Especially before showing off to such a seemingly cute and well-behaved little cultivator who held a book in his hands, one should at least make sure to see what book he is holding. Uncle, are you a formation master? Mo Hua couldn't help but ask. No, why bother being a formation master if it's not necessary? The man shook his head. You're not a formation master, yet you know so much. You're really amazing, Mo Hua sincerely praised him. It's all right, these things are simple, they are not a big deal, the man in green said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then can I still ask you questions in the future? Mo Hua asked. No. The man panicked inside and blurted out a refusal, then immediately feeling that it was inappropriate, he explained more earnestly. Uncle is quite busy, too, and I might not always be available. Moreover, the path of Tao cultivation always values the transmission of knowledge, and knowledge should not be imparted lightly. As we are neither relatives nor friends, I'm not at liberty to discuss more about formation knowledge. Besides, I might not be able to answer your questions. The man added silently in his heart. Mo Hua felt a little disappointed, but he could still ask the Bai siblings and Mr. Zhuang, so he didn't mind too much. Mo Hua opened the initial understanding of compound formation and continued to read further. The man in green, fearing that Mo Hua might come across something he didn't understand and ask him about it, made small talk. Where is your father? He went up the mountain for monster hunting. Monster hunting? Are there many cultivators nearby who live off monster hunting? That's right. The land here isn't fertile, and resources are scarce, only monster beasts run rampant, so most cultivators make their living by hunting monsters, Mo Hua explained, then curiously asked, Uncle, what do you do? I work for the Taoist court, the man replied. Mo Hua opened his mouth wide in surprise. It was the Taoist court. The Taoist court unified the 9 state and was the largest force in the cultivation world, somewhat similar to the imperial court in a feudal dynasty, with the most powerful authority. The Taoist court also gathered the most powerful cultivators of the 9 state. The Taoist court was located in Taoist state at the center of 9 state, the hub of the cultivation world. The rest of the state boundaries each had a Taoist court, which managed specific affairs, including the spirit stone tax, earth and wood projects, Tao cultivation industries, and law and order. In other words, it was a secure job, eating the imperial grain. The status of Taoist court cultivators goes without saying, and even for those serving in a local Taoist court, it's a once-in-a-lifetime dream for many cultivators. Mo Hua's astonished look somewhat flattered the man, making him feel he regained some of his dignity. So, are you here drinking to slack off? Mo Hua asked curiously. The man in green corrected him, this is called inspecting the local geography and customs of the cultivators in this state boundary. Oh, Mo Hua's expression was a bit perfunctory, clearly not convinced. Aren't you afraid of the court leader from the Taoist court scolding you? The man chuckled softly, no worries. Even if he says something, I'll act as if I didn't hear it. Mo Hua nodded, I understand. What do you understand? The man wondered. After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua replied, if I'm not mistaken, you must be a family disciple, right? The man raised an eyebrow, and Mo Hua continued, I guess the family isn't small either. Coming to Tongxian City here, you're either exiled for making a mistake, or you're sent to experience life in our small place for a while, before going back. The man in green was taken aback, how can you tell all this? Mo Hua smirked, pointing to the patrons nearby, there are many who come from the north and south here, and with so many customers, all sorts of gossip can be heard when it's bustling. As for the children from big families, there are only a few possibilities for their coming here. The man in green gave Mo Hua a look over, you seem so behaved, yet you're quite shrewd. Mo Hua chuckled, then quietly asked, what did you do wrong to be kicked out by your clan? What nonsense are you spouting? The man was a bit miffed. Then why is that? Mo Hua inquired. The man sighed, assuming a rather self-indulgent air as he said. I won't hide it from you, I just happen to come from a good family, have higher talent, and look a bit more handsome. Some ladies from prestigious clans see me once and are smitten, insisting on marrying me to become my Tao partner. I find it bothersome, so I came out to hide and look for some peace. Mo Hua looked at him with a face full of skepticism. You don't believe me? No, Mo Hua nodded. What part don't you believe? That one glance and smitten stuff, even the street storytellers don't spin that kind of trite tale anymore, it doesn't fool anyone. Whose dad was deceived by a woman just like that, ended up abandoning his wife and children, got his kidneys removed, and no one knows where he's buried now. The man in blue. So if a lady tells you she's smitten with one glance, she's definitely tricking you, and you need to be careful. The man in blue was left looking dumbstruck. However, there's another possibility, Mo Hua said. What possibility? The man couldn't help asking. That you love and leave toy with people's feelings, then don't want to take responsibility to marry them, so you ran off to hide away. The man nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. What love and leave What toying with feelings? How old are you exactly? What's filling up that little head of yours? Although my experiences are limited, I've read many stories, Mo Hua insisted with conviction. The cultivation world is perilous, the more you know, the less likely you'll be deceived in the future. The man was both amused and irritated. You're quite an interesting talker for a little kid. Mo Hua was quite serious. Uncle, I'm just looking out for you, as the saying goes, he who takes advice gets ahead. Zhonglan had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what's your name? Mo Hua. Mo Hua. The man glanced at Mo Hua's fair face and delicate features, feeling that the name indeed suited him. Uncle, what's your name? Mo Hua asked in return. Zhonglan. Scumbag. Mo Hua repeated. Zhonglan choked on his drink, coughed for a long time, and then, gritting his teeth, corrected. Zhong. Lan. The Zhong from to change, and the Lan from against the wave. Not scumbag. If you say it's not, then it's not, why are you shouting? Mo Hua muttered. Zhonglan felt silly for having gotten worked up with a child, and from his storage bag, he took out a jade pendant and tossed it to Mo Hua. Here, for you. Mo Hua shook his head. I can't accept rewards without merits, I can't take your things. You treated me to a drink, I'm giving you the jade pendant. Keep it, I'll come look for you again to hang out next time. Zhonglan waved his hand, about to leave, then suddenly turned back and asked, just to confirm, what's your cultivation level? Qi refinement, 4th layer. Mo Hua was even a bit proud. Only Qi refinement 4th layer, hey. Zhonglan sighed. Thinking of the earlier compound formation, forget it, it gave him a headache just to think about it. Zhonglan waved his hand and hastily left. Chapter 77 Monster Hunting Festival. Mo Hua thought that Zhonglan's words, I'll find you for some fun when I'm free, were just a polite remark, but it turned out he was serious. After that day, Zhonglan would often show up at the restaurant with nothing to do, order a pot of wine, a dish of meat, and watch the people coming and going in the street as he ate all morning. Occasionally, when he saw Mo Hua, he would even complain to him. You're just a kid, where do you go all the time? I've come here several times and haven't seen you. Mo Hua's small face turned serious as he said, I'm not like you, I'm very busy. What could you possibly be busy with? Zhonglan didn't believe him. Mo Hua started counting on his fingers, listing one by one. Daily routine cultivation, drawing formations when I have time, reading formation books when tired, bringing some food to my teacher and asking some questions on the side, and helping uncles and aunties in the neighborhood fix their formations. Zhonglan felt overwhelmed. All right, you win, you're busier than I am. The 11 or 12-year-old little cultivator Mo Hua was so busy every day, while he, a cultivator of the Taoist court, was spending his days here drinking wine. Zhonglan even felt a bit guilty by comparison. Considering that when his father pointed at his nose and scolded him, his own heart never rippled. By the way, are there any fun places in Tongxian City? Zhonglan asked. I'm a good kid, I don't indulge in fun, How would I know? Mo Hua refused to answer, who knew what kind of fun he meant. He was still a child, there were things not suitable for children that he couldn't touch. Then, where are the bustling places? Zhonglan settled for the next best question. The east side of South Main Street is somewhat lively. I've been there, not many cultivators, not much of a market town either, not interesting. Zhonglan was unimpressed. Of course, it won't be lively if you go during the day, not everyone is irresponsible like you, people have to make a living. Mo Hua said. Zhonglan couldn't argue with that. After thinking it over, he realized it was indeed true. He might be irresponsible, but so be it. So, when is it bustling? Zhonglan asked. Mo Hua thought for a moment and said, the day after tomorrow, I guess. It's the annual monster hunting festival that's the most lively time. What's the monster hunting festival? Mo Hua explained, it's a festival where monster hunters celebrate their harvest. October is the prime month for hunting monsters. After that, the monster beasts' activities decrease, and the hunter's income drops. Monster hunters usually hunt more monster beasts in October and sell them during the monster hunting festival. After selling, they rest for a while. By then, the market town will have all sorts of things, and it'll be very lively. Zhonglan was surprised, you sure know a lot. Of course, Mo Hua patted his chest, I'm a bit of a local snake here. Zhonglan laughed but also became quite interested in the monster hunting festival. Good, then I'll go take a look the day after tomorrow. After saying this, he brushed his sleeve and prepared to leave. Mo Hua looked at him curiously and asked, haven't you settled the bill yet? I've put a few dozen spirit stones at the counter, just deduct directly from there, Zhonglan said with casual extravagance. Mo Hua smacked his lips, thinking that Zhonglan had quite a flair for playing the generous fool. Then he continued to lower his head to read the formation books, thinking that he should learn a few more formations in the next couple of days, and then take a break during the monster hunting festival, so he could play with Dahu and the others for a couple of days. Bai Zishan heard that Mo Hua was going to play at the monster hunting festival and envied him so much he almost drooled. The Bai family had strict rules, and even away from the clan, Aunt Shui required them to cultivate every day. Besides that, courses in alchemy, formations, and artifact refining were all laid out clearly, not a single one to be missed. Perhaps because they were not within their clan, Aunt Shui feared they would fall behind the other disciples of the family, so she demanded even stricter standards. Mo Hua had glanced at many of the alchemy, artifact refining, or cultivation books and found them profoundly abstruse, completely beyond his comprehension. Fortunately, he could understand the books on formations, and they didn't seem too difficult to him. However, Mo Hua had always harbored a question, what exactly were the Bai siblings learning by becoming Mr. Zhuang's registered disciples? So far, Mr. Zhuang didn't seem to have taught them anything special, did he? The things they were learning, Mo Hua could learn too, the questions they asked, Mo Hua also listened in on. Some of the material was obscure, but none of it seemed so advanced as to require Mr. Zhuang's personal guidance. Moreover, even if Mr. Zhuang taught them nothing, their cultivation was arranged perfectly by their family, with no need for Mr. Zhuang's intervention. Mr. Zhuang's study was a place Mo Hua often visited alone, bringing some snacks and asking questions. The Bai siblings just cultivated and studied in the small pavilion, and as far as Mo Hua remembered, aside from routine greetings and requests for instruction, they never sought out Mr. Zhuang privately. It puzzled Mo Hua greatly. Or perhaps, there are certain things that Mr. Zhuang would not teach registered disciples but would only pass on to direct disciples? Were they so persistent because they hoped Mr. Zhuang would take them as his disciples to learn more profound arts? The difference between registered disciples and direct disciples was significant, with registered disciples addressing him as gentleman while direct disciples could call him master. Cultivators place great importance on the transmission between master and disciple, considering one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father to be no exaggeration. Dazu was taken as a disciple by Master Chen, who treated Dazu like a son and expected him to care for him in his old age. Because of the weighty kindness between master and disciple, betraying one's sect is also considered one of the worst acts of disloyalty in the cultivation world. Mo Hua stroked his chin, wondering to himself, would Mr. Zhuang possibly take me as his direct disciple? Comparing his own cultivation, spiritual root, talents, and family background to that of the Bai siblings, Mo Hua quickly sobered up. It's best not to aim too high. Mo Hua thought to himself, silently discarding this unrealistic notion. In 2 days, it would be the Monster Hunting Festival. The Monster Hunting Festival was one of the biggest festivals in Tongxian City, even larger than the Lotus Festival. Cultivators from Tongxian City, whether they were poor loose cultivators or wealthy family cultivators, had all started preparing for the Monster Hunting Festival well in advance. From morning, the festive atmosphere pervaded Tongxian City, and by evening, it was brightly lit. During the Monster Hunting Festival, there were many people and eateries would be bustling, so Lu Ruhua would stay home and, together with Auntie Zhang and a few temporarily hired aunties, manage the business. Mo Shan had to contact buyers to sell the skins, bones, or inner cores of the monster beasts killed by the monster hunting team over the past month, as the coming months would be off-season for monster hunting, with lower earnings. Many cultivators relied on this batch of spirit stones to last them until the next year. Mo Hua could only stroll the streets with Dahu and their other 2 friends. However, Dahu and the others had one more thing to do, which was to participate in the monster hunting rite. Every year during the Monster Hunting Festival, a monster hunting rite was held for young cultivators above the 6th level of Qi refinement to become monster hunters. The 6th level of Qi refinement was a watershed for the loose cultivators of Tongxian City, marking not only the peak of the Qi refinement middle phase but also the hope of breaking through to the latter phase of Qi refinement. Cultivators in the Qi refinement middle phase could learn some simple spells or martial arts, and with decent spiritual power and physical strength, they had a certain capacity to protect themselves from monster beasts. Taking one step forward from the Qi refinement middle phase led to the late phase of Qi refinement. In Tongxian City, where Qi refinement stage cultivators were predominant, the late phase of Qi refinement was the goal of many cultivators. But this step involved many variables, and due to reasons like spirit stones, spiritual roots, or cultivation techniques, many cultivators could not make this step in their entire lives. So for loose cultivators, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement meant they could become true monster hunters. And becoming a monster hunter meant they would have to rely on hunting monster beasts for a living. Chapter 78 Monster Hunting Gift. Dahu had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement nearly a year ago, but his luck was bad, missing the monster hunting ceremony by just a few days, preventing him from becoming a monster hunter and thus unable to hunt monsters in the mountains. Xianxia and Xiaohu had about the same aptitude, although they were playful, they were still diligent in their cultivation, so within a year, they also made successive breakthroughs, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. The monster hunting ceremony was held in front of the ancestral hall, where Dahu, the 2 others, and some other cultivators who had just reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, participated under the auspices of some respected elders. The monster hunting ceremony was rather complex, beginning with the burning of incense, and worshipping heaven and earth. Afterward, a blood oath was taken, cutting open the palm with a knife and dripping blood into wine, which was then raised in a cup for a collective toast. The elder spoke some words, but Mo Hua was too far away to hear clearly, only catching a general idea of what was said. The meaning was that as monster hunters, though not related by blood, the blood oath was a pledge, and drinking this wine together signified mutual support, bleeding together, exerting strength together. Monster beasts were several times more formidable than cultivators. If there was no unity, one could not survive the life of a monster hunter. It was too easy to lose one's life, becoming prey to the monster beasts. After the blood oath, the newly initiated monster hunters were each given a monster hunting token by the elder. The monster hunting token was said to be made from the bones of special monster beasts, only the size of a baby's fist, and pale white in color. Every cultivator who became a monster hunter received a monster hunting token. Every time a monster beast was killed, a blood-red pattern would appear on the token, becoming more prominent the more monster beasts were slain. A monster hunting token covered in patterns could be seen as a monster hunter's merit. Each of the three, Dahu, Xianxia, and Xiaohu, received a monster hunting token, dripped their fresh blood on it, and then hung it around their necks. The blood-stained monster hunting token would accompany a monster hunter for life. Some hunters even treasured their token as much as their lives, preferring to lose their lives rather than the token. Losing the token meant losing one's past and achievements in monster hunting, as well as the entirety of a monster hunter's life. After the blood oath and distribution of the monster hunting tokens, the monster hunting ceremony came to an end. Throughout the event, the expressions of Dahu and the others were tense, and only now did they relax. They were dressed in new Taoist robes and rattan armor, wielding brand new pu blades in their hands. The Taoist robes were made of ordinary fabric, cheap but sturdy. The rattan armor and pu blades, however, were spiritual artifacts. The armor could protect vital veins, and the blades were used to slay monster beasts, considered the most common spiritual artifacts among monster hunters. Uncle Meng was not wealthy and had used up almost all his savings to fully equip the three of them with these items. From now on, they would have to rely on these spiritual artifacts to support themselves. Emohua and the three walked around the streets, but seeing that they seemed somewhat dispirited, Emohua expressed concern. "What's wrong with you guys, aren't you happy?" The group ended up on a small stone bridge, sitting by the railing, watching the gurgling water blend with the distant lights. "I saw my mother crying secretly last night," Xianxia said. "I saw it too," Xiaohu added. "I think she feels bad about the spirit stones. All the family's spirit stones are gone, and she had saved up little by little. There's more to it, we even borrowed some. I saw my father borrowing from the uncles in the monster hunting team, and from Uncle Emo," Dahu said. Then he asked Emohua, "Your family isn't in urgent need of spirit stones, are they?" "Don't worry, we still have a restaurant, so we're not short for now," Emohua assured them. "That's good," Dahu sighed with relief, but the three still looked downcast. Just a day before, they were still children, but after the monster hunting ceremony, they were about to begin shouldering the hardships of a cultivator's life. Some things they had not deeply understood before, but now with the responsibility on their shoulders, they started to realize the difficulties of life. "No need to be so dejected, it's actually a good thing," Emohua said. All three turned to look at Emohua. Before, only Uncle Meng and Auntie Meng could earn spirit stones, and you could only spend them. Now that you're monster hunters, you can hunt monster beasts and earn spirit stones. Auntie Meng's burden will be lighter, and life will get better. Once you repay the debts and earn some extra spirit stones, Auntie Meng will be able to buy a lot of nice things to eat," Emohua said. The three kids' eyes lit up. "But," Xianxia scratched his head, "can we really earn spirit stones? I heard from my dad that new monster hunters mostly just watch and learn and don't get to share in any spirit stones. You guys are pretty good at fighting, aren't you? Yeah. Just treat monster hunting like fighting. You used to fight people, now you'll fight monsters." "But monster hunting is still different from fighting," Xiaohu hesitated. "Then just learn more from the uncles in the monster hunting team. Nothing happens overnight. The faster you learn, the sooner you can help out, and the faster you'll get to share in the spirit stones. That way, Uncle Meng and Auntie Meng will be happy." Emohua comforted them, and all three kids perked up a bit. However, Dahu said hesitantly, "If we go monster hunting, we won't be able to come play with you often. And later on, we might not be able to play with you ever again," Xiaohu added quietly. After saying that, the three of them looked downcast again. "It's okay, in a year or two, maybe I'll also reach the 6th level of Qi refinement, and by then, I could become a monster hunter too, and then I could go to the mountains with you guys, Emo Hua said. Oh right, of course. Xiaohu said happily. Of course what? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Xiaohu, then looked at Emo Hua with a bit of concern. You're not healthy and you're not following the path of body cultivation. Being a monster hunter is dangerous, and Uncle Emo won't agree. You should become a formation master instead, which has higher status, earns more spirit stones, and doesn't involve fighting. Dahu nodded quickly, being a formation master is good. Xiaohu echoed, yeah, being a formation master is good. Alright, then I'll consider becoming a formation master first. If another opportunity arises, or if I can pursue body cultivation, then I'll consider being a monster hunter, Emo Hua said. But after thinking about it, he realized that he probably didn't have any talent to be a monster hunter. He was frail, and the cultivation technique he learned placed emphasis on spiritual power. If he really became a monster hunter, one close attack from a monster beast could easily rip him apart, and he might not survive. Emo Hua felt a bit regretful, as he was quite drawn to the idea of the bold and free style of body cultivation practitioners, who were brave and carefree. Unfortunately, he was born weak and never had the chance. Emo Hua patted his waist pouch. Today I'll treat you guys to Liu's street-side osmanthus cakes as a farewell treat. The mention of food invigorated the three boys. But you're always treating us, it doesn't seem fair, Xianxia said somewhat embarrassedly. Don't worry, once you become famous monster hunters known far and wide, after you've killed lots of monster beasts and earned a lot of spirit stones, you can treat me to something delicious then. Upon hearing this, the three boys felt their spirits rise, and they nodded together, okay. The worries of a moment ago swept away, they walked to the cake shop with their heads held high and an air of confidence. After eating the cakes, the day was getting late, so it was time to go home. Before leaving, Dahu reminded Emo Hua, be careful when we're up in the mountains. If anyone bullies you, make sure to tell us, and we'll come back to fight for you. Touched, Emo Hua smiled and said, okay, it's a deal. Chapter 79 Earth-Fire Formation. Emo Hua returned home in the evening and couldn't fall asleep in bed. For one thing, he was a bit worried about Dahu and the other two, for another, he thought that despite being a cultivator, he seemed to have no means of attack or self-defense. The cultivators in Tongxian City were simple and honest, and having grown up there, he hadn't encountered any dangers. But the absence of danger didn't mean that danger would never come. In the face of real danger, one should have some means of self-protection, it wasn't an option to just sit and wait for death. Emo Hua was not a body cultivation practitioner, his blood qi was weak, so he couldn't learn the martial arts of Tao cultivation. That left him with only the option of learning spells. However, Emo Hua's spiritual power wasn't strong either, and what's more, as a 4th-level qi refinement practitioner with low cultivation, it was a bit early for him to learn spells. After much thought, the only choice left was formations. Is there any formation that can attack? Emo Hua rolled out of bed, fetched Mr. Zhuang's 1000 formation collection, and started searching through it. The ice cone formation, 7 formation patterns, but I've never learned the ice series patterns, and the spiritual ink used for drawing formations is quite rare. The thunder and fire formation should be pretty powerful. 9 formation patterns, let's not even consider that. The wood prison formation is not meant for attacking. The fire breath formation, 3 formation patterns, but it seems a bit weak in power. Emo Hua flipped through again and finally chose the earth fire formation. 7 formation patterns, the ink required was inexpensive, the setup was simple, and he was quite familiar with the fire series formation patterns. The formation would self-destruct upon activation, so its power shouldn't be weak. Emo Hua was satisfied, and after 1 p.m., he began practicing the earth-fire formation on the stele in his sea of consciousness. The formation wasn't difficult, and Hua spent the whole night practicing it several times until he was familiar with it. The next day when he awoke, he used paper to draw it, and after trying a few times, he was successful. Just as Hua was attempting to activate the formation, he suddenly remembered something. Once he infused spiritual power, would the earth-fire formation take effect and explode immediately? Then wouldn't his house be gone, and given his frail body, he probably wouldn't die but would be badly injured. Hua broke out in a cold sweat. He flipped through the 1000 formation collection again for notes on the earth-fire formation and read, "Infuse spiritual power into the formation, and after 3 breaths, it explodes, causing fire series spiritual injuries." So that means I infuse spiritual power and after 3 breaths, well, about 3 seconds, the formation will self-destruct, and the power of the formation's explosion is similar to the spell power of a fire series cultivator. So this is basically a landmine. Hua muttered under his breath. But in any case, he couldn't try this formation at home. Taking advantage of the free time in the morning, he drew 2 more earth-fire formations and, in the afternoon, left home to place the formation under a tree in a quiet grove on the outskirts of town, and then tentatively infused a bit of spiritual power. The formation lit up, but it didn't explode. Hua squatted on the ground, his small hand propping up his chin. It lit up, indicating there's no issue with the formation, but no explosion means that the infused spiritual power wasn't enough. If I infuse enough spiritual power, would the formation explode directly? Hua felt somewhat unsure, as he was not a practitioner of body cultivation and probably couldn't withstand the power of the earth-fire formation explosion. Hua took out the 1000 formation collection again and read through it word by word to confirm that it would indeed explode after 3 breaths, and only then did he feel reassured. A formation master wouldn't deceive another formation master, and besides, this book was given by Mr. Zhuang, so it couldn't be wrong. Hua circulated the spiritual power in his qi and infused a large amount directly into the earth-fire formation, which caused the formation patterns to emit a blinding red light. Hua covered his head and ran, then jumped into a pit a few yards away, hiding his entire body in it. It was specifically because of this pit that Hua chose this spot to detonate the earth-fire formation. He even rehearsed several times beforehand to ensure that with his small arms and legs, he could successfully hide in the pit within 3 breaths. The earth-fire formation exploded, fulfilling Hua's expectation, and he was very satisfied. But even though it exploded, it only blasted a gap in the large tree, with slight burn marks. The noise was loud but the effect was minimal, and Hua wasn't entirely satisfied. Looking at it this way, setting off the earth-fire formation didn't seem like detonating a mine, but more like setting off firecrackers. A formation with 7 formation patterns should be stronger. Hua felt he shouldn't blame the formation but rather look for the cause within himself. Could it be that, because my cultivation is low, the spiritual power I infuse isn't enough? If there wasn't enough spiritual power, then he could only use spirit stones. Hua took out an earth-fire formation, placed it under another tree, and then with a pang of pain, he took out a spirit stone, crushed it, and injected the spiritual power from the spirit stone into the earth-fire formation. This time, the formation patterns on the earth-fire formation shone even more dazzlingly. Hua hurried back to the pit just in time to hear a loud bang that made his ears ache. Then, following the rumbling sound and the noise of branches snapping off, the big tree targeted by the earth-fire formation collapsed with a crash. When Hua ran over to check, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The big tree, bearing the brunt of the earth-fire formation's self-destruction, had a large chunk blown out of the trunk, which then toppled to the ground. The chunk bore obvious scorch marks, as if it had been blasted by intense flames. The power of a single spirit stone, is it really so strong? Or is it that my own spiritual power is just that weak? Hua felt somewhat disheartened. However, the power of the earth-fire formation driven by a single spirit stone satisfied Hua a great deal. It wouldn't hurt to draw a few more to have on hand in case of emergencies. After ensuring that there were no signs of fire on the tree blasted by the earth fire formation, Emohua returned home satisfied. Only the blasted big tree was left standing alone in its place. The next day, Elder Yu from the monster hunting team came by and, upon seeing the signs of the blasted tree, couldn't help but rage. Go back and check which damn fool from the monster hunting team did this. Having the energy and not going monster hunting, but instead blowing up trees here, do they think their cultivation is so remarkable that they have nowhere else to show off? The burly men of the monster hunting team all shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Elder Yu had quite a bad temper and was known for his strictness, they didn't dare to say even half a word of dissent. After attending the monster hunting festival, Dahu and his two friends became busy. They were either sparring martial Dao at home or following senior monster hunters into the mountains to learn the experiences of monster hunting. On the evening of the second day of the monster hunting festival, Emohua could only wander around by himself. Without his friends, even the bustling atmosphere felt somewhat tasteless to him. Who would have known that on the third day, after Emohua had visited Mr. Zhuang and asked his questions, Bai Zishan grabbed hold of him persistently. Take me with you. Bai Zishan's handsome eyes stared intently at Emohua. What? The monster hunting festival. Bai Zishan said, I've inquired about it. The monster hunting festival lasts for 3 days, and today is the last day. If we don't go now, we'll miss it. It only happens once a year. Who can tell what will happen next year? What if Xianxia and I have to go somewhere else? Then I might never get to see it. No, you must take me. But, even if I want to take you, that won't help, Aunt Shui won't agree. Emohua said. I've thought it through. Bai Zishan's eyes lit up, we'll sneak out without letting Aunt Shui know. At worst, we'll take a beating when we get back. A man should be able to stand tall under the heavens and not fear punishment, even if it means getting beaten, it will still be worth it. Then think about it, how are you going to keep it a secret from Aunt Shui? After thinking for a moment, Bai Zishan slumped down, looking dejected. Yeah, there's no concealing it. From childhood till now, I've never once been able to hide anything from her. Seeing him downcast like a frostbitten eggplant, Emohua sympathized and suggested, then why don't you negotiate with Aunt Shui? Finish your day's work, and then take a stroll in the streets in the evening. That's the only option left, Bai Zishan nodded. Then start working on your tasks now. If you don't finish them, you won't even have the right to speak to Aunt Shui. Emohua reminded him. Suddenly energized, Bai Zishan flipped open the book on his desk, glanced at it twice, then asked Emohua, if Aunt Shui agrees, how do I find you? Today, at 5 p.m., I'll wait for you under the big tree on the street. If Aunt Shui agrees, I'll take you around. If she doesn't, I can only go by myself. Agreed. Bai Zishan perked up. Yes, it's a deal. Chapter 80, Excitement, going live tomorrow. At dusk, as 5 p.m. arrived, Emohua reached the big tree on West Street. Bai Zishan had not yet arrived, and Emohua, out of boredom, picked up a twig and started to play with drawing formations on the ground. The formation Emohua practiced was still the earth-fire formation, an attacking formation that differed from the others, necessary to contemplate over for longer and aim to improve proficiency. Just when Emohua thought Bai Zishan wasn't going to come, she looked up and saw Aunt Shui leading Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi over. Emohua waved her hand and said politely, Aunt Shui, long time no see. Long time no see. Aunt Shui's pale hand couldn't help but touch Emohua's head. Emohua was somewhat reluctant but didn't refuse. Zishan and Zixi have been working hard on their cultivation. Since today is also a festival, let them relax a bit. We'll have to trouble you to show us around, Aunt Shui said in a gentle voice. It's no trouble at all, Emohua shook her head and then beckoned with a small hand, follow me, today is the last day of the monster hunting festival, it's very lively. Bai Zishan uttered a soft exclamation, then ran to Mo Hua's side, curiously looking around, asking Mo Hua about anything novel that he saw. The cultivation world is vast and boundless, with great differences in customs and local products. Coupled with strict family constraints, many things were new to Bai Zishan. Bai Zixi, on the other hand, followed quietly beside Aunt Shui, also wearing a hat similar to Aunt Shui's but much smaller in size, a white gauze veil covering her peerless face, leaving only a small section of her delicate and fair chin exposed. She didn't talk much along the way, but she listened intently to every word of Bai Zishan and Mo Hua's conversation. The streets were brightly lit, not exactly bustling but filled with the clamor of worldly life. Both sides of the street were occupied by vendors selling pills, spiritual artifacts, jewelry, snacks, formations, miscellaneous items, toys, medicinal herbs, spiritual ink, as well as monster beasts' fur, bones, and inner cores. A dazzling array of goods were available for all. The crowd flowed along the stalls, slowly moving toward the distance, the flickering lanterns stretching out into the unseen far away. Not just Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, even Aunt Shui was momentarily taken aback. She was born into a noble clan and had seen more prosperous cities of immortals, but such a lively and bustling street and market town, this was her first encounter. It seemed as if these cultivators were truly alive and breathing. Following the noisy stream of people, even an immortal who doesn't partake in earthly pleasures could taste the joy of the mundane world. Bai Zishan shopped along the way, buying many things such as a fire-breathing bull, a blinking monkey, a dog that could stand on its tail, all wooden toys painted and colored to look lifelike, presumably with simple formations carved inside. Infuse them with a bit of spiritual power, and they'd start moving on their own. In addition to these, there was also an ostentatious broadsword, engraved with dragons and phoenixes, shining with a rainbow sheen, purely for show and without any practical use, not even qualifying as a spiritual artifact. Bai Zishan, however, adored it immensely. Mo Hua was holding a pile of things as well, all purchased by Bai Zishan and entrusted to Mo Hua to carry. Later, Mo Hua could choose something she liked to take. Bai Zixi received a tiny white rabbit, only the size of a fingernail. Placed in the palm, it would pick up its little legs and run, thump 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 thump. It was a gift Mo Hua bought for her. Because at the stall, she had been staring at the little white rabbit the whole time, yet said nothing. And Mo Hua, feeling indebted for taking advantage of Bai Zishan, spent a spirit stone to buy the little white rabbit for Bai Zixi. Bai Zixi simply expressed her thanks, and it wasn't clear if she liked it, but whenever there was a chance along the way, she would open up her palm, like white jade, watching the little white rabbit run around in her hand. In addition to shopping, Bai Zishan also enjoyed watching plays. One type was the shadow puppet play, which used a large screen that displayed the shadows of puppets. The characters included men, women, the elderly, and the young, as well as various ghosts, demons, and monster beasts. Cultivators used spiritual power to control the puppets' movements and recited stories, bringing to life one tale after another. The stories of the shadow puppet plays featured both humans and monsters, typically with a male cultivator heroically rescuing a beautiful female cultivator in the wilderness, leading to their swearing eternal love and privately deciding on a lifetime commitment. The male would even defy the sect and his mentors to elope with the female cultivator, but when they reached a secluded and uninhabited place, she would shed her clothes, transform into a monster beast, and devour the male. This was a story that Mo Hua particularly liked, finding it very instructive and never tiring of it. But Bai Zishan didn't share the same interest. He preferred the simpler and more lively beast fighting plays. The beast fighting plays depicted monster hunters hunting monster beasts. They set up a large stage, and several cultivators acted as monster hunters, although they might not even be acting, as they could well be real monster hunters, while other cultivators concealed themselves inside puppets made from monster beasts' bones and fur to play the beasts. Then the monster beasts would breathe fire, cultivators would cast spells, and they would noisily play fight to everyone's delight. Mo Hua felt it was somewhat fake because as a monster hunter himself, Mo Shan had told him that real monster hunting was tense and dangerous. Even when facing weak monster beasts, one could not be careless, or one might suffer injuries, or worse, lose their life. However, this type of entertainment was just for fun, and no one took it seriously well, except for Bai Zishan. He dreamed of going into the mountains to fight monster beasts one-on-one, though Aunt Shui would not allow it. As they wandered around, they also ran into Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was walking with a group of very elderly cultivators with little hair but evidently high status, likely high-ranking cultivators from the Taoist court and clan heads or elders from several families of Tongxian city. The procession of cultivators was grand, with cultivators in Taoist court robes clearing the path ahead and a group of young cultivators respectfully following behind. These young cultivators, allowed to accompany the elders on their outing, were probably highly regarded within their clans. Mo Hua had seen a few of them before. They were the true heirs of both the Qian family and the Yin family, with top-ranking achievements at Tongxian Gate. Zhang Lan, with his mismatching youthful appearance among the grey-haired cultivators, was maintaining a stiff, forced smile as he made awkward small talk. Mo Hua saw Zhang Lan, but Zhang Lan, preoccupied with networking, likely didn't see him. Suddenly, after saying something to a particularly old cultivator with the least hair, Zhang Lan excused himself with a bow and discreetly departed. By the time Mo Hua turned his head, he saw Zhang Lan not far off, waving at him. "Don't you need to accompany them? Those are all big shots from the city, right?" Mo Hua couldn't help but ask. "Don't remind me, I was actually on leave, sneaking out for a stroll, only to get caught red-handed by the court leader and forcefully spent the day accompanying all these family heads and elders. Oh, I originally thought you were shirking your duties, but I didn't expect you to handle those elders so well, even if it was a bit fake," Mo Hua remarked with newfound respect for Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan casually tousled Mo Hua's hair. "What do you know, kid? It's all just playing the part. I may be lazy, but I'm not stupid." Mo Hua was somewhat disdainful. "Oh well, I have things to do, go enjoy yourself," Mo Hua dismissed him. Zhang Lan laughed. What could you possibly have to do? But as he turned his head, he spotted the not only young but also strikingly good-looking Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, and their presence was overshadowed by the indistinct but distinguished figure of Aunt Shui behind them. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 81, Qian Crossing. Looking at the extraordinary aura of Aunt Shui, Zhang Lan's eyes could not move away. Mo Hua looked at him with even more disdain. Zhang Lan coughed and straightened up his appearance, facing Aunt Shui with a serious expression, yet with a hint of sycophancy, he said. "I am Zhang Lan, may I ask the name of this Taoist friend?" Aunt Shui didn't even bother with him and directly said to Mo Hua, "We will wait for you up ahead." After finishing her sentence, she left with Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, leaving Zhang Lan standing there dumbfounded, with that sycophantic look still rigid on his face. Mo Hua looked at Zhang Lan with a bit of sympathy. He wanted to pat Zhang Lan on the shoulder, but being too short, he could only manage to pat his waist and said, "Everyone goes through setbacks, Uncle Zhang, just take it easy." The supposed words of comfort, coming out in his childish voice, didn't comfort at all. Zhang Lan was still confused. "I'm not bad looking, my cultivation isn't low, and even my actions are refined with the etiquette and grace of a disciples of the worldly family, why won't she say a single word to me?" Although Mo Hua did not like his self-absorbed appearance, he felt there was some truth to his words. "Maybe Aunt Shui also heard your name as scumbag, so she avoided you at all costs? How about you try changing your name?" suggested Mo Hua. Zhang Lan looked at Mo Hua with a speechless expression. Mo Hua comforted him a few more words, and Zhang Lan finally didn't take the incident to heart. After talking a few more sentences, Zhang Lan left with a look of disappointment. Mo Hua then caught up with Aunt Shui and the others and continued strolling the streets. When it was about halfway through the hour of the rat, they all went home. Bai Zishan returned home with a bounty, forcing a bunch of odd and interesting things on Mo Hua that he couldn't refuse to take. Mo Hua also bought some gifts for his parents. For Lu Ruhua, it was a fire-resistant hairpin, purchased the day before, much better crafted than the one he had given her before. Mo Hua erased the formation inside the hairpin and drew a new one himself, a formation with even more intricate patterns. For this, he had specifically sought out Master Chen before going home, asking Master Chen to help him dismantle the hairpin. After redrawing the formation, he had Master Chen put it back together. He presented to Mo Shan a jade pendant, which he had also dismantled and redrawn a purifying formation inside. Once the formation was activated, it could eliminate the poisonous gases or miasma in the mountains to a certain extent, although the range was limited. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua were both very happy, not only because of the gifts Mo Hua had given but also because they contained formations hand-drawn by Mo Hua. After the hustle and bustle of the monster hunting festival, Tongxian City quieted down, cultivators returned to their routine lives. Mo Hua was no exception. He needed to enhance his cultivation and there was much to learn about formations. One day, as Mo Hua was walking home from Mr. Zhuang's place, pondering Mr. Zhuang's teachings while considering what other formations he needed to learn. As he walked, he was suddenly stopped by a group of people blocking his way. Looking up, Mo Hua saw a thin young man dressed in brocade, fluttering a gold-papered fan, with a frivolous look in his eyes, standing in front of him. Young Master Qian. Qian Xing, the youngest son of the family head of the Qian family. The Qian family was the most powerful and wealthiest clan in Tongxian City. Qian Xing, being the son of the family head and of the direct line, was pampered the most as the youngest. Since Qian Xing was the youngest, he didn't have to think about taking over the family business, so his life was all about indulging in pleasures. Mo Hua's only interaction with him was when they were at the Tongxian Gate, where he wrote some formation patterns as homework for him. Is there something you need? Qian Xing smiled amiably. Indeed, there is something I need your help with. What is it? Mo Hua had a feeling he wasn't up to any good. Qian Xing coughed lightly and said, on the night of the monster hunting festival, by chance, I saw you and behind you was a young girl wearing a veil. Do you know her? A girl with a veil? Is he talking about Bai Zixi? I suppose I know her. Qian Xing was delighted, his eyes revealing a trace of excitement. Call her out, I'd like to get to know her, make friends. That evening during the monster hunting festival, Qian Xing had also mingled among the noble clan's disciples and from afar, he noticed the young girl behind Mo Hua. Despite her young age and wearing a veil, he couldn't forget the ethereal aura she possessed after just one glance. He asked people to inquire about the young girl's background, but there was no news, so he thought of approaching Mo Hua. For the past few days, he and his attendants had been looking for Mo Hua, and now they had finally encountered him. I'm not close enough to call her out, Mo Hua dismissed. Qian Xing said, you were strolling down the street together. Don't tell me you're not close. Don't worry, as long as you agree, I won't treat you unfairly. Do you want spirit stones, or a spiritual artifact? Mo Hua replied calmly, what if I don't agree? The smile on Qian Xing's face gradually faded, I'm trying to give you face here. Your face isn't worth any money. Even if it were thrown on the ground, nobody would pick it up. Mo Hua didn't plan to deal with him and simply said, I need to get home. Could you step aside? Step aside? Qian Xing was stunned for a moment, then sneered, you go and ask around. In Tongxian City, it's always others who make way for me, the young master. There's never been anyone who dares to ask me to make way. Qian Xing's expression became gloomy. I'll say it once more. Call out that little girl so I can get acquainted with her, and I won't pursue your earlier offense. Otherwise, I'll make sure your parents regret bringing you into this world and having you suffer for nothing. Emohua's eyes also began to show disdain. Your father should be the one to regret first, for having brought into the world such a waste like you and embarrassing himself. Insulting people? Who can't? Since Xianxia had started it, Emohua didn't hold back either. Emohua felt he had only uttered a common insult, but Xianxia's reaction was beyond his expectations. Xianxia turned ashen, then his face slowly twisted. The surroundings also quieted down substantially. The lackeys behind Xianxia were somewhat dumbfounded. They had followed him around, swaggering and bullying others for so long, but this was the first time they had seen someone dare to publicly insult Xianxia. Emohua was taken aback as well. He hadn't said much, so why did it break his defenses? If he couldn't handle that, what if he spat out the swear words he had been fermenting in his stomach? Wouldn't Xianxia directly vomit blood? It seems that those coddled from birth do have a more fragile Taoist heart. In an instant, Xianxia felt a surge of rage, his eyes reddened, and bloodshot appeared in them. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Emohua, his expression ferocious as he screamed. I want him dead. Dead. Emohua frowned. Just because of a few insults, he wanted to kill? In a frenzy, Xianxia's followers hesitated. Young master, do you really want to beat him to death? Xianxia glared with blood-red eyes. Either he dies, or you die, choose for yourselves. Most of them were either secondary members of the Qian family or affiliated outsiders. Following Xianxia allowed them to share in the spoils, so they had no choice but to obey him. If they displeased Xianxia, they would be discarded like dead dogs from the Qian family. But having followed Xianxia for so long, they were not strangers to dirty work, so they felt no burden on their conscience. A disciple from the Qian family said maliciously, "Kid, it's your bad luck, try to see more clearly in your next life." With that, his fist shot straight for Emohua's forehead. That punch was both insidious and ruthless, clearly meant to be fatal. Only, when the fist was still a few feet away from Emohua, it was caught by someone. The disciple whose fist was caught struggled to break free, but couldn't. Instead, he felt his bones creaking. Before he could cry out in pain, he received a punch to the face. Nose bleeding, his body was pushed back by the force repeatedly, and he finally fell and lost consciousness against the wall like a broken sack. The others were intimidated for a moment. Looking up, they saw the strapping young man who had somehow come to stand behind Emohua. It was the apprentice of Master Chen from the refinery shop Dazu. The normally jovial Dazu now stood expressionless, his arms muscled like iron, emanating an imposing aura without anger, silently standing behind Emohua. Emohua appeared unfazed. In this district of South Main Street in Tongxian City, his connections were fairly extensive if it came to a fight. Chapter 82 Dazu. A disciple of the Qian family recognized Dazu and cursed, "Chen Dazu, just keep swinging your hammer and mind your own business." Dazu sneered, "None of your damn business." Emohua had an exceptional divine sense. When a punch from a Qian family disciple was thrown, he noticed that Dazu had already positioned himself behind him, so he didn't dodge. Of course, it was also because he couldn't have dodged even if he wanted to. The fist of a 6th level Qi refinement body cultivator was quite fast, and powerful divine sense allowed Emohua adequate reaction time, but his frail physique was not enough to support such a reaction. Luckily, Dazu took the punch for him. In Emohua's memory, Dazu was always the refinery apprentice who smiled naively, treated people generously, and liked to come to his house for noodles. But now, Dazu's expression was cold with a hint of ruthlessness. "Chen Dazu, get out of the way," the Qian family disciple threatened. Far from stepping aside, Dazu lifted Emohua behind himself and stood in front of him, his face unconcerned. "I won't move." Dazu was 10 years older than Emohua and much taller. As he stepped in front of Emohua, he completely shielded him from view, so much so that the Qian family members couldn't even see Mo Hua's figure. Seeing that Chen Dazu was unyielding, the Qian family disciple tried to persuade him, "Chen Dazu, this kid is neither your kin nor your kind. Is it worth showing off and sticking your neck out for him? I want to. What's it to you?" Dazu was not good with words. He wanted to curse some more, but he couldn't think of anything else to say. He felt his momentum waning slightly, so he sneakily glanced at Mo Hua. Understanding the cue, Mo Hua popped his head out and said, "So what if we're neither kin nor kind? You guys are related to Xianxia, doesn't he still treat you like dogs?" Upon hearing this, Dazu hurriedly nodded in agreement, "That's right. Like dogs." The group of Jian family disciples flushed with anger, but they couldn't retort. The attitude Xianxia held toward them was such that calling them dogs was already an overestimation. Xianxia sensed that the situation was not in his favor and said coldly, "Do you want to oppose the Qian family?" Dazu was just about to say, "What if he does?" when he noticed Mo Hua tugging at his sleeve. He realized Mo Hua didn't want him to say it, so he kept his mouth shut. Mo Hua then poked his head out again and said, "Xianxia, if your dad knew you were bullying people under the family's name and tarnishing the Qian family's reputation, do you think he'd regret having you? Could it be that you were picked up by your dad somewhere? Maybe your dad isn't your dad, and your mom isn't your mom." Xianxia understood the insult. Mo Hua was calling him a bastard, and not even a bastard of the Qian family. Xianxia, always having been treated with great dignity, felt he had never suffered such indignity in his life as he did today. He gestured behind him and said venomously, "Beat him to death, alive. Flay him. Strip his tendons. As for the Taoist court, I will have someone send the word, you don't need to worry about it." Seeing Xianxia's eyes red with rage, Mo Hua quietly said to Dazu, "Brother Dazu, they have more people, let's take the chance to run." Far from showing any fear, Dazu replied, "It's okay, we are not lacking in numbers either." No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion erupted behind them. A group of young men arrived wielding sticks and hammers, stationing themselves behind Dazu. "Brother Zhu, we've brought our tools," shouted one of the youngsters. Mo Hua looked around and saw that most of them were disciples of Master Chen in artifact refining. It was only natural that their weapons of choice were hammers, but there were also some rods and staffs, some even glowing red as if they were spiritual artifact embryos just extracted from the refining furnace. Everyone stood behind Dazu, and by doing so, they formed an invisible wall around Mo Hua. A few Qian family disciples seemed daunted. Among them, the highest had only reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, the majority were at the 6th level of cultivation. Although they were slightly superior in cultivation compared to their opponents, they were accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When it really came down to fighting, they themselves weren't confident. Their opponents were all apprentices in artifact refining, each of them tall and burly with arms as thick as hammers and fists as large as sand pots. They didn't want to find out what it felt like to be on the receiving end of one of those punches. Moreover, these lower-ranking cultivators were all willing to risk their lives, something they didn't dare to do. "Young master, something is not right. Why don't we retreat for now and trouble him some other time?" someone whispered to Xianxia. "What did you say?" Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he glared intensely at him. The Qian family disciple's voice trembled, We are just concerned about the young master's safety. If a fight breaks out and something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to the family head. I am the one who feeds you, not my father. You should be thinking about how to explain yourselves to me." Xianxia patted the face of the disciple, "Having that brat Mo Hua dead is the best explanation. Otherwise, think about how you'll explain yourselves to me." A few Qian family disciples broke out in a cold sweat. Xianxia then added, "Don't worry, I've already called for backup. Just hold them off for a while. After the deed is done, 100 spirit stones for each of you. Whoever kills Mo Hua, I will speak to my father and give him one of the direct lineage spots in the Qian family. The disciples looked at each other. A spot in the direct lineage. Could it really be offered? Whether true or not, it was worth a gamble. A Qian family disciple gritted his teeth and declared, I am willing to relieve the young master of his worry. He turned to Dazu and shouted, Dazu, I have something to tell you. He then walked towards Dazu. As he approached, he suddenly drew a knife and sliced toward Dazu, the blade wrapped in a blue spiritual power and emitted a chilling aura. Dazu's eyebrows twitched, and he snorted coldly. Blood chi surged around him as he met the attack with his large hammer. But the Qian family disciple's knife suddenly twisted, avoiding the hammer and aiming at Mo Hua, who was standing behind Dazu. This had been his calculation. Taking a hit from Dazu's hammer wouldn't kill him, at worst, he would be gravely injured, but Mo Hua would undoubtedly die if he took this knife strike. Exchanging a slight injury for a direct lineage spot in his family was definitely a winning trade. Although the attack was sudden, Mo Hua had already known it was coming. The trajectory of the spiritual power on the knife was clearly visible in his divine sense. However, the attack and the twist happened in an instant. He had no time to speak, and with his body cultivation ability, he couldn't dodge in time. Just as the knife was about to strike him, an artifact refining disciple yanked back on his collar. The blade's tip narrowly missed, and although it avoided Mo Hua, he could even feel a slight pain from the pressure of the spiritual power as it passed by his forehead. Dazu saw the knife come out and the subsequent change in the attack aimed at Mo Hua, but his hammer was too heavy to redirect in time. He could only worry internally, but thankfully Mo Hua narrowly dodged the blow. Dazu felt relieved in his heart, then rage took over. He no longer held back. Blood chi poured into the iron hammer in his hand, and he smashed down fiercely. The Qian family disciple was struck in the back and crashed heavily onto the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood rising to his throat along with the grating sound in his ears, his own bones breaking. He had anticipated injury but not one this severe. As his consciousness blurred, he felt himself being kicked away and then landing hard, before he lost awareness completely. Scoundrel, resorting to underhanded tactics. Even the rats in the gutter aren't as filthy as he is. Let's beat them up. The young artifact refining apprentices, filled with righteous indignation, lifted their sticks and swung their hammers, charging at the Qian family disciples. The Qian family disciples had no choice but to meet them head-on. On the empty street, the cultivators from both sides plunged into a chaotic battle. Chapter 83, Subterranean Fire. The disciples of artifact refining clashed with those from the Qian family, and the scene became chaotic for a moment. In Tongxian City, generally speaking, those in the Qi refinement realm middle phase, around the 5th to 6th level of cultivation, would be able to learn offensive Taoist skills. Cultivators' offensive Taoist skills are divided into two categories. One is the martial Dao learned by those practicing body cultivation, and the other is the spells practiced by spiritual cultivators. Body cultivation emphasized refining the body, channeling spiritual power through a formidable physical form for close combat, while spiritual cultivators specialized in magic, controlling spiritual power with divine sense to condense spells for long-range casting. There were also cultivators of dual cultivation, spirit and body, but such cultivators needed two exceptionally favorable conditions. One was good innate talent, which included a top-notch spiritual root and an excellent aptitude for body refinement. The other was a good family background, with profound teachings in Tao cultivation to resolve the conflict between the practices of body cultivation and spiritual cultivation. Additionally, it would be best if their family had several spiritual mines, unending supplies of spirit stones. Spirit and body dual cultivation was not destined for the vast majority in the cultivation world, with some prominent clans sometimes not producing such a talent for several generations, let alone the remote Tongxian city. Whether it was a loose cultivator or a cultivator from a smaller clan, they could only choose to cultivate one method. They'd either focus on body refinement and become a body cultivator, or they'd focus on spells and become a spiritual cultivator. In the Qi refinement realm, the advantage of body cultivators was much greater than that of spiritual cultivators. Unless one had a particularly poor natural constitution like Mo Hua, for instance, they would choose the path of body refinement and become a body cultivator. Therefore, the current battle situation was essentially a melee of body cultivators. Although there were a few disciples from the Qian family who were spiritual cultivators, their spells had not yet been released before they were rushed upon and knocked down with a punch. In the melee among body cultivators, it was basically a brawl of fists and feet, striking flesh directly, supplemented with spiritual power of various attributes. Between each punch and palm strike, multicolored lights entwined, looking quite dashing. This was the first time Mo Hua had witnessed such a large-scale battle between cultivators, and for a moment, he was mesmerized. It took half a day before he remembered he should do something. What should he do? What indeed? After some thought, Mo Hua concluded there was only one thing he could do: run. In the midst of a brawl among body cultivators, with his weak arms and legs, it would be an achievement to escape unharmed. Not being a burden to everyone would be his greatest contribution. As Mo Hua prepared to slip away, he hadn't taken many steps before he felt someone grab his shoulder. Mo Hua struggled, but could not break free, and soon cold hands were clutching his throat. When Mo Hua turned his head, he saw Xianxia looking at him with an icy gaze. As if Mo Hua was the sworn enemy who had murdered his father. "Stop fighting!" Xianxia shouted in a vicious voice. Everyone stopped and divided into two groups. Disciples of the Qian family, covering their arms and wiping blood, stood behind Xianxia in a disheveled line, while Dazu and his group stood in front of him, confronting them. Seeing this scene, Mo Hua's heart sank. It's over, the worst possible situation has happened. Originally, Dazu and his group had the upper hand, but now that he was caught, everyone hesitated for fear of causing harm, and the situation became dire. Dazu faced Xianxia with an expressionless face and said, "Let him go. Or you're as good as dead. Resorting to dirty tricks when you can't win, coward. If you can, try beating us again." The other disciple of artifact refining also shouted angrily. Xianxia sneered, "Only knowing how to fight and kill, it's no wonder you'll remain lowly for life. I've already gone to call for help, wait till the family guards arrive. None of you will escape." "What do you want?" Dazu demanded. "How does that sound?" Xianxia laughed, tightening the hand around Mo Hua's neck. "Don't worry, I won't kill him yet. Killing him would dirty my hands, and though I'm not afraid of the Taoist court, I find it troublesome. I just need to take him up the mountain, hang him from a tree, and attract a few monster beasts to eat his flesh bit by bit until he dies in agony, which will relieve the hatred in my heart. Even if the Taoist court wants to investigate, since it was the monster beasts that ate him, they won't be able to trace it back to me." Dazu's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. "Bastard, how dare you? You dare call me a bastard? What are you?" Xianxia laughed mockingly. "Good. Then kneel before me, slap yourselves, and end your lives. I won't kill him then. How about that? You like to stand out, right? I'm giving you the chance." Grasping Mo Hua's neck, Xianxia threatened, "Kneel down, or I'll kill him right now." Dazu and the others were at a loss, feeling both anger and humiliation. There was a flash of sharpness in Mo Hua's eyes as he rasped, "Xianxia, don't push your luck." "Push my luck? I've given you face, I've spoken to you nicely, and you don't agree, causing all this, and yet you blame me for pushing my luck." Xianxia argued, "I've lost so much face today, taking a few lives to regain some is reasonable, isn't it?" Mo Hua's boyish voice carried a chilling hint. "Then you're asking for death." Far from getting angry, Xianxia laughed, "You, a 4th level Qi refinement realm brat, who doesn't practice the martial way or know any spells, what can you do to me? You say I'm seeking death? Alright then, I'd like to see how you can make me. Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia saw a stream of bright red ink splash toward his face. In a hurried defense, he raised his right hand to block, but it wasn't enough. Streaks of ink splashed into his eyes, seeping through his squinted lids and causing a fierce burning pain. This was Fire Series spiritual ink used for drawing formation. Enraged, Xianxia endured the pain in his right eye, his left hand clenching with force, intending to strangle Emo Hua. But the momentary pain caused his grip to loosen for an instant, and Emo Hua took the chance to break free. Xianxia reached out to grab again, but knowing he couldn't escape, Emo Hua turned and leapt up, kicking Xianxia in the body. However, the kick had no effect on Xianxia. He didn't budge an inch, nor did he feel the slightest pain. Instead, it was Emo Hua who got sent flying backward by the rebound force. Emo Hua used the momentum to retreat, finally falling to the ground and rolling a few times before lying there, covering his head with his hands. Seeing him in this state, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Now you know who's the waste, right? He continued walking forward, intending to catch Emo Hua before Dazuo could get to him. But just as he took a step forward, Xianxia suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. Looking down, he saw a piece of paper stuffed into his bosom. The paper was marked with 7 formation patterns, drawn with bright red ink, which was becoming more and more glaring, even shining brightly. Was this a formation? Before Xianxia could comprehend, a deafening boom erupted. The formation exploded. Without warning, a surge of intense spiritual power fluctuations burst forth in front of Xianxia, accompanied by a scorching heat and a pain that tore through his heart, engulfing him completely. His Taoist robe was burned to ash, the spiritual artifact heart-protecting mirror at his chest cracked open, and the scalding blast surged upwards to his face, scorching it beyond recognition. The shockwave from the explosion sent him flying, crashing through several stalls before he came to a halt. The street fell instantly silent. A few clan disciples of the Qian family were affected, lying on the ground wailing. Meanwhile, Dazuo and the other cultivators were stunned as they looked at Emo Hua, crouching on the ground with his head in his hands, looking somewhat disheveled, and at Xianxia on the other side, burned black and unrecognizable, unable to utter a word. The sound of the explosion and the resulting fluctuations in spiritual power also alarmed nearby cultivators, with more and more rushing over. Chapter 84 Confrontation. Is this a spell? A refinery apprentice stuttered. Dazuo shook his head. He was also unclear about what had actually happened. All he had seen was Emo Hua splashing spiritual ink on Xianxia, who winced in pain and tried to grab Emo Hua. Emo Hua then kicked Xianxia in return, but it was Emo Hua who was sent flying backward. Soon after, Xianxia exploded. Right, Emo Hua. The explosion had been so loud just now, it was unknown whether Emo Hua had sustained any injuries. Unlike body cultivators, it would be dangerous if Emo Hua had been caught in the blast. Dazuo and the others hurried towards Emo Hua, but, halfway there, they found that Emo Hua had already stood up on his own, even casually patting his bottom. Seeing Dazuo and the others, Emo Hua looked worried and asked, "Brother Dazuo, are you all okay?" The crowd. "Emo Hua, are you hurt?" Dazuo asked. I'm fine, just got some scrapes, and my neck is a bit sore," Emo Hua said, touching his neck where he still had some bruises from Xianxia's chokehold earlier. What about Xianxia? It took Emo Hua a while to find Xianxia, who was blackened and covered in blood, his fate unknown. The power of the earth-fire formation turned out to be stronger than Emo Hua had expected. It hadn't been noticeable when blowing up trees, but the effects on a person were quite obvious. "Emo Hua, what exactly happened here?" Dazuo asked quietly. Before Emo Hua could answer, a middle-aged cultivator arrived in a blink of an eye next to Xianxia. With furrowed brows, after checking Xianxia's breath, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. The middle-aged cultivator took out a few pills and shoved them into Xianxia's mouth, then swept his gaze around like a hawk, his voice cold as he asked, "Who did this?" His voice, filled with spiritual power, buzzed in Mo Hua's ears. A Qi refining 9th level cultivator. Mo Hua's scalp tingled. He was about to step forward when Dazua pulled him back and whispered, "Let the Qi refining 9th level handle it. We don't need to get involved." Sure enough, a burly man with a wolf pelt around his waist stepped out from the crowd and called out loudly, "Kids just messing around, Qian Zhongli, why are you making such a fuss because of your age?" The middle-aged cultivator known as Qian Zhongli snorted coldly, "Is that how your kid plays games?" The burly man laughed heartily, "If he had that kind of ability, I'd let him do whatever he wanted." Qian Zhongli said, "Don't try to fob me off here. Hand over the person responsible, I need to give an explanation. Otherwise, you won't get off lightly either." The laughter of the burly man ceased as his face dropped instantly. "Qian Zhongli, you son of a bitch, have I given you too much face? Being polite to you is giving you respect, don't be shameless. I'll say it again, hand over the person. Don't think I wouldn't dare to act." Qian Zhongli said, restraining his rage. "I'm saying it too, if I tell you to get lost, you better get lost. So what if you act? Am I supposed to be scared?" The burly man was equally blunt. Although Qian Zhongli talked tough, he genuinely held some fear for the burly man and didn't dare to strike hastily, only threatening, "The Qian family elders will be here soon. You don't want to escalate this problem, it won't be easy to clean up for everyone." "What, using your Qian family clout to bully us loose cultivators, aren't you?" retorted the burly man with a defiant attitude. "You really want to take the lead on this? Today you capture a person here, tomorrow you'll be crapping on our heads. What kind of person your little Qian family lord is, don't you have a clue? I can ignore him bullying others, but if he gets beaten while bullying, it's damn well his fault, and you damn well better not interfere. The Qian family does have foundation building cultivators. So what? Only your Qian family has foundation building cultivators? What about the foundation establishment stage? Picking on the younger Qi refinement generation for fun? Did you spend your years cultivating for nothing?" the burly man cursed. "Do I need to speak out the disgraceful deeds your Qian family did to get where you are today?" Knowing he couldn't out-talk the man, and with no idea what else the burly man might say, Qian Zhongli replied, "Fine, I don't need the man for now. But you tell me first, what exactly happened here? What methods were used to hurt the third young master?" "Isn't it clear?" the burly man chuckled. "Your little bastard lord tried to use a spell to bully others, but his skills weren't up to scratch. Instead of hitting his target, he blew himself up into this ghostly mess. Can't you see that for yourself, or were those eyes just for show?" The big man closed his eyes and spouted nonsense, deflecting blame very effectively, and Qian Zhongli nearly vomited blood as he listened. Since when could Xianxia cast any spells? Even if he could, he was only at the middle phase of Qi refinement. What kind of spell could cause such a commotion? "Don't spout nonsense," Qian Zhongli said angrily. "Then you tell me, what's going on? Among these people, can you find a single cultivator capable of casting a spell with such might?" The big man pointed towards Mo Hua. "If you can find one, I won't say another word, and let you take them away." Qian Zhongli was at a loss for words. Among these cultivators, the highest level was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, none of them had enough spiritual power to use such spells. Though a few had the cultivation, it was clear at a glance they were body cultivators. Body cultivators attack with martial arts and skills, which are completely different from the spells of spiritual cultivators. Qian Zhongli repeatedly swept over with his divine sense, beginning to doubt himself. Could it be that the person who injured young Master Xianxia really wasn't among them? Indeed, it didn't seem like anyone here could cast such a spell. "Mo Hua, mingling in the crowd, shrank his head a little. There were no spellcasters, but there was one who knew about formations. Nevertheless, Mo Hua, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, hadn't even caught Jian Zongli's eye. What now? Nothing to say, right? The big man asked with a sneer. Jian Zongli frowned. Regardless, I need an explanation. The big man's temper flared. Fuck your explanation, looking for trouble, are you? Then let's talk with our cultivation, let's see if I can beat you into crying for your parents or if you end up crawling on the ground, searching for your teeth. The big man drew out a bloodthirsty wolf fang club, its tips stained with dark red blood, emitting a sinister monster chi. It was obvious that many monster beasts had died under it. Jian Zongli didn't want to fight, but now there was no choice but to fight. He drew his sword, with his spiritual power surging all over his body, appearing stronger in cultivation, but facing the big man sneering with the wolf fang club, he had not an ounce of confidence. Right then, someone called for them to stop, and a cultivator in the robes of the Taoist court approached. Mo Hua looked carefully. It was actually Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, usually idle and uncommitted, now in the robes of the Taoist court, actually held quite a bit of authority. This matter will be handled by the Taoist court, Zhang Lan said with an air of official business. Court leader Zhang, this matter, Jian Zongli began, but Zhang Lan raised his hand to stop him. I've said it, the Taoist court will handle this. Unrelated people, stand down. Jian Zongli was reluctant to step back, and the big man remained dauntless, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Zhang Lan's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the big man wrapped in wolf skin. We should not escalate this matter. Then he turned to Jian Zongli, nor should you bring shame upon your clan. Jian Zongli gritted his teeth and bowed, I defer to the supervisor's judgment. The big man also bowed his fists, then glanced at Mo Hua and waved dismissively, little brat, what are you staring at? Get lost quickly. Mo Hua and the others wisely slipped away. Dazu and the rest got into a fight and were more or less injured. Mo Hua led them to seek Mr. Feng for treatment. Jian Zongli took the seriously injured Jian Xing away, giving not even a glance at the other Qian family disciples. Seeing this, the big man chuckled coldly and also sauntered off. Soon after, several tribunal cultivators arrived and, under Zhang Lan's command, cleaned up the scene. Zhang Lan had originally been slacking nearby and rushed over after hearing the explosion, arriving to see Jian Zongli and the big man in a standoff, with no clear idea of what had actually happened. But being a supervisor of the Taoist court, he couldn't just ignore everything. When it was time to make an appearance, he needed to put on at least a convincing show. After carefully searching the scene, Zhang Lan looked at the spiritual ink on the ground and at the formation paper that was almost burnt to ashes, and murmured, could it be a formation? Who would use such a formation? Formations weren't something every cultivator could learn, especially not in a small place like Tongxian City. Zhang Lan recalled the curious little face of Mo Hua that had fleetingly appeared in the crowd. He had originally thought Mo Hua was just mixed in to watch the excitement, but now a somewhat absurd idea suddenly emerged, making Zhang Lan's eyelids involuntarily twitch. No way, that kid couldn't be that eerie, right? Chapter 85 Healing Injuries. Zhang Lan furrowed his brow. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt that the less he wanted to admit it, the more likely it was the truth. The formation couldn't have been drawn by Mo Hua, could it? And that person, was he also blown up by Mo Hua? Although Mo Hua was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, since he had started studying compound formations, his formation skills were not low. Painting a formation to blow someone up shouldn't be difficult for him. After thinking it over, Zhang Lan completely erased the traces of the formation and then thought about when he would go to Mo Hua to drink some wine and to clear up the matter incidentally. As for showing partiality in this matter, he had no psychological burden at all. He was born in a noble clan and had seen plenty of wastrels from a young age, so he despised those like Xianxia who relied on their clan's name to bully others and act arrogantly, feeling that they not only wasted their clan's resources but also tarnished the family reputation. The only regret was that the power of the formation wasn't enough, and it didn't kill that Jian family's brat. Mo Hua, this kid, still isn't skilled enough in his craft, Zhang Lan muttered. Inside Apricot Forest Hall, old Mr. Feng was healing Dazuo and the others. Old Mr. Feng disliked children who caused trouble, and initially, he was unwilling to help, but Mo Hua had said that he was the one being bullied and Dazuo and the others were hurt when they came to his defense. Of course, the supposedly bullied Mo Hua was jumping around lively with just some minor cuts while the ones who bullied him had been blown up beyond recognition. It was best not to tell old Mr. Feng that part. Having watched Mo Hua grow up, old Mr. Feng was biased, and softened his attitude when Mo Hua said this, concocted some herbal medicine for them to apply to their wounds, and even gave them some pills to help with blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Dazuo whispered, Mo Hua, you have some serious clout, even managing to convince old Mr. Feng. Whenever I got hurt from fighting, I wouldn't dare to seek out old Mr. Feng, no matter the cause, for fear he would blame me. Mo Hua said, Grandpa Feng is kind-hearted. If you really needed help, he'd definitely take action to heal you. If he doesn't help, it means he knows you're not seriously injured. Dazuo nodded uncertainly, but without Mo Hua leading them, there was no way they would have dared to seek out old Mr. Feng. After old Mr. Feng finished looking after Dazuo and the others, he checked Mo Hua and saw that he too only had some superficial skin injuries, which finally put his mind at ease. Your frailty is congenital. You should not get involved in fights. If it's unavoidable, think of a way to escape sooner rather than later. Don't risk your life, he cautioned. Mo Hua helplessly said, Grandpa Feng, I did run, but I couldn't escape. Old Mr. Feng frowned, in Tongxian City, who is so unreasonable as to bully even a child like you? Mo Hua chuckled, it's nothing serious, just let bygones be bygones. Seeing that Mo Hua didn't want to talk about it, old Mr. Feng did not insist, only advising. I may have some slight influence here in Tongxian City. If someone really bullies you and you can't fight back, make sure to tell me. Thank you, Grandpa Feng. Mo Hua said gratefully, touched his neck, and discovered that after applying the medicine given by old Mr. Feng, it was cool and already much less painful, so he said his goodbyes, it's getting late, I should head home. Next time, I'll bring some osmanthus wine my mother made for you to taste. Old Mr. Feng waved his hand, head back early, don't make your mother worry. After bidding farewell to old Mr. Feng and Dazuo, and seeing their woeful expressions, Mo Hua asked, are your injuries very serious? The injuries aren't serious, but we've still shown our colors, and it won't heal in a day or two. There's no way we can hide it from our master, Dazuo said dejectedly. Master Chen. That's right, Master repeatedly cautioned us not to stir up trouble or fight. If anyone gets hurt in a fight, we have to spend spirit stones on our own recovery and compensate the other party with spirit stones as well. Yes, so whenever we finish a fight, regardless of whether we are in the right or not, Master will punish us without fail. Several disciples chimed in one after another. Mo Hua felt somewhat guilty since Dazuo and the others had fought with Xianxi's group to help him. If Xianxi hadn't been so aggressively provocative, the fight wouldn't have escalated to such an extent. Mo Hua said, Xianxi bullied others because he thought he could, and you all got into the fight because you were helping me. Master Chen is not unreasonable, he probably won't blame you. Dazuo nodded but still seemed a bit anxious. If Master Chen still blames you, just tell him that whenever the refinery shop needs any formation painted, I can help, as long as it's not too difficult. Really? Dazuo's eyes lit up. Commissioning someone to paint formations cost a lot of spirit stones, and every time it pained their master deeply. If Mo Hua could help out from now on, certainly the master would be pleased. Dazuo hesitated, won't you be at a loss? My father always tells me that neighbors and friends should look out for each other. You've helped me, so I help you, where's the loss in that? Mo Hua patted his chest as he spoke. Mo Shan knew that when Mo Hua painted formations for others, he was very happy. He often told Mo Hua exactly that, and also that one should lend a hand whenever possible. The lives of loose cultivators at the bottom were harsh, it was looking out for one another that kept them going. In times of hardship, Mo Hua's family had received much care from others. However, Dazu was quite happy. If that little bastard Xianxia troubles you again, we'll help you beat him up. Right, beat him up, the other disciples echoed. After everyone parted ways, Mo Hua went home, had dinner, exchanged a few words with his mother, and then returned to his room to continue studying formations. He didn't mention Xianxia, not wanting to worry his mother. The Qian family was too powerful, so it was best to avoid conflict with them whenever possible, confront them if it was truly unavoidable. Fortunately, the Qian family didn't know that it was he who had used a formation to injure Xianxia. They probably wouldn't trouble Mo Hua anytime soon. Lu Ruhua sat alone with a heavy heart under the lamp, sewing clothes until Mo Shan returned. Only then did she speak to her husband. Where got hurt? He didn't mention it and even covered his wound, not wanting me to notice, but I'm his mother, how could I not see? Mo Shan comforted his wife. Mo Hua is a boy, and it's right for a boy to shoulder responsibilities. If he doesn't speak of it, it means he can handle it on his own, and it's probably not a serious matter. You shouldn't question him about it. Lu Ruhua nodded, but I'm still a bit worried. Mo Hua is usually well behaved, he shouldn't have gotten into any conflicts. I'll ask around tomorrow to find out what actually happened. Don't worry. Even if something did happen, I am here, aren't I? Mo Shan's tone was gentle, comforting his wife, but a trace of sharpness flashed across his eyes. Meanwhile, at the refinery shop, Dazu and his group were being punished by Master Chen, kneeling in front of the hall. Master Chen held a stick in his hand, his face as still as water. Well, you've become bold now, your wings strong enough to fight with others, even disturbing the Taoist court officials. If I hadn't heard about this from someone else, I'd still be in the dark. Do you have no respect for me as your master? Chapter 86 Blame. Master Chen was fuming with rage, and his disciples dared not even take a breath. Why are you silent now? Everyone looked around at each other, thinking bitterly, isn't it because you, master, started hitting as soon as you entered, not letting us speak at all? They turned to look at Dazu, who had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Master, this is not our fault. If not your fault, then whose? Mine? Did I start this fight? They started bullying first. Dazu whispered. Exactly, Master, they were too oppressive, all the disciples chimed in agreement. Master Chen scoffed, oh, they were oppressive, and you had no fault at all? Even if others were wrong, did you have to fight to this extent? If the Taoist court had detained you, would I not have to shamelessly go to the Taoist court and beg for your release? And if someone got seriously injured, would I not have to compensate them with spirit stones? Master Chen's anger grew as he spoke, not to mention anything else, are spirit stones so easily earned? How did I raise such a wasteful bunch of you, who still haven't learned much about artifact refining and only cause me trouble? We only acted because Mo Hua was being bullied. So what if Mo Hua was bullied? Who hasn't been bullied before? If everyone who was bullied had to fight back, how many cultivators would die or be injured in this world? I think you won't learn your lesson today until you get a beating. Master Chen raised his stick as if to strike, then suddenly stopped and frowned, asking, who was being bullied? Mo Hua, Dazu said, glancing at the stick in his master's hand and shrinking his neck slightly. Mo Hua. Thinking of Mo Hua's appearance, a boy around 10 years old, well-behaved and adorable, as well as harmless, Master Chen couldn't help but ask with confusion. Who went crazy, to bully Mo Hua, that little kid? Seizing the moment, Dazu hurriedly said, it was not just bullying, it was obviously with a murderous intent, that's why I stepped in. A murderous intent? Master Chen angrily said, this is simply lawlessness. Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely intolerable. Completely shameless. Shut your mouths. Master Chen barked. Master Chen wasn't clear about what had happened. He had just finished his work and had gone for a drink to ease his fatigue. Before he could even settle in, he heard that Dazu had gotten into a fight again, not just Dazu, but other apprentices as well. It wasn't just a fight, the commotion was huge, not only were people injured, but even the Taoist court was disturbed. His blood surged with anger, and he rushed back to hold these disciples to account. Master Chen continued to question Dazu, who was bullying Mo Hua. Xianxia. Xianxia? The young master of the Qian family. Yes. Do you know why? Dazu shook his head. Master Chen's brow furrowed tighter. What conflict could there be between the Qian family and Mo Hua? They had nothing in common. But Xianxia. I've heard that kid has always been a piece of work, bullying others just to show off his power seems likely. Dazu continued, when I got there, Xianxia and his group had already surrounded Mo Hua, and some were about to strike, aiming for the forehead. Out of urgency, I intervened. Listening, Master Chen got angrier, feeling that his guess was correct, and he couldn't help but curse, the little bastard. Probably used to being a tyrant on ordinary days, he wanted to bully someone to showcase his influence. If anyone did not yield to him, he'd lose his temper. Though the family head of the Qian family, Qian Hong, was not a good man, he at least knew some limits. How could he possibly have a son like this? Could it really be a bastard child? Master Chen also couldn't help but wonder. Dazu, seeing that his master was no longer angry, quietly asked. Master, are you still going to hit us? Master Chen glared at him. What, you're not comfortable unless you get a beating? Dazu shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. Master Chen threw aside the stick but still said, it's good that you helped someone, but to end up in such a state just from lending a hand is unlikely. You must have gotten carried away in the fight and then lost all sense of measure, regardless of the consequences. Master Chen knew these disciples too well. If they really wanted to save someone, they would just save and leave. It must have been some conflict that arose. They were all young and with resentments, they couldn't pull back once they started. Luckily none of the disciples had been seriously hurt or killed, or else just the cost of the pills for treating the injuries would have been a hefty sum of spirit stones, a significant burden for a typical cultivator's family. Once a cultivator falls into debt, it's like having an iron weight pressed upon them, making every breath feel exhausting. It's good for young people to be spirited, but their backgrounds and family circumstances can't support that kind of temperament. Master Chen sighed, but even so, right and wrong still couldn't be muddled. Looking at the group of kids in front of him, Master Chen felt both concern and relief. There were reasons for the incident, so I won't delve into it. Helping others is right, but avoid casualties when you can, and don't always act impulsively. Don't make your parents worry. Today, you won't get a beating. Kneel here for 2 hours, reflect on your actions, and then you can leave. Dazu and the others sighed with relief. Kneeling for 2 hours was nothing as long as they were not beaten. Besides, it seemed that the master wasn't really angry with them, and he appeared to believe that they hadn't done wrong but was just punishing them symbolically. With such realization, everyone felt much more comfortable, and even while kneeling, they sat up straighter. It was then that Dazu thought of something and said to Master Chen, Master, Mo Hua said that since we helped him, if we ever need any formations drawn, we could just look for him. As long as they aren't too difficult, he should be able to handle them. Oh. Master Chen, hands clasped behind his back, began to walk away, then after a few steps, turned back around and asked, "What did you say?" Dazhou sensed something unusual about his master and said, "Mo Hua said." Dazhou repeated what Mo Hua had told them. "Did Mo Hua really say that?" Master Chen asked. Dazhou nodded, and the disciples added, "That's what he said." After calming his mind several times, Master Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together, pondered for a moment, and hesitated before saying, "If we helped him and he helps us draw some formations, that shouldn't be considered taking advantage of him, right?" After thinking for a moment, Dazhou replied, "Mo Hua said it's mutual aid among loose cultivators, not taking advantage." "That's right." Master Chen couldn't hold back his laughter anymore, but then, remembering he was in front of his disciples, he tried to keep a straight face, though he couldn't quite suppress his smile. Now that they had someone to take care of the formations in the refinery shop, even if it was just saving on the formation master's fee, it was a significant expense spared. The saved spirit stones could go towards necessary repairs in the refinery shop, purchases that needed to be made, better quality metal for artifact refining, and his disciples could even have a few more bowls of rice each meal. Master Chen felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and he felt more invigorated. Such good children, Master Chen, in high spirits, turned to his disciples and said, "Mo Hua may be young, but he's talented and diligent. By helping us with the formation drawings, we are the ones at an advantage. If his family ever finds themselves in trouble, you must help out as much as you can. Remember this." "Yes, Master." Dazhou and the others quickly nodded their heads. "All right, you can all go now," Master Chen waved them off. "Yes." Just as Dazhou was about to respond, he suddenly remembered something else and asked quietly, "Aren't we kneeling anymore?" Master Chen was both amused and annoyed. "Kneel what?" "Scram." "Yes." The disciples replied loudly, running off as if a great burden had been lifted. Master Chen shook his head, "A bunch of silly boys, who knows when they will grow up." He had initially returned in anger, but now, looking at his disciples, his mood was much better. He thought about finding a place to have a few drinks, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped. Master Chen slapped his forehead. "I forgot to ask, how did things end up with the Qian family?" Though Xianxia was no good, any mishap would still be troublesome. But after another thought, with the Qian family's numbers and strength, along with a host of guards, it was unlikely they came to harm. Besides, it was just a fight involving children in the middle phase of Qi refinement, and even if someone got hurt, it shouldn't have been too serious. If there had been an incident, these children wouldn't have been able to return safely. Thinking this, Master Chen felt at ease and went on to enjoy his drink with peace of mind. Chapter 87 Inquiry, First Update. After a day full of right and wrong, Mo Hua wanted to sleep early, but he couldn't fall asleep. Thinking it over, he still decided to go into his sea of consciousness and practiced the formation on the stele all night. When drawing the formation, his mind was free from distractions, and his mood could more easily settle down. The next day, Zhang Lan found Mo Hua. He sat at an 8 immortals table in the corner of an eatery, the table laid with several dishes to accompany the drinks, and a pot of wine. Zhang Lan poured himself a cup of wine and looked at Mo Hua. "Tell me, what happened yesterday?" "What happened?" Zhang Lan curled his lips. "Don't play dumb with me, the matter with Xianxia. He bullied me, then brother Dazhou and the others helped, a fight broke out, and then you all came," Mo Hua said, intentionally downplaying the incident. Although the account was complete, the key content was missing. Zhang Lan couldn't help but say, "Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, that formation, it was you who used it, right?" Mo Hua was startled. "Uncle Zhang, you saw it." "I didn't see it." Zhang Lan took a sip of wine. "If I had, how could I let them get away with such nonsense?" Mo Hua asked puzzledly. then how did you know it was a formation and not a spell? After the earth-fire formation exploded, the spirit paper turned to ash. No one should have known it was Emohua who hurt Xianxia with a formation unless they saw it with their own eyes. Where rain falls, traces remain, where geese fly over, they leave their call. A cultivator doing anything will leave traces. Not being able to see them yourself doesn't mean others can't. What sort of traces are there? Emohua humbly asked for advice. The ash left by the burned formation media is different from the ash from other burned objects. After a formation explodes, the lingering aura of spiritual power is also easy to distinguish, and anyone knowledgeable could even tell which formation you used. There also aren't many spells that a chi refinement realm can use. Apart from spells, only runes and formations have such power. Runes are expensive and easier to identify, so thinking it over leaves only the formation. Zhonglan said all this with an air of clear confidence. I see, Emohua had a sudden realization, then how should one erase these traces? The ash from the spirit paper scatters with the wind and dissolves in water, or one could directly use other formation media to draw a formation, leaving no residue. The aura left by an exploded formation can be intentionally confused. Still, it doesn't matter much, as a normal cultivator can hardly tell the difference between a formation's and a cultivator's spiritual power. And then there is. Speaking thus far, Zhonglan suddenly realized something was off, as if he were teaching Emohua how to cover his tracks after doing mischief. And what else? Emohua was eagerly listening. Zhonglan coughed, that's not important. Just tell me, did you hurt Xianxia or not? No, Emohua wasn't foolish enough to admit it and create unnecessary trouble. Zhonglan looked incredulous. Uncle Zhong, think about it, I'm only at the 4th level of chi refinement, how could I possibly draw such a powerful formation? That's a good excuse, Zhonglan nodded noncommittally. Right. As soon as Emohua finished speaking, he realized what he implied and corrected himself, that's the truth, not an excuse. Zhonglan laughed, all right, I get it. Don't worry, I just wanted to know what happened, I wasn't really going to take you to the Taoist court for questioning. Your Taoist court wouldn't take care of it. The Taoist court would care, but wouldn't they also distinguish right from wrong? Could it be that in your eyes, the Taoist court is in cahoots with the aristocratic families and clans? Yes, Emohua nodded honestly. It would indeed be strange if the Taoist court and the noble clans were not in cahoots. Zhonglan choked on a sip of wine and, after thinking, couldn't come up with an example to refute, so he had no choice but to claim his innocence. All right, there are indeed those who share the same foul breath, but at least I'm not one of them, that should suffice, right? Emohua looked at him with a bit of sympathy, whispering, Uncle Zhong, are you being ostracized? Is that why they don't include you in their games? Zhonglan's head started to ache a bit, and his heart felt tired. Just as he was about to explain himself, he suddenly realized the topic was dragged off by the kid to who knows where, and the matter he wanted to inquire about was still unfinished. Zhonglan glared at Emohua, stop beating around the bush, I'm talking to you about Xianxia. Oh, Emohua obediently sat, not planning to say much anyway. However, both of them knew what was up, it just went unsaid. Zhonglan didn't want to press further, so he said, with your cultivation at merely the 4th level of chi refinement, you indeed cannot draw such a formation. Therefore, the person who injured Xianxia is definitely not you. Then who could it be? Emohua asked tentatively. Zhonglan raised an eyebrow, Xianxia has been throwing his weight around, surely offending many. This time, he caused a scene on the street, and a cultivator took the chance to launch a sneak attack under cover. As for who exactly did it, we'll need some time to investigate. Emohua couldn't help but admire the talent, indeed, everyone in the Taoist court was capable. He too should learn the skill of telling such blatant lies with eyes wide open. Court leader Zhang, you've worked hard. This meal is on me. Mo Hua slapped his chest and offered generously. Oh. Zhonglan teased, in that case, let's have 2 more plates of beef and 2 more jars of fine wine. Mo Hua felt a bit awkward, we're just a small business, that's probably enough. Zhonglan couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the way, do you have a grudge against Xianxia? Why did he specifically target you? Zhonglan suddenly remembered to ask. Mo Hua thought for a moment, not really a grudge, he asked me to do something for him, I didn't agree, and he flew into a rage from embarrassment. That's it. Yeah, Mo Hua nodded, he said he'd kill me and throw me into the mountains to be eaten piece by monster beasts, so that the Taoist court wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Son of a bitch. Zhonglan slammed the table, exasperating the other customers who turned to look. Zhonglan quickly coughed and covered it up, fine wine. Mo Hua couldn't resist saying, you've damaged our table. The table now had several cracks after Zhonglan's slam. Zhonglan usually restrained his blood qi and spiritual power, but momentarily, in his anger, he used some strength. Put it on my tab, deduct it from my spirit stones, Zhonglan sheepishly said. Mo Hua was just speaking rhetorically, but then he asked a question that puzzled him. Uncle Zhang, Xianxia wouldn't really kill someone, would he? Mo Hua had grown up seeing cultivators who mostly toiled for their livelihood. Even if there were fights to the death, they were usually with monster beasts. It was rare for cultivators to kill one another. So when Xianxia tried to use lethal force over a disagreement, Mo Hua was quite shocked, especially with the casual way Xianxia talked about murder and the method he described of suspending someone in the mountains for monster beasts to eat piece by piece. If he hadn't actually done it, he probably wouldn't have spoken so convincingly. This was also Mo Hua's first real encounter with the dangers and unpredictability hidden beneath ordinary daily life. Zhonglan's expression also became more somber, it's not impossible. Doesn't the Taoist court care? The Taoist court will only act if someone files a report, will only investigate if there are clues, and will only convict if the evidence is conclusive. Otherwise, either they can't intervene at all or even if they do intervene, they won't get any results, and in the end, it will usually just come to nothing. It seems like the things Xianxia did would probably all come to nothing. Chapter 88 Guidance, Second Update. Mo Hua sighed, I originally thought that Xianxia, despite being arrogant and overbearing, was at most a spoiled brat who just bullied others a bit. I never expected him to be capable of doing such bad things behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Zhonglan's gaze slightly hardened, and he spoke earnestly, Mo Hua, you often hear the phrase the human heart is treacherous, right? Mo Hua nodded. The treachery of the human heart is sometimes invisible. Bad people won't have the word bad written on their faces. Many despicable people seem just like ordinary folks on the surface, and may even appear more like good people than the average person. People tend to show only the parts of themselves that can stand the light. What dark secrets are hidden in the dark, one will never know. Mo Hua was shocked to hear such words coming from Zhonglan, who usually idled about. That means, for someone like Xianxia, the things he shows in the light are already not good, not to mention what he might do in the dark, nothing bad would be surprising. Zhonglan looked at Mo Hua in surprise, not bad, you catch on pretty fast. It's a pity. Seeing a look of regret on Mo Hua's face, Zhonglan asked, a pity about what? The power of the formation was a bit too weak. It didn't kill Xianxia. Zhonglan nodded, he was thinking the same thing. Although it didn't kill him, he was seriously injured. The Qian family is currently seeking pill masters of at least first tier to heal him, there's no telling if he can be saved. If you ask me, they shouldn't bother healing him, it's purely a waste of pills. Zhonglan said this, then suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, if Xianxia survives, does he know it's you who made the move? I splashed spiritual ink in his eyes, he shouldn't be able to see. Oh. Zhonglan thought to himself, Aren't you just admitting it? Mo Hua looked up at the sky, pretending he had said nothing. But what if he really does find out? After thinking for a moment, Mo Hua said, if he finds out, given his pride, he certainly wouldn't tell his clan. Getting injured by a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement is an embarrassing matter. What if he seeks revenge on you in private? Zhonglan couldn't help but ask. Then I'm even less afraid. If he could be ambushed once, why couldn't he be ambushed a second time? He was lucky the first time, he might not be so lucky the next, Mo Hua said with a sneer. Though he wasn't one to start trouble, he also wasn't afraid of it. He had been caught off guard before and suffered for it, but if he was prepared, he wouldn't be afraid of Xianxia anymore. Zhonglan was taken aback. How can you be sure his luck won't hold the second time? Mo Hua pretended not to hear. Zhonglan then whispered, even if you used the earth-fire formation, it only left him with serious injuries, it still couldn't kill him. At the 4th level of Qi refinement, you don't have any other methods, do you? At the 4th level of Qi refinement, and not knowing any spells, even if one knew spells, their power wouldn't be high. Mo Hua was not suited for body refinement, so getting up close and personal in a fight would be suicidal. As for formations, being able to draw an earth-fire formation containing 7 formation patterns at the 4th level of Qi refinement was probably his limit. Even if there were formations with greater power, they wouldn't be much stronger. Even if such formations existed, they would be secret formations closely guarded by the big clans and not casually shared with outsiders. Zhonglan couldn't think of any other means Mo Hua might have. You're not thinking of gathering those refinery apprentices to gang up and beat Xianxia to death, are you? Zhonglan suddenly said. Mo Hua gave Zhonglan a slightly disdainful look and said softly, one earth-fire formation can inflict injury, wouldn't 2 earth-fire formations kill him? Zhonglan. He was accustomed to thinking from the professional perspective of a cultivator and didn't expect such a straightforward solution. Mo Hua leaned close to Zhonglan and lowered his voice, I've thought it all through. We'll do just as you said, after exploding, use water to wash away the ashes, mold a spirit stone on the spot to confuse the spiritual power, and then they won't know I used a formation. Zhonglan nodded, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, when you say do as I said, what do you mean as I said? Mo Hua smiled apologetically, I owe it all to your guidance just now. Zhonglan blurted out, I did not guide you. All right, let's say I didn't receive any guidance. What do you mean let's say? No guidance means no guidance. Then Mo Hua comforted him, I was just speaking offhand. How could I, a Qi refinement 4th level cultivator, possibly do something so dangerous? Let's drop it, forget about this topic. Zhonglan waved his hand, fearing that if the conversation continued, he might end up being seen as the mastermind. He had been somewhat worried about Mo Hua, but now he realized he should probably worry more about that Xianxia kid. The Qian family might not want to make a big fuss about this matter, after all, they were at fault first, failing in their bullying and ending up blown to bits. If word got out, they would be the ones losing face. If the dirt came out when digging up the radish, bringing to light Xianxia's shady deeds, the Taoist court would have enough to give them a hard time. As long as the Qian family didn't take action, even if Xianxia sought private revenge, Mo Hua should be alright as long as he stayed cautious. Mo Hua was only worried about the Qian family. As for Xianxia, though he verbally chastised him as useless, in his heart he had always regarded him as such. Unless caught off guard and ambushed, with preparation, dealing with Xianxia wouldn't be difficult. By the way, since you study formation, you must have a master, right? Zhonglan had always wanted to ask this question. In the Tao Cultivation world, formation is the hardest to learn, and the assessments and rankings for formation masters are also the strictest. Most cultivators who study formation have a traditional apprenticeship. The notion of being self-taught simply doesn't exist. Even the most talented formation masters need someone else's guidance. Without it, not to mention the vast sea of formation knowledge, even the basic formation patterns would take a lot of time to learn and understand. Hua was a loose cultivator, not trained in a sect, but his skill in formation was not low. Aside from his own hard work and diligent study, Zhonglan guessed he must also have had instruction from a master. Not a master, just a gentleman. I am merely registered as his disciple. Hua did not hide this fact. Does this gentleman have a name? Zhonglan inquired. Hua shook his head. The gentleman lives in seclusion, enjoys solitude, and doesn't wish to reveal his name. Zhonglan nodded in understanding. There were quite a few cultivators in the Tao cultivation world like that, eccentric, disliking social interactions, finding a secluded place to do what they enjoy. It was Hua's fate to have encountered such a person. He did not ask further. There are proper bounds to everything, and to inquire further would be prying. Some masters particularly dislike being investigated. However, this gentleman never officially took you as a disciple. Zhonglan couldn't help but ask, finding Hua to be quite a good kid, diligent, hard-working, and with high comprehension, even though sometimes his words could be exasperating. Zhonglan wasn't skilled in formation himself, otherwise, he would have considered taking Hua as a disciple. Hua said, "My talent is quite ordinary. I'm already very happy that the gentleman is willing to teach me formation." Zhonglan nodded and said no more. After they finished eating meat and drinking wine, he gave Hua a few more words of advice before leaving the eatery. Once outside the eatery, walking on the road with the breeze on his face, the slight tipsiness from the wine was swept away, and he felt much more sober. Then, Zhonglan suddenly thought of a question. Qi refinement 4th level, drawing 7 formation patterns, earth-fire formation, is this what you call quite ordinary talent? What can I draw at Qi refinement 4th level? 4 patterns? No, at least 5 or 6, surely. Hua can draw 7. He aims to be a formation master, so drawing 7 is normal. I'm not aiming to become one, just learning casually. Drawing 5 or 6 shouldn't be too much, Zhonglan nodded to himself. But, how many formation patterns can an average Qi refinement 4th level formation master draw? Is it 4? After thinking for a while and still clueless, Zhonglan shook his head. He had hated drawing formations back in the clan school, as it quickly depleted one's divine sense and caused headaches, so he never paid much attention to it. I'll write a letter when I have time to ask the clan how many formation patterns a Qi refinement 4th level disciple can draw, Zhonglan thought silently to himself. Chapter 89 Pill Master, 3rd Update. Meanwhile, at the Apricot Forest Hall, old Mr. Feng had just finished seeing a patient and was sitting in the hall drinking tea. A few cultivators walked in, bowed to old Mr. Feng, and respectfully said, "Someone in the clan has been severely injured, and we humbly request old Mr. Feng's help." Old Mr. Feng glanced at the pale yellow Taoist robes embroidered with golden thread they were wearing and asked, "People from the Qian family?" "Yes." "What's the extent of the injury?" A cultivator from the Qian family hesitated before speaking. "It seems to be caused by a powerful fire elemental spiritual power, the flesh is charred, the meridians are damaged, and the breath is faint." Old Mr. Feng frowned. "That's serious. A few pill masters from within the clan attempted treatment, but they are disputing amongst themselves, unable to come to a decision, so we thought to seek old Mr. Feng's opinion. In Tongxian City, your art of healing with pills is truly unparalleled." "You flatter me," said old Mr. Feng. "Time is of the essence, let me prepare and I'll be right over." Old Mr. Feng provided healing through alchemy to all, regardless of their status or wealth, whether they were loose cultivators or clan cultivators. As long as they were truly in need, he would generally lend a hand. The Qian family cultivators bowed respectfully once more and said, "Thank you, old Mr. Feng." Old Mr. Feng chose a few types of spirit grass, several bottles of pills, and a few pill manuals to bring along, and after giving some instructions to his apprentices, he followed the cultivators to the Qian family. It was only upon reaching the Qian family that he learned the person he was to save was Xianxia. Old Mr. Feng's brow furrowed, and he felt somewhat displeased. He had heard of Xianxia's behavior, the arrogance, the high-handedness, the acts of bullying had not been few. But after consideration, he remembered these were merely rumors, not witnessed firsthand, and may not necessarily be true. Furthermore, although Xianxia was troublesome, old Mr. Feng hadn't heard of him committing any atrocious acts against the heavenly Dao, so it was not right to forsake him to death. The Qian family was in a gloomy and sorrowful state, the womenfolk were crying, and the elders looked grim. Old Mr. Feng sighed. As long as cultivators do not become immortals, they are still human, and where there is humanity, there are joys and sorrows of life. He had seen such scenes often, but he couldn't help feeling compassion, thinking it best to save the person if he could. Old Mr. Feng entered to examine Xianxia's injuries, then discussed the treatment methods with a few other pill masters. One pill master said, "Young Master Qian's injuries are too severe, we should nurture him gently, using wood series spiritual objects along with pills to slowly nourish the physical body until he gradually recovers." Another disagreed, "Nurturing gently does not offer a true cure. He is injured by fire elemental spiritual power, and if the residual spiritual power forms fire poison within the body and it's not completely purged, it will damage his meridians and qi, leading to endless troubles." "And how would you purge it?" "With heaven yuan water, supplemented by water spirit pills. With water countering fire, thoroughly eliminating the fire poison. Once the fire poison is gone, the damaged meridians and flesh will naturally start to recover slowly. Countering with water and fire is too aggressive. If the fire poison is not removed, I fear young Master Qian would lose his life before that happens." The pill masters debated incessantly, each holding their own views, and none could persuade the others. Old Mr. Feng coughed once, and the pill masters fell silent. In Tongxian City, having healed and saved lives for over 100 years, old Mr. Feng may have seemed to have no power or position, but his prestige was profound. Cultivators in Tongxian City, even if they had not been personally treated by old Mr. Feng, certainly had friends or acquaintances who had benefited from his help. Moreover, the future is unpredictable, and no one can be assured they won't need old Mr. Feng's assistance someday. The pill masters present knew of old Mr. Feng's character and held him in high regard. Before their assessments, some of them had even specially visited old Mr. Feng to seek his guidance. Once old Mr. Feng coughed, the pill masters stopped speaking and stood obediently on the side, listening. "The fire poison needs to be purged," began old Mr. Feng, which pleased the pill master who had advocated for its removal. "However, heaven yuan water cannot be used, it's too fierce." "What the elder states is indeed true," the pill master responded respectfully. "Nurturing gently is possible, but it should not be too mild either, otherwise, it would be fostering the poison," old Mr. Feng added, turning to the other pill master. He then listed several spirit grasses and pills, analyzed the specific injuries, explained how to properly use the medicine, the appropriate dosages, and how to adjust the amount of the pills according to the severity of the symptoms. In the end, old Mr. Feng said, "The art of pills requires mutual exchange and discussion. It's good to have one's own ideas, but one must not be stubborn and refuse to accept others' views." The pill masters nodded in agreement. After speaking, old Mr. Feng sat down to the side and drank tea. The other pill masters quietly discussed among themselves. They had a direction for treatment, but what specific pills to use, what medicine to refine required further discussion and consideration, and could not be resolved immediately. Old Mr. Feng sipped his tea and suddenly asked, "By the way, why is Xianxia so badly injured?" A few pill masters stopped their discussion, unsure of what to say. After all, it wasn't a pleasant topic, especially since they were at the Qian family's residence, and speaking about it could be deemed disrespectful. One of the pill masters, seeing no members of the Qian family nearby, whispered, "It's said that young Master Qian was bullying others using his power, but in the end, he was the one who got beaten." Old Mr. Feng furrowed his brows. "It wasn't that he got beaten by someone else," another pill master said, "it's that he was using a newly learned spell to hit someone, but his skills weren't refined, the spell backfired, and that's how he ended up like this." "Nonsense. A spell backfiring wouldn't result in this state," another pill master objected. "Injuries from a spell backfiring manifest from the inside out, his injuries are clearly from the outside in." "Exactly, he was definitely injured by a sneak attack using fire-type spells. Don't spells require time to condense? A few moments are enough time to dodge. Young Master Qian isn't a fool who would just stand there and get hit, is he?" "How do you know he isn't a fool? Perhaps he was careless and didn't dodge." "None of you are correct, it must have been a fire-type rune, and an expensive one at that, the single-use kind." The pill masters were engrossed in their gossip. If the topic was how to heal people with pills, they would have to rack their brains, deep in thought, a truly taxing task. But gossiping got them much more excited. Old Mr. Feng was somewhat speechless, then asked again, "He was using his power to bully someone, who was it?" "It seems he was bullying a child. A loose cultivator couldn't stand it and stepped in to help. The two sides ended up fighting, and it turned into quite a scene. Although the world's moral standards are declining these days, there are still cultivators who dare to do the right thing." Old Mr. Feng had a guess in his heart, and his expression gradually turned colder. "Do you know who the child is?" "That, I'm not so sure about. I only heard that the one who helped in the fight is an apprentice from Master Chen's refinery shop, and the child who was bullied seems to have the surname Mo." Old Mr. Feng put down his teacup, stood up, and left with a swish of his sleeves. "Old Mr. Feng," several pill masters got up in a hurry and chased after him. Seeing this, the Qian family members also quickly followed, anxiously asking, "Old gentleman, where are you going?" "I'm going back. The young master is seriously injured and is counting on you to heal him." "I won't heal," Old Mr. Feng declared decisively. "This, you," several Qian family disciples were at a loss. An elder from the Qian family, with profound aura and deep wrinkles, blocked Old Mr. Feng's path. "Old Mr. Feng, please return. Once you heal the young master, the family head won't shortchange you. He was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage." The pill masters were inwardly shocked and looked at each other uncertainly. Old Mr. Feng glanced at the Qian family elder. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" "I wouldn't dare. I'm just asking you to save the young master," the Qian family elder said with clasped hands. Old Mr. Feng snorted, "All my life I have practiced alchemy and medicine to save people, not to commit sins. What kind of person is your young master? Is he worth saving by me?" The Qian family elder was left speechless, as he was well aware of what kind of person the young master was, and he also knew that old Mr. Feng, upon knowing the full story, would definitely refuse to heal him. Old Mr. Feng's face was as stern as water. "Are you going to let me pass or not?" The Qian family elder had the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, but faced with the glare of old Mr. Feng, a Qi refining 9th level cultivator, he inexplicably felt a bit guilty. After a long hesitation, he silently stepped aside. Old Mr. Feng shook his sleeves and left the Qian family estate. Seeing this, a few pill masters also took the opportunity to excuse themselves. Those who couldn't afford to offend the Qian family stayed behind, gritting their teeth. A Qian family disciple said to the elder, "Elder, why didn't you stop old Mr. Feng?" The Qian family elder glared at him and angrily said, "How can I stop him? He saved my father's life years ago, where would I find the face to stop him? That he didn't scold me is already showing me face." Chapter 90, Parents, Part 4. After chatting with Zhang Lan in the daytime, Mo Hua spent the entire day poring over the 1,000 formation collection given by Mr. Zhuang. He found several formations that could be useful and planned to study them in the next few days. Once learned, he would draw a few copies to carry with him, just in case. It's unwise to harbor intentions to harm others, but one must always be prepared to defend against them. Mo Hua's means of self-protection were currently too limited, relying solely on formations clearly wasn't enough. The incident with Xianxia served as a warning to Mo Hua. Despite the laws of the Taoist court, cultivators might not all comply. The heavenly Dao bestows power upon cultivators, but slaughter and power have always been inseparable companions. Being a cultivator himself, body cultivators fight to the death with martial arts, while spiritual cultivators claim lives with spells. If he knew nothing, he wouldn't survive long enough in the perilous Tao cultivation world to take care of his aging parents. Of course, Mo Hua could devote himself solely to becoming a formation master, finding a safe place where he would neither battle monster beasts nor conflict with other cultivators, focusing only on studying formations and living peacefully ever after. But ultimately, placing one's life in the hands of others' kindness is never a good choice. After all, Mo Hua had no way of knowing whether, in the future, he might encounter a cultivator with murderous intent towards him. If a cultivator targeted him and he had no means of protecting himself, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. So, how could he protect himself? Mo Hua pondered this question to himself. Undertaking body cultivation was out of the question, impossible in this lifetime. With Mo Hua's physique, practicing body refinement and learning Tao cultivation martial arts to engage in close quarters combat would be no different from delivering himself to death. That left only the path of becoming a spiritual cultivator. But Mo Hua's talent for such a pursuit was not particularly remarkable, either. His spiritual route could only be considered mediocre at best, his qi couldn't store an abundance of spiritual power, and the cultivation technique he practiced, Tianyangju, didn't offer any special bonuses to his spiritual power. This meant that his spiritual power would be somewhat inadequate compared to cultivators of the same realm. This was in comparison with cultivators of similar aptitude. Compared with geniuses like Bai Zishan and Bai Zixi, Mo Hua's spiritual power could even be described as paltry. The amount of spiritual power was directly linked to the potency of spells. Forget it. Let's talk about it after reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement. I can't learn any spells now, Mo Hua sighed. Upon reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, body cultivators could learn physical martial arts, and spiritual cultivators could learn spells because their spiritual power would be relatively abundant, providing the foundation to manipulate spiritual power and use Taoist skills. By the time one reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, many cultivators had to fend for themselves. By then, it would be considered late to start learning. Thinking it over, for now, he could only rely on formations. Mo Hua sighed again and earnestly entered his sea of consciousness, practicing a few new formations on the Taoist Stele. Mo Shan, who had been out and about the whole day, had also returned home. I've asked around, Wei didn't do anything wrong. It was Xianxia from the Qian family who was looking for trouble on purpose. He even tried to make a move on Mo Hua, but fortunately, Dazuo and the others intervened, and it ended without incident. Lu Ruhua breathed a sigh of relief, but then expressed her worry, the Qian family won't cause trouble for Wei, will they? Mo Shan snorted coldly, they dare? The Qian family may be powerful, but we monster hunters who fight for our lives against monster beasts and taste the blade's edge aren't weak. Unless a foundation-building cultivator steps in, if they dare to come at us, they won't leave in one piece. When Mo Shan spoke, his entire being exuded a ferocity, an aura forged from years of battling monster beasts, which was rather intimidating. Lu Ruhua rarely saw her husband show such an expression. At home, Mo Shan was always gentle and considerate. Holding her husband's hand, she asked softly, what if the Qian family really sends a foundation-building cultivator? Mo Shan shook his head, that won't happen. The Qian family has foundation building elders, and so do we monster hunters. If foundation building cultivators get involved, it would escalate matters, and neither side would come out unscathed. Did you tell the elder about this? I did. Initially, I wanted to give the Qian family a hard time. It's tricky in Tongxian City, but in these mountains, we monster hunters call the shots. It would have been easy to make them suffer, but the elder didn't agree, moaned Mo Shan, his displeasure evident. Did the elder ask you all to keep the overall situation in mind? No, Mo Shan hesitated, then said, the elder said, there's no excuse to pick a fight right now. No excuse? Lu Ruhua looked puzzled. Mo Shan whispered, the elder said, Xianxia bullied Mo Hua, but Mo Hua is still bouncing around, alive and well, while Xianxia himself ended up severely injured, disfigured. Under these circumstances, it's tough to find an excuse to cause trouble. Lu Ruhua, meeting such an elder for the first time, couldn't help asking, what if there was an excuse? If there was an excuse, we'd have the moral high ground. We could start the trouble and then have them compensate us with spirit stones. The monster hunting team has been stretched thin lately, unable to distribute spirit stones. The elder is quite anxious, and if there were an excuse, he would have pressed for compensation by now. Lu Ruhua. Don't worry, although Mo Hua is physically weak and can't become a monster hunter, he is still considered part of the monster hunters. In such situations, the elder wouldn't just stand by idly. Otherwise, if we let these clans bully us habitually, we poor monster hunters wouldn't be able to survive, Mo Shan reassured his wife. Reassured, Lu Ruhua then asked curiously, you said Xianxia was severely injured? With servants and guards from the Qian family, how could he be injured? Mo Shan's expression became enigmatic, take a guess. Lu Ruhua glared at her husband with her gentle eyes and, after thinking a bit, said, was it Dezu and the others who did it? Mo Shan shook his head. Then there were other monster hunters nearby who lent a hand. That's not right either. After a few more incorrect guesses, Lu Ruhua shook her head and said, I can't figure it out. It couldn't possibly be Wei who hurt him. Mo Shan raised an eyebrow, you guessed it, it was Wei. Lu Ruhua's mouth fell open in shock, that can't be, how old is Wei? His cultivation is so low, how could he have left Xianxia severely wounded? Mo Shan said with a complex expression, I couldn't believe it either. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. But indeed, there were witnesses. That day, when Wei was being held hostage by Xianxia and broke free, Wei splashed spiritual ink into Xianxia's eyes. Then he stuffed a piece of paper with a formation drawn on it into Xianxia's chest. At the same time, he crushed a spirit stone. After he kicked Xianxia, Wei was the one sent flying and fell to the ground. And when the formation exploded, Xianxia was blasted away. Lu Ruhua listened, dumbfounded, then covered her mouth and laughed, Wei really didn't suffer a loss. Mo Shan laughed too, he got some superficial wounds, seemingly from his own fall, with a bit of bruising on his neck. Old Mr. Feng applied some medicine, and he was already getting better. Compared to Xianxia, who ended up looking like charcoal, it really wasn't a loss. Does anyone else know about this incident? Very few know, and even if it were spoken of, no one would believe it. Wei is young after all, and with only the 4th layer of qi refinement, neither we as parents nor anyone else would believe it. Lu Ruhua nodded, that's for the best, the Qian family won't cause Wei any trouble. But we really have to thank Dazuo and the kids for this. Otherwise, Wei might have suffered. Lu Ruhua felt a lingering fear contemplating this. Yes, we should prepare something tomorrow to give to Master Chen and the others. All right. But don't worry, Mo Shan added with a smile, I've told the monster hunting team's brothers to keep an eye out when they can. If anyone dares to pick on Wei again, I'll make sure they regret it. Mo Shan held Lu Ruhua in his arms. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 91, Harsh Words, 5 more updates. Many things that happened behind the scenes were unknown to Emo Hua, and as for his parents, he thought he had managed to keep them in the dark. It wasn't until a few days later, when Emo Shan's couple prepared some gifts for him to take to Master Chen, that he realized he had failed to keep the secret. After the rain, traces remain, after the geese pass, their calls linger. Uncle Zhang was right, once something happens, there will always be clues. If you don't know about it, someone else certainly will, Emo Hua sighed to himself. Emo Shan didn't blame Emo Hua, he believed a true man should take responsibility for his actions and also keep matters to himself, not feeling obligated to share everything. Although Emo Hua was young, he had managed to extricate himself from danger and remained calm afterwards, showing that he had both courage and responsibility. Reflecting on this, Emo Shan felt somewhat reassured. Lu Ruhua was at once worried and distressed, somewhat resentful in her heart, but she didn't voice any criticism. Instead, she firmly pinched Emo Hua's cheek, as if to vent her frustration. The Emo Shan family of 3 brought the gifts to the refinery shop. Included in the gifts were several large pieces of wild cattle monster meat, from 2 monsters freshly killed by Emo Shan, specifically the thigh meat, which Lu Ruhua had spent days stewing and curing. The meat of the wild cattle monster wasn't expensive, but what made it valuable was the effort put into curing it and the expense of the spirit stones used for stewing. Buying it with spirit stones wouldn't be cheap, and Master Chen certainly wouldn't want to spend spirit stones on such a luxury when he had so many other uses for them. So much meat, even for the appetites of the workers at the refinery shop, would be enough for them to eat for over a month. Dazu and the others were stupefied. They had never seen so much meat in their lives, they drooled uncontrollably, unable to wipe it all away. Master Chen received a large vat of wine and couldn't stop smiling. He also enjoyed a drink now and then but was reluctant to indulge, sipping his drinks 1 cup at a time, wanting to drink more but feeling guilty about the cost of spirit stones. With this vat of wine, he could drink for quite a while if he was sparing. After 2 smooth months passed, Zhang Lan finally came to Emo Hua and said, "Xianxia's injuries are healed." Healed? Emo Hua asked. The pill masters in Tongxian City refused to treat Xianxia's injuries. The Qian family spent a lot of spirit stones and invited several top-tier pill masters from outside. It took them 2 months, but they finally healed him. I heard that they had to refine dozens of batches of pills alone, not to mention the amount of spiritual grass that went into them, Zhang Lan said with a click of his tongue. So many spirit stones, Emo Hua lamented, finding it a wasteful shame to spend so much to save Xianxia. Be careful, Zhang Lan warned. After pondering for a moment, Emo Hua said, "Xianxia may not know that I was the one who hurt him. Will he still trouble me? You rejected his demands, and he became enraged because of that, ending up in that ghastly state. He was bedridden for 2 months and spent so many spirit stones on recovery. Most importantly, he massively lost face. Regardless of who injured him, you are the instigator, and in the end, he will hold you responsible," Zhang Lan explained to Emo Hua. "He was the one troubling me first. If anyone's to be called the instigator, it should be him. Doesn't he ever reflect on his own faults?" Emo Hua said displeased. Clan scions spoiled from childhood inevitably have extreme temperaments. He will never think he is wrong, the fault always lies with others. I've seen many such people. Zhang Lan twiddled with the cup in his hand, and there are even worse cases. If he wants your life and you don't give it, he may feel you are defying him and grow even more furious. Emo Hua was taken aback. Do such people really exist? You'll undoubtedly encounter them eventually, Zhang Lan said. In this world, not everyone treats others as human beings. Zhang Lan finished his drink in 1 gulp and stood up. I'll be going now. Don't worry too much about this matter. There are many eyes watching, the Qian family won't dare to make a move. But Xianxia is both arrogant and somewhat venomous. Be vigilant, just in case. So many eyes watching, what did that mean, and who was watching? Mo Hua wanted to ask, but Zhang Lan had already left. Mo Hua frowned slightly, touching the stack of formations in his storage bag as well as the spiritual liquid and spirit stones prepared according to Uncle Zhang's advice to erase and confuse any traces, and thought to himself. Xianxia, you'd better not come, otherwise I fear your parents might never see you again. After that, Mo Hua went to Mr. Zhuang to learn about formations, to help others repair formation patterns, or to the market town to shop. On his way to and fro, he could always feel the gaze of some cultivators. They thought Mo Hua hadn't noticed, but having worked with formations for so long, his divine sense was much deeper than that of cultivators of the same realm. He had long been able to clearly distinguish such undisguised surveillance. Some stares carried malice, like poisonous snakes lurking in the grass, their eyes filled with venom. Some were probably just following orders to keep an eye on Mo Hua, to grasp his whereabouts. Others were colder and more covert, and Mo Hua could only faintly sense them, not clearly. This indicated that the divine sense of these cultivators might be stronger than Mo Hua's. If so, their realm would be much higher than Mo Hua's, probably those of the late Qi refinement stage. In addition to these, there were also some benevolent gazes, unhidden. Upon sensing them and looking in their direction, they would greet Mo Hua. They were all familiar faces, either uncles and aunts from the neighborhood, patrons from the eatery, or monster hunters from the monster hunting team. Not a few he knew well, but had seen once or twice. There were also those he hadn't seen before. Mo Hua didn't recognize them, but they seemed to recognize him, and would smile and nod when he looked at them. So this is what Uncle Zhang meant by so many eyes on you. In his heart, Mo Hua felt both vigilant and warmed. Although the cultivators watching Mo Hua hadn't made a move, just when Mo Hua suspected they had given up, Xianxia actually came looking for him. After leaving Mr. Zhuang's place, ready to go home, Mo Hua ran into Xianxia at the foot of the mountain. Having not seen him for months, Xianxia looked in poor health. Of course, anyone who had been blown up by the earth-fire formation at close range wouldn't look well. Some parts of his body were still wrapped in bandages, his face was scarred, and he was no longer flaunting that gold-sprinkled fan. Instead, he wore a frightful expression as if he wished to devour Mo Hua. Don't think you can rest easy just because you're under someone's protection. I will make you pay back 100 times for the humiliation I suffered. When the time comes, you won't even be able to die a quick death. Then take care of your health, and don't die before that happens, Mo Hua said, unable to help himself as he looked at the wretched figure. Xianxia's expression twisted again. Mo Hua sighed internally, thinking how one who had been through life and death could still be so petty, getting angry over a mere sentence. While Xianxia was furious, he didn't dare to act. Although this was the foot of the mountain, it was still a path frequented by cultivators, most of them monster hunters. While they were speaking, several monster hunters nearby had started looking over, their gazes sharp as they watched Xianxia. Xianxia knew his limits and whispered viciously, "You just wait," before leaving with several Qian family disciples. Mo Hua shook his head, seeing his attitude. It seemed Xianxia was determined not to let the matter go. Isn't it better to just be a carefree wastrel? To indulge in eating, drinking, and merrymaking every day, without worrying about making a living or being concerned about spirit stones. Indeed, when life is too easy, people start courting death. Mo Hua bowed to the nearby monster hunters in thanks, and after receiving kind responses, he headed home. Behind him on the mountain trail, Bai Zixi watched Mo Hua's retreating figure, her brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, she spoke softly, "Aunt Shui, check and see what happened." Standing behind Bai Zixi, Aunt Shui nodded. Chapter 92, Deterrence, 6th Update. The next day at 6 a.m., Bai Mansion. The sky was barely light when Bai Zixi got out of bed to cultivate. Her daily cultivation schedule was packed. She needed to work on her cultivation technique, formations, and runes, as well as alchemy and artifact refining. Bai Mansion was specially built by Aunt Shui for the Bai siblings, equipped with an alchemy room, artifact refining room, book pavilion, and cultivation chamber among others, closely modeled on the layout of their ancestral Bai family home. Although the rooms were a bit smaller, they had all the necessary functions. This was at the behest of Mrs. Bai. Though the Bai siblings were away from home, they were not to neglect their cultivation practices in any way. Aunt Shui was following Mrs. Bai's orders, taking care of the Bai siblings' daily needs and all matters related to their cultivation. Mrs. Bai had high hopes for her two children and was therefore particularly strict. While Bai Zishan was somewhat playful and restless, he was still quite obedient. Compared to him, Bai Zixi was an absolute relief. She completed every bit of her daily assignments without fail. When it came to her spiritual roots talent or her dedication to the path of cultivation, she was nearly beyond reproach and required no worry on anyone's part. Bai Zixi would get up at 6 a.m. and sit in the bamboo pavilion in the courtyard to cultivate for 2 hours. Aunt Shui, who had just returned, stood silently at the edge of the bamboo forest, waiting. The early morning was tinged with a thin mist. The verdant grass and trees seemed to be covered with drops, and the spirit flowers were on the verge of blooming. Seated among them, Bai Zixi was clad in a snow-white dress, her skin was clear and translucent, her appearance exquisite and flawless. The morning sun shone through the mist, casting its light upon the grass and petals, and gracing Bai Zixi with a soft, golden halo. Aunt Shui sighed, content to sit and watch such a scene all day long. Bai Zixi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes. Aunt Shui approached and relayed the news she had gathered, including Xianxia accosting Mo Hua, what was said, how the conflict escalated, and how it was finally resolved. After Xianxia had been healed, he held a grudge against Mo Hua and returned to threaten him. This was the scene Bai Zixi had witnessed the day before. Bai Zixi frowned slightly and said softly, "We came to seek instruction from Mr. Zhuang, wanting no disturbances." Aunt Shui nodded and then retired. However, as she left, she wondered about the Wei Zixi mentioned. Did it refer to both her and her brother, or did it also include Mo Hua? Having previously sought Mr. Zhuang's instruction, Mo Hua visited the Bai siblings on schedule, bringing with him some beef, osmanthus cakes, and sweet fermented rice. He also took the opportunity to ask about a few questions on formations. As they talked, Mo Hua often had the feeling that Bai Zixi was staring at his neck. Mo Hua turned his head, curiously observing Bai Zixi. Their eyes met, and Bai Zixi asked, "Have you injured your neck?" Mo Hua nodded, "A minor injury, but it's already healed." He said no more on the matter. Bai Zixi stopped asking and sipped on the fermented rice, bite by bite. After leaving Mr. Zhuang's residence and returning home, Mo Hua went back to his own cabin to start flipping through formation books. Since Xianxia had approached him and he knew that Xianxia likely would not leave the matter at that, Mo Hua began preparing to deal with Xianxia's methods. Unable to study spells yet and not proficient in other areas, Mo Hua chiefly relied on formations. Mo Hua selected a few formations to focus on and diligently began to learn them. One was the wood-binding formation, which upon activation, would release faint blue wood-type spiritual power that entwined like vines to bind a person, useful for trapping an enemy. The other was the fireworks formation, similar to the previously drawn bright fire formation. However, unlike the bright fire formation which served illumination, the fireworks formation upon activation would send a striking red firework into the sky. The fireworks formation is generally used for celebrations, during festival periods for cultivators to create fireworks, painting the sky in myriad colors and creating a beautiful sight. Mo Hua planned to use the fireworks formation in cases of unexpected danger, to draw attention from others and avoid being left isolated without aid. Another formation is the iron armor formation, which Mo Hua painted onto a thin rattan armor. This could make the rattan armor as hard as steel, potentially saving his life in critical moments. The iron armor formation was initially intended to reinforce armor, with armor made from refined iron that was already tough. With the addition of the iron armor formation, the armor became almost indestructible. When body cultivators fought while wearing armor painted with the iron armor formation, becoming as solid as rock, they were like tigers with wings, invincible. In close-quarter combat, armor significantly influences the outcome and so is extremely important for body cultivators. However, armor was expensive, requiring a lot of refined iron and effort to make, something that Mo Hua could not afford. Among all the monster hunters in Tongxian City, only a few possessed armor, most still used the more affordable rattan armor. Mo Hua's rattan armor was small and exquisitely made. Master Chen had specifically tailored it for Mo Hua. As Mo Hua was slight of build, the rattan armor was not large and didn't even use a lot of material. Master Chen didn't even charge any spirit stones for it. Since Master Chen did not take any spirit stones, Mo Hua had no choice but to praise Master Chen with a few flattering remarks. Master Chen didn't say much in response, but he was quite pleased inside. When Mo Hua went back to test the rattan armor, it could block swords and knives, but not the force behind the blows. Thus, even without external injuries, internal injuries were inevitable. There was no helping it. Rattan armor was made for body cultivators who were tough and could withstand blade and sword attacks. They didn't care about such force, but Mo Hua couldn't handle it. Mo Hua had no choice but to paint an iron armor formation on it. While it couldn't completely deflect the force, it was much better than before. Furthermore, after painting the iron armor formation on it, the durability of the rattan armor itself had greatly increased. Previously, a sword or knife could leave a mark on the rattan armor, but now it left none. Rattan armor was meant for self-defense and wasn't comfortable to wear, so Mo Hua placed it in his storage bag, ready to be taken out in case of emergency. As for offensive formations, he only had the Earth-Fire formation for now. Purely in terms of power, the Earth-Fire formation was already quite good, and other formations weren't likely to be much stronger. More importantly, once the Earth-Fire formation was activated, it would explode after 3 breaths, while most other formations took effect instantly. If the spiritual power from the explosion affected Mo Hua, he would also suffer the consequences. Such a powerful formation could blast Xianxia to ruin, but if it exploded on Mo Hua, it would definitely be the end of him. Besides, there were some other miscellaneous small formations that Mo Hua prepared, just in case they were needed at some point. However, 2 days later, Zhang Lan found Mo Hua and immediately said, "Xianxia has gone mad, he won't be troubling you anymore." Mo Hua's mouth fell open. Seeing Mo Hua's expression, Zhang Lan knew he really had no clue and let out a sigh of relief as he said. While Xianxia was sleeping, someone drenched him entirely in fresh monster blood and blood-soaked innards. He soaked in the blood all night and completely lost his mind when he woke up the next day. Mo Hua was shocked and asked, was he scared mad? It's not that simple, Zhang Lan shook his head. At most, blood and flesh innards are a shock. Burn some calming incense, rest for a while, and he should be fine. It's not enough to drive someone crazy. So what happened? Asked Mo Hua. I suspect that in addition to using monster blood and innards to scare him, someone probably used an illusion technique, said Zhang Lan. Illusion technique. Apparently, when Xianxia woke up, he was panic-stricken with a shrill voice, constantly screaming, "Don't eat me." If I'm not mistaken, someone used an illusion technique to make him believe that he was being eaten bit by a monster in his dream. When he woke up and saw all the monster blood and innards around him, he thought he was inside the belly of a beast, truly eaten by the monster. Suffering from pain and fear, he just snapped and went mad. Mo Hua listened in shock, amazed that such spells existed. He couldn't help asking. Illusion technique. Can I learn it? Zhonglan gave Emo Hua a look and said, "You can't," bluntly ending Emo Hua's foolish fantasy. Illusion technique is a very special spell, learning it requires a special kind of meridian and constitution as well as a deeply rooted family knowledge. Ordinary cultivators can't learn it, they have nowhere to learn it and can't learn it at all, Zhonglan explained. Feeling a bit disappointed, Emo Hua then asked Zhonglan, "Uncle Zhong, can you learn it?" Zhonglan choked out, "I can't either." Emo Hua felt comforted and a bit better inside. Chapter 93 Limits, 7 Updates. Zhonglan saw Emo Hua's little tricks and harumphed, "Although I don't know illusion techniques, the spells I do know are not a bit inferior." Uncle Zhong, you're so amazing," Emo Hua placated. Zhonglan didn't argue with him and returned to the main topic, "Do you know who used the illusion technique?" "How would I know?" Emo Hua shook his head as he said that, but Aunt Shue's veiled figure loomed in his mind, just a hazy shadow that flashed by. The high-level cultivators Emo Hua had encountered could be counted on one hand. Among them, Aunt Shue was the most likely, and the use of illusion techniques very much fit the impression she had left on Emo Hua. "You guessed it?" Zhonglan asked, upon seeing Emo Hua's expression, and raised an eyebrow. Zhonglan, befitting of a Taoist court official, had a keen sense of observation despite appearing lethargic. Emo Hua thought, and then asked Zhonglan, "What does the Taoist court plan to do about it?" "Not much," Zhonglan said leisurely, taking a sip of wine. "A cultivator capable of using illusion techniques is no ordinary person. The Qian family dares not publicize it or investigate it. If the Qian family keeps quiet, the Taoist court is happy to be left in peace and won't bother getting involved. The Qian family can just let it go." Emo Hua was skeptical. The Qian family has foundation building cultivators on guard, yet despite this, someone came in without their knowledge, used an illusion technique on their young master, and they couldn't find a single clue. "Just this alone is enough to scare them," Zhonglan said, taking some delight in their misfortune. If the person could use an illusion technique to drive Xianxia mad, naturally they could also use other spells to end his life. They used an illusion technique simply as a means of intimidation, to make the Qian family watch themselves and not stir up trouble they can't handle. If the Qian family can't understand this simple message, they could have never become the top family in Tongxian City, he continued. In the end, the Qian family is merely a first-tier family. Among the assessed families, they rank at the bottom, unable to compare with the true noble clans. Emo Hua suddenly understood, the families were indeed ranked. Zhonglan, having come from a noble clan, sure knew a lot about the inner workings. "All right, this matter is settled. Even if Xianxia is cured, after these few setbacks, he won't dare cause any more trouble. You can just calmly go on with your practice and study of formation arts." Zhonglan spoke with a hint of relaxation in his tone. "Thank you, Uncle Zhong," Emo Hua expressed his gratitude. Considering Zhonglan's lazy disposition, chatting with Emo Hua when there was nothing else to do, while perhaps a way to pass the time when bored, also showed his concern for Emo Hua. This, Emo Hua could see. Zhonglan gave Emo Hua a glance and thought to himself that this kid really had good people skills. Leaving aside the monster hunter, the fact that the young man named Dazu dared to stand up against Xianxia was commendable, and so many cultivators in the neighborhood seemed quite fond of Emo Hua. As for the cultivator who used the illusion technique, it was unlikely that they had nothing to do with Emo Hua. Who would go out of their way to terrify a member of an unrelated clan to madness? Zhonglan shook his head and bid Emo Hua farewell before leaving. "Take care, Uncle Zhong." Emo Hua waved his little hand. After Zhonglan left, Emo Hua sat at the table, flipping through his storage bag. Looking at the thick stack of formation patterns inside, he felt somewhat regretful. It was a pity that without Xianxia causing trouble, these formation patterns had no place to be used. And that illusion technique, he wondered if it was really used by Aunt Shuet? Emo Hua was puzzled. The next day, after seeking advice on formation arts from Mr. Zhuang, Emo Hua went to visit the Bai siblings. Bai Zixin was dozing off, while Bai Zixi was reading a book. Emo Hua quietly observed Bai Zixi, trying to see if she knew something. However, aside from being attractive, there seemed to be nothing else to glean from her face. Bai Zixi felt Emo Hua's gaze, turned her head, and curiously looked back at him. Their eyes met, and Emo Hua asked softly, "Was Aunt Shui home 3 nights ago?" Bai Zixi thought for a moment and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "It seems she wasn't." Oh. Emo Hua understood and did not ask further. After a while, he whispered, "My family also has osmanthus cakes, do you want some?" Bai Zixi nodded, and Emo Hua squinted his eyes with a smile. Afterwards, both of them concentrated on reading and did not speak again. With Xianxia's matter settled, Emo Hua could cultivate in peace. He wanted to cultivate as quickly as possible to the 5th level of Qi refinement so that he could learn spells. Emo Hua was really looking forward to learning spells. He gave up thinking about illusion techniques that even Zhonglan couldn't perform, but casting a small fire or sending a jolt of electricity should be no problem. Thinking about it, Emo Hua felt a bit excited. However, cultivation was a slow and meticulous endeavor. There was a limit to the spiritual energy he could absorb daily and spiritual power he could refine. As long as he practiced regularly, there was no way to significantly speed up or slow down the process. According to his current pace, it would still take some time to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. In terms of formations, Emo Hua could draw a formation containing 7 formation patterns, but not yet one with 8. It was likely due to insufficient divine sense, which made learning somewhat forced. He could only attempt to draw those with simpler structures. However, 8 formation patterns were already the limit for an average formation master, and an unranked formation master could usually only draw formations of this level. Being able to draw 7 formation patterns, Emo Hua already considered himself a genuine junior formation master. Inside, Emo Hua couldn't help feeling a bit smug. And beyond 8 was 9, with 9 formation patterns, one could be considered first rank. Once he could draw 9 formation patterns, he would be ready to prepare for the first rank formation master's assessment. Emo Hua had heard that the assessment for formation masters was the strictest, most exacting, and most difficult among all Tao cultivation classifications. I wonder what formations the assessment will cover. Emo Hua felt a bit nervous, yet he was also looking forward to it. If he could become a first-rank formation master, he could receive spirit stones every month without doing anything else. Even if an accident happened in the future and he was no longer able to cultivate, he could still receive a basic allowance and not starve to death. Emo Hua envied that thought. But in the entire Tongxian city, including all clans and sects, the number of cultivators who could pass the assessment to become first-rank formation masters was few and far between, let alone for a poor loose cultivator like him. This showed just how difficult the assessment for formation masters was indeed. Emo Hua could draw 8 formation patterns, but the step from 8 to 9 seemed infinitely far away. Previously, when Emo Hua practiced drawing formations day and night, he could feel his divine sense steadily growing. But now that the formations he was practicing were more challenging, done more frequently, he found that the growth of his divine sense wasn't as noticeable. At this rate, he had no idea how long it would take to be able to draw 9 formation patterns. Emo Hua had consulted Mr. Zhuang on this issue before. Mr. Zhuang had a complicated look on his face, and it was the first time Emo Hua had seen such an expression on him. "Haven't you realized that your realm is too low?" Mr. Zhuang silently looked at Emo Hua. "The divine sense is ultimately limited, and the foundation of its strength is your realm." Emo Hua had an epiphany and felt he had asked a foolish question. The bodies of cultivators and the strength of their spiritual power were also limited, naturally determined by their realm. Without breaking through to a new realm, no matter how much one refined their body or spiritual power at their current realm, neither would increase. It was just that cultivators worked on their physical bodies and spiritual power, but not divine sense, so Emohua had momentarily forgotten this. "Thank you, sir, for your guidance," Emohua said, a bit embarrassed. After asking a few more questions, he got up and took his leave. Divine sense is limited. Mr. Zhuang watched Emohua's small figure disappear at the bend of the road, lost in thought for a long while before he chuckled and said, "I have taught so many cultivators, but it seems this is the first time I've said that." After a moment, Mr. Zhuang looked towards Emohua, who was drawing formations under the pagoda tree, with a profound gaze. "Divine sense. Is it really limited?" Chapter 94 Spiritual Inc. 8 Updates. Divine sense has its limits. Mr. Zhuang's words, for some reason, seemed to Emohua to make perfect sense. Given that, Emohua decided not to dwell on it any longer. Anyway, as the realm improved, the divine sense would naturally enhance as well. It was a matter of course. Focusing on cultivation was the key, and rushing wouldn't make any difference. What mattered most now was to learn more about formation. The bottleneck of the Tianyangju cultivation technique was the mystery formation. To solve the mystery formation, one needed to master an extensive array of formations. Mr. Zhuang had given him the 1000 formation catalog, but Emohua had only learned a small part of it. His current experience with formations was still far from sufficient. If the mystery formation couldn't be solved, he would not break through the bottleneck. Without breaking through the bottleneck, his realm would stagnate. Once the realm stagnated, his path of Tao cultivation would come to an end. Thus, apart from routine cultivation, Emohua devoted all his thoughts to studying formations. At night, when he slept, he practiced formation on the incomplete steles in his sea of consciousness. Upon waking in the day, he would start drawing formations on paper. Occasionally, when someone's formation ceased to function, they would request Emohua's help. Whenever Master Chen's refinery shop needed help, such as repairs to artifact furnaces or adding formations to spiritual artifacts, he would invite Emohua to take a look. Occasionally, old Mr. Feng would also introduce some cultivators for Emohua to draw formations for. Some gave Emohua spirit stones as remuneration, while others, whose families were really poor, could only offer fruits and vegetables grown at home, or sugar figures and toys they sold in the market town, apologetically. Emohua knew that life was not easy for loose cultivators, so he only symbolically accepted a few spirit stones, and if he occasionally received some food, drinks, and toys, he was quite happy. Emohua's initial intent was to apply what he learned, practicing formation, so he didn't pay too much attention to these rewards. This led to a situation where, whenever Emohua went shopping, those uncles and aunts, old men and old ladies he had helped in the past, would push things into his hands: wild fruits picked from the mountains, steamed rice cakes made at home, grasshoppers woven from bamboo, scent pouches for calming the mind, and even rouge and handkerchiefs for female practitioners. Whenever Emohua tried to give them spirit stones, they adamantly refused to accept them, and they'd become quite unhappy if he didn't take their gifts. So, without spending a single spirit stone, Emohua could walk from one end of the street to the other end, his storage bag stuffed so full that he seemed like a little rich boy who just ate, drank, and took things for free, which left him somewhat bemused. After some time, Emohua encountered a serious problem. He had run out of spirit stones to buy spiritual ink. Since Lu Ruhua had opened a restaurant, Emohua's family's situation had improved significantly. The spirit stones that Emohua used daily for cultivation were provided by his parents. Emohua initially did not want to take them, but Emo Shan and Lu Ruhua insisted. They said that Emohua was still young, and it wasn't yet time for him to be self-sufficient. Emohua earned some spirit stones himself by drawing formations, and he would use them to buy brushes and ink for practicing formations. Occasionally, he would spend a spirit stone or two on some tasty treats. Overall, Emohua's income and expenditure of spirit stones were relatively balanced, with a slight surplus occasionally. even though the surplus wasn't much. But since Mo Hua's cultivation improved, his divine sense gradually strengthened, leading to more complex formations, and due to the effects of Tianyangju, his control over divine sense improved, making his drawing of formations even faster. The faster he drew formations, the more he would draw each day. The more he drew, the stronger his divine sense became. The stronger the divine sense, the more complex the formations he drew. Despite the complexity, Mo Hua still drew faster and faster, resulting in an ever-increasing number of formations. Taoist Stele, Tianyangju, meditation technique. This originally virtuous cycle led to a vicious outcome. Mo Hua used spiritual ink like water, and naturally, his expenditure of spirit stones flowed like water too. It wasn't until one day that Mo Hua realized the gravity of the situation when he found his spiritual ink had run out, and he had spent all his spirit stones. Mo Hua, now penniless, was a bit troubled. What to do? Ask mom and dad for more? Mo Hua shook his head. He wanted his parents to spend more spirit stones on their own cultivation so that they could increase their cultivation and extend their lifespan. If he asked, they would certainly give all their spirit stones to him. Charge more spirit stones when drawing formations? Mo Hua also felt this was wrong. The neighbors were all loose cultivators, already strapped for resources, and didn't have many spirit stones to begin with. Besides, he had been the beneficiary of his community's kindness, so overcharging for spirit stones was out of the question. What about making his own spiritual ink? Mo Hua didn't know the formula or technique to make spiritual ink, and even if he did, he would still need raw materials, which he had no way of obtaining. Mo Hua pondered over this problem for 2 days without coming up with a good solution. That afternoon, he heard Lu Ruhua furrowing her brows and saying, Xiahu was injured while hunting monsters on the mountain. I heard it's quite serious. Take these things over for me and see how Xiahu is doing. With a leap in his heart, Mo Hua quickly replied, Okay, Mom, I'll go right away. When Mo Hua arrived at the Meng family's place, Dahu and Xianxia were taking care of Xiahu. Xiahu lay in bed with his eyes closed, his face pale and a bloody claw mark on his back from which blood continued to seep. Upon seeing Mo Hua, Dahu and Xianxia's eyes brightened, but then their expressions fell again. This was Mo Hua's first reunion with Dahu and the others in 2 months. Being a monster hunter was not an easy profession. Monster beasts of the same realm were much stronger than cultivators, for their innate physical talents and strong blood qi made them both agile and keenly responsive. Moreover, the demonic power in monster beasts contained either the power of the 5 elements or natural deadly toxins, which made them difficult to handle. To become a monster hunter meant enduring relentless toil, day and night, and skirting the fine line between life and death. Many formidable monster hunters, through just a moment of carelessness, have been devoured by monster beasts. Even the strongest of monster hunters had to pair up and look out for each other in the face of these creatures, allowing no room for oversight. Dahu and the others were still novices, just beginning their monster hunting endeavors, and they had much to learn, hence faced greater danger. Despite being outstanding among their peers of loose cultivators both in cultivation and Taoist skills, Dahu and the others learned rapidly, but when it came to actually hunting monster beasts, it was impossible for them to adjust quickly. Over the past 2 months, they stayed in the mountains, getting familiar with the terrain, identifying monster beasts, and attempting to fight them. In these battles, full concentration was required, any lapse could result in injury, or worse, death. A 17-year-old cultivator who had gone into the mountains with them panicked when facing a monster beast and was bitten on the neck. He bled out and died. These were the stories that Dahu had shared with Mo Hua, and from them, Mo Hua had profoundly understood the weight carried by the title Monster Hunter. Now, Xiahu, who had grown up playing with Mo Hua, was lying there with a bloodied back. Has old Mr. Feng come to have a look? Seeing Xiahu's pallid face, Mo Hua felt a surge of sadness. Old Mr. Feng has been here. He prepared some medicinal herbs and applied them to the wound, and Xiaohu has also taken the pills he provided, Xianxia said, his eyes red. What happened? Mo Hua couldn't help asking. Chapter 95, Rattan Armor, 9 Updates. We followed Uncle Joe and his team up the mountain for monster hunting, when we encountered a split-claw wolf demon, 2 men tall, with crimson fur, fangs 3 feet long, and claws like barbed hooks. Its strength was roughly at the middle phase of the first rank, not yet at the latter phase. Our squad should have been able to handle it. Uncle Joe and the others entangled with it in combat, instructing us to provide support from the outside and prevent it from escaping. After a long fight, Uncle Joe and his team were injured, and the split claw seemed to be on the brink of death, but it suddenly burst forth with power and charged at the 3 of us. Dahu and I remembered Uncle Joe's instructions not to act rashly, but Xiaohu, in his panic, struck at the split claw with a slash. That slash hit the split claw, only wounding its fur. Taking advantage of the opening Xiaohu created with his attack, the demon circled to Xiaohu's back and tore through Xiaohu's rattan armor with one claw. Xiaohu's flesh was ripped open, blood flowing unstoppably. Xianxia wiped away his tears with his sleeve, choking up. Uncle Joe said that the claws of the split claw were enwrapped with demonic power. Once cut open by such claws, the blood would flow incessantly. Many cultivators have died like this, bleeding out after being torn open. Dahu, with tears welling up in his eyes, spoke guiltily, I wish I had taken the blow for him. I am stronger than Xiaohu, I wouldn't have been hurt as badly. With their brothers so injured, the 2 older brothers felt both sad and regretful. Old Mr. Feng is very skilled in his pill craft, Xiaohu will be fine, Mo Hua comforted them with eyes also beginning to sting. Mo Hua examined Xiaohu's wound again. Although blood still seeped out, the blood at the wound was slowly beginning to clot, old Mr. Feng's medicine must have been taking effect. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Using his divine sense, Mo Hua observed a faint, fresh crimson aura wrapping around Xiaohu's wound, which must be the demonic power that monster hunters often spoke of. It's a special kind of spiritual power produced by monster beasts, a confusion of spiritual energy obtained through their diet mixed with their own blood qi. It's not only humans who can harness power from the Dao of heaven and earth, monster beasts can, too. Mo Hua offered a few more words of comfort to Dahu and Xianxia, then handed the items Lu Ruhua had entrusted him with to Auntie Meng. Auntie Meng was secretly wiping away tears on the side. Upon seeing Mo Hua, she rallied her spirits, thank your mother for me, these years, we've relied much on her help. And thank you for making the trip. Stay for lunch. Yet, thinking of her impoverished home, with not much food to offer, nothing impressive to serve, and the large sum of spirit stones needed for Xiaohu's treatment, she didn't know where they would come from. Auntie Meng's heart soured, a forced smile on her face as tears once again flowed down her cheeks. Pretending not to notice, Mo Hua said, no need, Auntie, my mother told me to get back early. You take good care of Xiaohu, I'll come over to play once he's recovered. Auntie Meng nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Mo Hua went on to reassure her, I just checked, Xiaohu's wound is already healing, and the demonic power at the wound has weakened a lot. I estimate he will slowly recover after a few days' rest. Don't worry about the spirit stones either. Give it some time, and once Dahu and the others can handle matters on their own, things will get better. Auntie Meng touched Mo Hua's head. Though young, Mo Hua was always thoughtful and knew much. His words inexplicably comforted Auntie Meng's heart. Mo Hua handed the food box to Auntie Meng and then bid farewell to return home. Be careful on your way, she said. Auntie Meng saw Mo Hua off to the door and, coming back, opened the food box. Inside, there were some steamed buns and dried meat, a small pot of nourishing soup still warm, and several bottles of pills for healing wounds. Beneath the pills was a small cloth bag, heavy in her hand. Auntie Meng opened it to find over a dozen spirit stones inside. Auntie Meng stared at the spirit stones, dumbfounded for a moment, then tears flowed once more. After returning home, Mo Hua also felt very downcast. He wanted to help Xiaohu and the others, but couldn't think of an immediate way to do so. He didn't know spells, couldn't practice body refinement, had low cultivation, and had long ago run out of his own spirit stones. After much deliberation, there was only one option left: drawing formations. Mo Hua hurriedly finished his lunch at noon, then rushed to the refinery shop to ask Master Chen for a new set of rattan armor. Mo Hua had no spirit stones and intended to ask for credit, but Master Chen, without a second word, gave it to him for free and even gave him 3 sets. Rattan armor may cost spirit stones if you were to buy it, but it's practically worthless here. The production of rattan armor doesn't require much fine iron or spiritual liquid. After soaking the rattan, it just needs to be charred with a fierce flame using a special technique, and it doesn't even occupy the furnace for long. At most, it takes a bit of effort. Just take these 3 sets and have fun. Mo Hua had drawn formations for Master Chen several times without charging any spirit stones. Master Chen felt guilty and wished Mo Hua would ask for more from him. If it were valuable spiritual artifacts, he might have to think twice. However, as for something like rattan armor that his apprentices could make, he would give it away without even blinking an eye. Mo Hua expressed his thanks and, upon returning, painted the iron armor formation onto the 3 sets of rattan armor. Mo Hua had 1 set of such rattan armor in his storage bag, prepared for self-defense in case he had to confront Xianxia. But since Xianxia went mad, the rattan armor was rendered useless. What Mo Hua didn't need, Dahu and the others could surely utilize. Monster hunters have to fight to the death with monster beasts, and the process is extremely perilous, especially for body cultivators. Seasoned monster hunters are better off, with abundant hunting experience and familiarity with the monster beasts. Even in dangerous situations, they could maneuver skillfully. Novice hunters, on the other hand, lack experience. They can't handle emergencies in time, and a single oversight, if exploited by the monster beasts, could mean minor injuries or even death. Many gifted young cultivators, who could have become excellent monster hunters, lost their lives due to unforeseen accidents, thereby losing their futures. Such tragedies happened too often. Mo Shan and Lu Ruhua had lamented about this several times during their chats, which Mo Hua had overheard. At times like these, having a suit of sufficiently durable armor could be life-saving. Sadly, most monster hunters can't afford expensive armors and have to settle for cheap rattan ones. When Xiaohu was ambushed by a split-claw wolf demon, if the rattan armor had been tough enough, he wouldn't have been injured. Even with injuries, they would have been much less severe and not as critical as they were. Rattan armor with the iron armor formation attached is much more durable than before. Mo Hua hoped that by wearing it, Dahu and the others would suffer fewer injuries during monster hunts. Mo Hua thought to himself. A few days later, Mo Hua visited Xiaohu, whose condition had improved, and his complexion looked much better. Mo Hua took out the 3 sets of rattan armor and presented them to them. Dahu and Xianxia's armors were still fine, just a bit cracked from fighting monster beasts. Xiaohu's had been directly torn open by the wolf demon and was beyond use. Auntie Meng, looking at the rattan armor in Mo Hua's hands, hesitated, wanting to say something. Mo Hua noticed Auntie Meng's concerns and said, "These sets of rattan armor were given to me by Master Chen. I have no use for them, so I'm giving them to Brother Dahu and the others. With the formations I've drawn on the armor, they're much tougher than ordinary rattan armor. This way, they'll be less likely to get hurt hunting monsters, and if they do get injured, the wounds should be less severe." Auntie Meng originally felt embarrassed to accept such a gift, but when she heard Mo Hua say it would reduce the likelihood of injury, she simply couldn't refuse. Her eyes reddened with a mix of shame and gratitude. Mo Hua tugged at Auntie Meng's sleeve. "In the future, if I need help, I'm going to ask Brother Dahu and the others for assistance." They can't slack off and refuse to help me. Auntie Meng repeatedly agreed, yes, yes, anytime you need anything, just ask them. If those three dare to say no, I'll break their legs. Auntie Meng's demeanor brightened and Dahu and his brothers also laughed, holding on to their rattan armors. Chapter 96 Junior Formation Master, 10 more. About 10 days later, thanks to the pills provided by old Mr. Feng, Xiaohu and Dahu, who had recovered from their injuries, went into the mountains to hunt monsters again. Monster hunters inevitably get injured and bleed. Although Xiaohu and Dahu were not old and still novices, from the moment they wore the monster hunting token and entered the mountains to hunt, they had to gradually adapt to this monster hunter lifestyle. Monster hunters from Tongxian City have always gone through this. Every day, there are monster hunters who venture into the mountains, every month there are those who suffer injuries, and each year there are hunters who die within the mountains. Mo Hua could only silently wish Dahu and the others good luck in his heart. Unfortunately, Mo Hua's wishes were ineffective. Half a month later, Dahu was carried out of the mountains, his blood having spilled all over the ground. Mo Hua had been at home drawing formations when he suddenly heard a commotion. Only after coming out to inquire did he learn that Dahu had been seriously injured while hunting a monster and was on the brink of life and death. Mo Hua felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his limbs icy cold. He rushed to Apricot Forest Hall and saw old Mr. Feng with a serious expression, treating Dahu's wounds. Dahu lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed, his face pale as paper, with no indication whether there was any breath left in him. There was a large pool of blood on his chest where blood continuously flowed, staining his outer garment bright red. Mo Hua watched with his heart racing. Upon seeing Mo Hua, old Mr. Feng picked up a piece of rattan armor, his expression grave, and asked, "Did you draw the formation on this?" The rattan armor was also bloody, with a hole on one side that looked like it had been pierced through by the teeth or claws of a monster. There were some formation patterns drawn inside the rattan armor. Mo Hua nodded. Old Mr. Feng fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "Fortunately, we had this rattan armor, otherwise, this lad's life might have been lost." Upon hearing this, Mo Hua was momentarily stunned, then also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Old Mr. Feng's words meant that at least Dahu's life was not in danger. It's better to have a person alive than anything else. Growing up together, always standing in front of Mo Hua, always helping Mo Hua in fights, if his buddy really came to harm, the mere thought was unbearable. Xianxia and Xiaohu came rushing over in tears. Upon hearing Dahu was fine, they quietly wiped their tears away. Uncle Meng had also been hunting monsters on the mountain. When he heard about Dahu's incident, he hurried back, his demeanor quite calm, but his hands slightly trembling. Auntie Meng was originally helping in the east part of the street. With the family short on spirit stones, she was busier than before. Upon hearing about Dahu's accident, she too hurried over. Auntie Meng stood at the doorway, hesitating for a long time, not daring to enter. Finally, biting her lip, she stumbled in, and upon learning that Dahu's life was not in danger, her strength seemed to drain away, and she collapsed to the ground, burying her head in her sleeves and weeping. Old Mr. Feng said it was all thanks to the set of rattan armor given by Mo Hua that Dahu was saved. While Dahu and his brothers went into the mountains today, they were hunting a split-claw wolf demon. In the midst of the fight, suddenly another long-tailed demon beast emerged from the bushes. Dahu shielded his younger brothers behind him, facing the long-tailed demon beast head-on. But with his level of cultivation, he was no match for the demon beast. The long-tailed demon beast's tail had sharp spikes, and it was both fierce and quick. It stabbed towards Dahu's heart in an instant. Dahu didn't have time to dodge and was struck in the chest. Fortunately, the rattan armor on Dahu's chest was augmented with the iron armor formation, which was tougher than regular rattan armor, and it wasn't pierced right away. Although Dahu did not dodge the attack, he slightly shifted his stance, causing the spike of the beast's tail to deviate slightly. When the spike pierced the rattan armor and entered Dahu's chest, it did not damage his heart. Even though Dahu was struck in the chest, and blood poured out, his heart was undamaged, so his life was not in jeopardy. Old Mr. Feng's timely intervention meant that even though he was temporarily unconscious, after some time, he would slowly come around. Auntie Meng thanked old Mr. Feng profusely, then clutched Mo Hua's hand tightly, her heart filled with gratitude but too choked up to speak a word. In a lifetime, one inevitably endures hardships, and some people always seem to bear more than others. Looking at the exhausted Auntie Meng, Mo Hua felt a pang in his heart. Fortunately, the iron armor formation that Mo Hua drew was effective, and Dahu's life was no longer in danger, which gave Mo Hua some peace of mind. 10 days later, Dahu's injuries had healed, and the three brothers were ready to go into the mountains to hunt monster beasts again. Mo Hua made a special trip to see them off. Although Dahu had just recovered from his injuries and looked a bit pale, his eyes were resolute. Xianxia and Xiaohu had rather solemn expressions but showed no fear. Despite having lost so much blood and suffered such severe injuries, even coming close to losing their lives, the three of them did not hesitate or show fear. Once their wounds had healed, they still planned to go into the mountains for monster hunting. Dad and Mom treated our injuries, and we owe so many spirit stones, we need to pay them off as soon as possible. I don't want Mom to suffer anymore. Me neither. After saying goodbye to Mo Hua, they walked down the path towards the mountains. Mo Hua watched as their figures grew smaller, disappearing into the vast expanse of Big Black Mountain. In the following days, Mo Hua lived quite frugally. Except for drawing formation patterns unrestrainedly on the Taoist Stele in his sea of consciousness at night, every drop of spiritual ink was used cautiously during the day. Formations that he was already familiar with were resolutely not drawn with spiritual ink, as it would be a waste. Those he hadn't learned yet were also avoided, as they too would be wasteful. For those half-mastered formations, Mo Hua was selective, only considering those with rare attributes and special formation pivot structures worth opening the ink bottle and carefully drawing and contemplating with spiritual ink. After some time had passed, one night during dinner, Mo Shan suddenly said to Mo Hua, "Where, someone has asked me to have you draw a few formation paintings." Mo Hua was somewhat astonished, and Mo Shan's expression was also a bit nuanced. Mo Shan usually didn't inquire much about Mo Hua's work with formations. Firstly, because monster hunting itself was a difficult task, with Mo Shan being the captain of the monster hunting team, he had to lead a group of cultivators into the mountains to hunt monster beasts and ensure safety, and the income from monster hunting had to be distributed as per rules, which was both dangerous and busy. Previously, Mo Hua's family relied mainly on the income in spirit stones from Mo Shan's monster hunting, and Mo Shan, busy with these matters, had little time to spare for else. Secondly, because Mo Shan didn't understand formations well. His knowledge was limited to recognizing a few common formations or detecting traps set by cultivators with formations. He wasn't clear about the inner dealings of formation masters, so naturally, he didn't know what questions to ask. Thirdly, because Mo Hua was low maintenance, whether it was cultivating or studying formations, he would do what needed to be done without any need for prompting, sparing Mo Shan from worrying and not wanting to put too much pressure on Mo Hua. Mo Hua was still young with low cultivation. Even with talent, to truly achieve something significant with formations would take time, and he could not expect it to happen too quickly. For a cultivator to learn formations is very hard, and to become a formation master is even harder, something Mo Shan was very aware of. The slightly famous formation masters in Tongxian City all had beards and hair going grey, and some not only had white hair but were even losing it altogether. Now, seeing that Mo Hua had talent, if he could become an ordinary formation master by the age of 30 and make a living from formations, even if not ranked, Mo Shan would be very content. All he needed to do was to be more careful and not die in the belly of a monster beast before Mo Hua grew up. It wasn't until yesterday, when a monster hunter came to Mo Shan and formally requested Mo Hua to draw several formation paintings, speaking very politely and without a hint of doubt that Mo Hua could do it. That was when Mo Shan realized something was amiss. Being sought out to draw formations was a treatment reserved for formation masters, wasn't it? This child, where could he already be a formation master? Chapter 97 Request, First Update. Mo Shan had just hunted a monster beast yesterday, skinned it, picked its bones, and collected its demon core. After tidying everything up, he was about to descend the mountain and head home when a monster hunter with whom he was somewhat acquainted approached him, acting quite courteous. "Brother Mo, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." This monster hunter's surname was Zhou, first name Cheng, of average height, with a somewhat lean build. Mo Shan was always generous, so thinking Zhou Cheng had hit some difficulty, he said, "Spill it, if I can help, I surely will." Zhou Cheng seemed a bit embarrassed. "It's not that I need Brother Mo to take action, it's just a small matter for which I would like to ask your son for help." Mo Shan was stunned. "My son, Mo Hua." That's right," Zhou Cheng said, "I suppose I have some acquaintance with Brother Mo, but when it comes to your son, I've never even seen his face, so it wouldn't be proper for me to approach him out of the blue. That's why I've come to you for help." Mo Shan looked at him suspiciously. "My son, Mo Hua, is only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What help can he provide to you?" "He can. He surely can." Zhou Cheng hastily replied, "I have a young son, around 15 or 16, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and he's just become a monster hunter not long ago. But with his mediocre talent and subpar martial arts from his Tao Cultivation, I worry that he might encounter some stubborn monster beasts on the mountain. If something unexpected happens, then..." Zhou Cheng sighed. "He's been lucky so far, not having met any troublesome monster beasts and has stayed safe. But all of us fathers, also being monster hunters, certainly understand that anything could happen once you enter Big Black Mountain. Just thinking about it makes me lose sleep." Mo Shan deeply related and nodded. "The other day, I heard that there's a junior formation master in your area who can put a formation on the rattan armor which, at a critical moment, could take a hit from a monster beast, essentially saving a life. Later, I inquired and discovered this junior formation master's surname is Mo, with a father named Mo Shan. I thought that was quite a coincidence, so I decided to come and ask you for help." Zhou Cheng looked at Mo Shan with hopeful eyes, terrified that Mo Shan might refuse. After hesitating, Mo Shan said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I only know Mo Hua is learning formation painting. As for formation arts, I don't understand much, nor do I know how well he's learned. The formation you're talking about seems quite complex, and Mo Hua may not even know how to paint it." "He does. He surely does," Zhou Cheng quickly added. "How do you know he can paint it?" Mo Shan asked, puzzled. "I heard it from old Su, the one who often goes monster hunting with me in the mountains, the same old Su who wasn't very polite to you before, wanted to challenge you, and got knocked down by your punch." Zhou Cheng smiled and continued, "He said that old Meng family's son, Dahu, was stabbed in the chest by a scorpion demon a while back. Because his rattan armor was painted with a formation, it didn't damage his vital meridian, and it saved his life. He also said you're lucky to have a good son, though his words were a bit sarcastic, but don't hold it against him, after all, you've beaten him." "Oh, old Su, hi," Mo Shan remembered now. He had also heard about Dahu's injury, but at the time, he was in the mountains himself, and after coming down, he learned Dahu was no longer in serious danger, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It's common for monster hunters to get injured. As long as they don't lose arms or legs, don't damage their meridians, and don't lose their lives, it's nothing serious, for this is the very livelihood they chose. If it was Dahu, then it's indeed possible, Mo Hua had grown up playing with them. For him to paint a formation on Dahu's rattan armor would be normal. Such were the thoughts running through Mo Shan's mind. Zhou Cheng grasped Mo Shan's hand. "Brother Mo, you must help me with this. Otherwise, I really won't be able to rest easy about my young son." After thinking for a moment, Mo Shan replied, "I'll go back and ask. If Mo Hua truly knows how to paint the formation you mentioned, he will surely paint it for you. But if he doesn't know how, then there's nothing to be done." Zhou Cheng was overjoyed and promptly said, "Thank you, Brother Mo. If he really can paint it, any amount of spirit stones will do." Then, his face showed a hint of guilt, "But lately, I am running low on spirit stones. If it's not enough, could I possibly owe you, and pay you back after I go monster hunting in the mountains next month and split the spirit stones?" Mo Shan waved his hand dismissively, "It's a small matter, we'll talk about it later." If it were him helping, charging or not charging spirit stones would be fine, but it was about finding Mo Hua, and he had to go back and consult his son's opinion first. Still, he wondered, did Mo Hua truly know how to paint such armor formations? With doubts in his mind, Mo Shan returned home and directly asked Mo Hua, "Can you do it?" "Of course." Mo Hua nodded. "Then do you have time these days?" "Yes." "Can you help him draw?" "Sure." Mo Shan hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. When someone had begged him the day before, with the utmost sincerity, he thought it must be a difficult task. Why did it seem like a trivial matter to Mo Hua? "How long will it take to draw?" "It'll be quick, half a day." Mo Hua said. In fact, it wouldn't even take 2 hours, as Mo Hua's divine sense was strong and his control over it was strong, plus, he was so familiar with drawing the iron armor formation that there was basically no difficulty in it. However, it was always good to allow a bit of extra time. Mo Shan nodded, then asked, "Then, how much is the usual compensation for drawing formation?" Seeing Mo Shan's hesitant look, Mo Hua said, "Dad, is there something else you want to say?" After giving it some thought, Mo Shan said, "His family isn't well off either. His youngest son is a monster hunter and needs to prepare everything. I guess he doesn't have many spirit stones. It would be good if you could charge him less. But it's still your decision, as you are the one who will be drawing the formation." Previously, Mo Shan thought that Mo Hua's cultivation wasn't high, and thus the formations he learned were probably not very profound. Fixing formations for the neighborhood, whether he charged spirit stones or not, didn't matter much, even a bit of a loss was fine. But now, Mo Shan realized it was different. The formations that monster hunters could use were definitely not the simple kinds with just 2 or 3 patterns. That Mo Hua could draw such formations meant he was almost at the level of those average formation masters in the city. Mo Shan knew how difficult it was to become a formation master. Even the most ordinary formation masters spent a decade or 2 devotedly studying. And Mo Hua was only 11 or 12 years old, which showed he almost devoted all his available time to learning formations. While other children were still complaining about cultivating and thinking about where to play every day, Mo Hua was learning formations day and night. Mo Shan remembered that every time he returned from hunting monsters in the mountains, Mo Hua was almost always drawing formations. Occasionally when Mo Shan returned late, the light in Mo Hua's room was still on. Mo Shan felt a bit distressed and didn't want his son to suffer any loss because of it. Mo Hua hadn't noticed Mo Shan's deep thoughts. After calculating a bit, he said, "Just bring over the rattan armor and prepare a bottle of metallic spiritual ink. The better the ink, the more effective the formation will be. But if you can't afford the better ink, ordinary ink is also fine. As for the compensation, Dad, how many spirit stones can you hunters earn in a day?" "About 5 spirit stones each, I guess." "5 a day, but one can't be in the mountains every day, nor can they encounter monster beasts every day. Even if they do, it's not certain they can kill them. If they encounter a tricky one and get injured, they have to spend on pills as well. So the spirit stones really aren't much, especially considering how dangerous monster hunting itself is. Then let's settle on 5 spirit stones. Mo Hua said. Mo Shan nodded and couldn't help asking, 5 spirit stones, aren't you at a loss? Asking a formation master to draw a formation usually costs a lot of spirit stones. Although Mo Shan had never hired one and didn't have the spirit stones to do so, having lived in Tongxian City for so long, he knew a bit about these matters. Mo Hua said, I'm still learning to draw formations. Earning more or less doesn't matter much to me, as long as I have the opportunity to practice more. Besides, Dad, don't you always tell me that loose cultivators should look out for one another? When our family was in trouble before, these uncles and aunts helped us a little. Now that we have the means, it's right to help them too. With a smile, Mo Hua added, being able to help others practice formations and earn some spirit stones all at once is a good deal, isn't it? Right, Mo Shan agreed, patting Mo Hua's head. I'll have him prepare everything tomorrow for you to draw the formation. After dinner, Mo Hua went back to his room to rest. Mo Shan sat alone, feeling increasingly content the more he thought about it. Remembering what his son had just said, and realizing his son could now be considered a formation master, the usually composed Mo Shan couldn't hide the smile on his face. Chapter 98. Thank you, 2 more. Hearing Mo Shan say it would only take 5 spirit stones, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but open his mouth wide before he earnestly said, Brother Mo, this isn't right. How about I give you another 5? He thought about giving more, but he really had no more spirit stones. He had quietly inquired in Tongxian City, to have a single iron armor formation drawn, those formation masters would generally charge 50 spirit stones, and only the newer, less confident formation masters would ask for 30 spirit stones, the absolute lowest price. After returning home last night, he fretted for a long time, unsure of how much Mo Shan would charge. Today, however, when he came to ask, Mo Shan only requested 5 spirit stones from him, leaving him feeling quite remorseful. Mo Shan patted his shoulder and said, use the extra spirit stones to buy some good quality spiritual ink. We're both doing this for the child, so please don't refuse. Zhou Cheng felt grateful inwardly and said no more. That afternoon, he found time to purchase some gold rock spiritual ink, and together with the rattan armor, personally delivered it to Mo Hua's home. In less than 2 hours, Mo Hua completed drawing the iron armor formation, and then handed over the rattan armor to Mo Shan. In return, he earned 5 spirit stones and half a bottle of unused gold rock spiritual ink. Mo Hua thought this deal was quite all right. Should I tell others that I am a formation master now, and let them come to me for formation paintings? After pondering, Mo Hua still shook his head. He was still young, and doing such would be too conspicuous. He remembered the words of Mr. Zhuang, who had said that a cultivator should keep a low profile, a protruding beam is likely to rot, and a fattened pig is easily slaughtered. The Tao cultivation world was fraught with danger. With his current cultivation and experience, Mo Hua was not equipped to defend himself against it all. Moreover, his proficiency in formations was far from sufficient, and there were many more nuances in formations that he had to learn. He shouldn't be greedy for short-term profit and lose the heart of seeking the Tao. With that, the matter was considered settled. The next day, however, the monster hunter who had asked Mo Hua to draw the formation suddenly came to visit, followed by a simple and honest-looking young man. Dapping, quickly thank Uncle Mo and Brother Mo, he said. The young man did not hesitate and bowed, saying, thank you, Uncle Mo, thank you, Brother Mo. Mo Shan then introduced him to Mo Hua, this is your Uncle Zhou, with the single name of Cheng, and this is his youngest son, Zhou Dapping. That formation was entrusted to you by your Uncle Zhou Cheng to draw. Hello, Uncle Zhou, hello Brother Dapping. All right, Zhou Cheng said repeatedly with a smile, no need to be so formal, just call him Dapping. Zhou Dapping scratched his head, yeah, just call me Dapping. Zhou Cheng handed over a pile of items, including some wine, food, vegetables, and fruits. These were fine, but the most valuable was a bottle of spiritual ink. Mo Hua had only charged 5 spirit stones to draw the formation for him. Zhou Cheng had already felt uncomfortable about that, and upon receiving the rattan armor and seeing the exacting formation patterns and the beautiful strokes shining with a faint golden color, he marveled at the formation's craftsmanship. Without significant effort, such a formation could not have been drawn. Zhou Cheng had initially thought that, given Mo Hua's young age, if the formation he drew was barely usable, it would suffice. Now that he saw it, even compared to the formation masters in Tongxian City, who had been drawing formations for 20 or 30 years, Mo Hua was no less capable. Zhou Cheng then tested the rattan armor's effectiveness, which was much better than he had imagined. In a critical situation, it might indeed save his son's life. Now he felt even more indebted, so he cobbled together some more spirit stones and specifically bought some gifts to personally thank them. Mo Shan resolutely refused to accept them. Keep these things for yourself, earning spirit stones is not easy. But no matter what Mo Shan said, Zhou Cheng was determined to give the gifts. Thus, the two of them stood stubbornly deadlocked, and it seemed they would come to no resolution even by nightfall. Mo Hua could only say, "Dad, Uncle Zhou is being kind, you should just accept it. If we ever need to draw any formations in the future, just come to us." Zhou Cheng said joyfully, "Moer is right, just accept it without further ado." Left with no choice, Mo Shan reluctantly accepted. Afterward, when Zhou Dapping went to the mountains for monster hunting, he wore the rattan armor that Mo Hua had painted with formations. He was injured a few times, but the sturdy armor meant no significant harm was done. Having learned of this, Zhou Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that all his efforts hadn't been in vain. Just the cost savings in healing from the spirit stones alone was significant, let alone the fact that in a real emergency, the formations on the rattan armor could save a life. For loose cultivators like them, who lived in hardship and had struggled to raise their son, it would be devastating to lose a life while hunting monsters. As a monster hunter for many years, Zhou Cheng knew that every year there were young cultivators who lost their lives to monster hunting. Even these experienced hunters could become prey to monster beasts if they were not careful, let alone those young men fresh in the field. Every time he thought about it, Zhou Cheng felt extremely grateful to Mo Hua, but being poor, he could only offer kind words to express his gratitude. After that, he would praise Mo Hua to anyone who would listen, claiming that despite his young age, Mo Hua's formation painting was excellent. Having the formations applied to the rattan armor made it impervious to blades and spears. With it, his son could go into the mountains to hunt monsters without fear. His claims were somewhat exaggerated and a bit fabricated, but people who loved gossip enjoyed listening to them. A junior formation master in his teens, some people didn't believe it, but of course, others did. Every now and then, someone would invite Mo Shan over for a meal or a drink, then hint around to see if his son could really paint formations. They were curious whether a rattan armor with formations painted on it was indeed impervious to blades and spears. With no choice but to clear things up, Mo Shan explained, "My son can paint formations, it's true, but even with formations, the rattan armor can't possibly be impervious to weapons, it's just a bit tougher than before." "I thought so. If it were truly impervious to weapons, that would be something, wouldn't it? I've seen that rattan armor. Once it's painted with formations, it really does get a lot harder, but it still falls short. It's fine for use in the Qi refinement middle phase, but it won't do for later phases. It can't withstand a claw strike from a higher grade monster beast." "It's useful for the middle phase?" someone asked. "It is, and the effects are quite good. It can at least protect the vital parts. Then I should get one for my son. Every time he goes into the mountains, I'm scared out of my wits. When I was young and went up the mountain, I was never this nervous." Well, I'm thick-skinned and tough, I'm not afraid of monster beasts biting me. But I'm scared for my son. If something goes wrong, I might end up burning paper offerings for him before he can even hold my funeral rites, a burly man said with a wry smile. In the end, it's still just for the chi refinement middle phase, so it's not that great, someone commented dismissively. Of course, it's no big deal for you since you don't have a son. It's different for me, I have 3 sons. Mo Shan, after all these years of friendship between us, you've got to have your son paint a few sets for me. Just paint 3, no, 6 sets. I want to have some spare. Hey, and don't forget me. I want a set too. You don't even have a son, what do you need it for? The man retorted, I don't have one now, does that mean I can't have one in the future? That's not a certainty. Cut the nonsense, if he wants it, let him have it. For all you know, he might have a few illegitimate kids out there. You bastard, what are you saying? After having too much to drink, they began to scuffle with each other. Mo Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 99 Elder Yu, 3rd update. Every now and then, people came to Mo Shan, asking Mo Hua to draw formations for them. And without exception, all of them wanted an iron armor formation drawn on their rattan armor. This was all handled by Mo Shan. Mo Hua only needed to draw the formation, which wasn't too troublesome, and it didn't require showing off. The iron armor formation consisted of only 6 formation patterns, which, for Mo Hua, no longer posed any difficulty, moreover, drawing them was very quick. Occasionally, when someone requested it, he would just draw it in passing, so it didn't waste much time. For one iron armor formation painting, he could get 5 spirit stones and half a bottle of spiritual ink. After drawing for some time, Mo Hua had saved up a small amount of spirit stones and spiritual ink. It was just a pity that the spiritual ink was of a metallic property and could only be used to draw golden series formations, it was unsuitable for other types of formations. The iron armor formation only contained 6 formation patterns, suitable for mid-phase artifact refining cultivators. Essentially, it was only used by novice monster hunters. For a late-phase chi refinement cultivator like Mo Shan, it was basically useless. In the face of late-stage rank 1 monster beasts, even rattan armor with the iron armor formation drawn on it wouldn't be much better than papier-mâché. Its strength would hardly be improved at all. However, among the monster hunters, the majority were mid-phase chi refinement cultivators, and each year new cultivators became monster hunters. These monster hunters were the ones who needed the iron armor formation the most. Although the strength of the iron armor formation could only fend off a monster beast's attack for a brief moment, that moment often made the difference between a minor injury and a severe one, or even between life and death. Mo Hua, in fact, wanted to draw more iron armor formations so that young monster hunters like Dahu could receive fewer injuries. For ordinary loose cultivators, sustaining minor injuries was bearable, but a serious injury could make daily life very difficult, and an unfortunate death would essentially be a disaster for their entire family. Among the monster hunters in Tongxian City, only a few had connections with Mo Shan. Most of the monster hunters wouldn't specifically ask someone to draw a formation for them, since formations were difficult to draw and formation masters difficult to hire. They couldn't afford the spirit stones. Thus, the ones who actually came to Mo Hua to have the iron armor formation drawn weren't many. That day, after Mo Hua had finished his dinner and was flipping through formation books in his room, he heard someone arriving. Mo Shan was warmly greeting the guest, and curiosity couldn't help but arise within Mo Hua. Mo Shan was usually generous and had quite a few friends, but Mo Hua had never seen him be so enthusiastic before. After a while, Mo Shan called out to Mo Hua, asking him to come and meet the guest. When Mo Hua lifted the door curtain, he saw a cultivator with a very long beard, apparently of considerable age, sitting upright on the wooden chair in the middle. This bearded cultivator was dressed in common monster hunter attire, with a serious demeanor and an air of authority that made him seem somewhat difficult to get along with. Mo Shan said, "This is Elder Yu. Where, say hello to Elder Yu." "Elder Yu? An elder from the monster hunting hall?" Mo Hua politely greeted the elder and then noticed that this Elder Yu had a profound aura emanating a subtle oppressive force. Mo Hua quietly probed with his divine sense, only to find that he couldn't see anything clearly, just a vague sense that someone was sitting there. As Mo Hua was using his divine sense to probe, Elder Yu's eyes flashed with insight, and he glanced at Mo Hua. A Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. And probably not an ordinary one at that. Just his divine sense was far stronger than Mo Hua's. Mo Shan patted Mo Hua on the head and said, "Where, Elder Yu has something to discuss with you. Have a chat with him. I'll go to the front to help your mother clean up." What could Elder Yu possibly have to discuss with me? Mo Hua wondered, somewhat puzzled, but he still nodded in agreement. After Mo Shan left, Elder Yu got straight to the point. "I have heard from Mo Shan that you can draw the iron armor formation," asked Elder Yu. Elder Yu's voice was slightly hoarse with a hint of sternness, probably a habit formed over the years. "Yes," replied Mo Hua. Elder Yu nodded slightly. "That's good, I have something I want to discuss with you." "Please speak, Elder." Elder Yu inwardly nodded. He had heard before that Mo Shan's son, despite his tender age, was already a formation master. He hadn't believed it, thinking it was too preposterous. Later, as more people spoke of it, he began to believe it somewhat, but deep down, he felt that those with talent at a young age must be arrogant due to their talents, especially formation masters. All the formation masters he had encountered were haughty, regardless of their actual capability, and each had a prideful temperament. Initially, he did not have a favorable impression of Mo Hua, but now, seeing that Mo Hua was fair and lovely and also very polite, his expression softened quite a bit. "I intend to have you help draw a batch of formations, all iron armor formations, painted onto rattan armors. During the monster hunting ceremony, we will give a set to each of the young monster hunters so they have some protection when they enter the mountains to hunt monster beasts." Mo Hua suddenly understood. The hunting demon ceremony was approaching, and another group of young cultivators would become monster hunters. Elder Yu was an elder of the monster hunting hall, responsible for upholding the rules of the monster hunters and ensuring their safety, especially for those who were just starting out and had yet to witness the ferocity of monster beasts. They were the newcomers in need of protection now, but in 20 or 30 years, they could become the backbone of the monster hunting guild. "How many sets do you need?" "About 100 sets, Elder Yu said. 100 sets? Mo Hua was taken aback. That would be enough to keep him busy for quite a while. "Is that possible?" Elder Yu asked tentatively. Mo Hua hesitated for a moment. "When do you need these formations?" Elder Yu thought for a moment and said, "It'll be fine as long as it's before the monster hunting festival, which should be in 3 months. If it was 3 months, there was plenty of time." Mo Hua nodded and said, "No problem." Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Mo Hua was of low cultivation and his divine sense was limited. He also wasn't sure if Mo Hua's willpower was strong enough. He worried that Mo Hua wouldn't be able to draw so many formations in 3 months. Now, seeing that Mo Hua appeared confident, as if he wasn't lying, Elder Yu felt somewhat more at ease. Even if he couldn't finish all of them, completing 70 to 80% would still be good. Elder Yu hesitated for a while, thinking, then said, "I've heard from Mo Shan that when you draw formations for others, you charge only 5 spirit stones for 1 iron armor formation. These cultivators have connections with your father, so charge them less spirit stones, as it's only reasonable. But for these 100 sets, let's not talk about favors. For each iron armor formation, I'll give you 8 spirit stones as compensation. What do you say?" 8 spirit stones wasn't really a lot, considering that for a formation master, divine sense was limited and the number of formations he could draw each day was also limited. They naturally hoped the price of their work would be as high as possible. Normally, this price wouldn't be enough to hire a formation master to draw formations. But this was already Elder Yu's limit. The monster hunting guild had big business, but the family was full of loose cultivators who were poor as church mice, and he had to arrange everything alone. Everything needed spirit stones, and 8 spirit stones was the highest price he could offer. 8 spirit stones. Emo Hua frowned slightly. Elder Yu observed Emo Hua's frown. His expression didn't change, but he felt a chill in his heart. It really was difficult to deal with formation masters. Elder Yu silently thought. Chapter 100, Trade, 4 updates. Elder Yu had spent 150 years to reach the foundation establishment stage. During these 100 years, he had dealings with all sorts of cultivators, which naturally included many formation masters. Elder Yu mostly did not have a good opinion of formation masters. Clan and sect-born formation masters looked down on loose cultivators. Some loose cultivator-born formation masters felt they had leaped over the dragon gate and were superior, showing even more disdain for loose cultivators than those from clans or sects did. Since formations were difficult to learn and formation masters were scarce, they were always arrogant, with their noses in the air. In the face of foundation-building cultivators, some formation masters would be superficially polite, but once you asked them to create a formation, they would demand an exorbitant fee. If you tried to bargain, they'd take it as an affront, questioning if you thought their formations were not worth that many spirit stones. If you did not bargain, the exorbitant price in spirit stones was something these loose cultivators could hardly afford. But with few formation masters in the world and many cultivators in need of formations, sometimes, despite their exorbitant demands, you had no choice but to pay. Thus, while Elder Yu showed respect to formation masters on the surface, he held no fondness for them in his heart. Emo Hua frowned, and Elder Yu guessed in his heart that this deal might not work out. 8 spirit stones was the most he could offer, he could not afford any more. Though he was a foundation-building cultivist, having neither affiliated himself with a sect nor attached himself to a clan, he had to earn spirit stones on his own and deal with the trivial matters of being a monster hunter. He was not much wealthier than a cultivator in the chi refinement realm. Elder Yu felt some dissatisfaction toward Emo Hua. Although young and seemingly obedient, the moment spirit stones were involved, he probably became greedy, no different from other formation masters. Indeed, formation masters were all cast from the same mold, none of them good news. How much do you want? Elder Yu asked with an unfriendly tone. He was curious to see how much Emo Hua wanted. Emo Hua calculated in his mind, then said, 3 would do. Elder Yu snorted coldly. The room went quiet for a moment. Elder Yu hesitated and then asked in disbelief, how many? 3. 3. Elder Yu raised an eyebrow, the Emo Hua in his eyes suddenly seemed much more adorable. He then suspected in his heart that the kid might be a fool. Who ever heard of bargaining backward? Are you sure you only want 3? 3 spirit stones will do, but I have a small condition, Emo Hua replied. A condition? Elder Yu paused, let's hear it. I would like some spiritual ink, of all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. I need it for practicing formations. It doesn't have to be much, you can decide the amount, just consider it as extra remuneration. That's it. That's it, Emo Hua nodded. That's easy then, Elder Yu immediately said. Some spiritual ink, although it would cost some spirit stones, was nothing compared to the price of 100 iron armor formations. Besides, as a foundation-building cultivist, he naturally had his own connections and could get good quality spiritual ink without spending too many spirit stones. That would save him a considerable amount of spirit stones. Elder Yu looked at Emo Hua and suddenly felt that the more he looked at the boy, the more handsome he seemed. And he said he'd use the spiritual ink to practice formations? Excellent. Diligent and eager to learn, no wonder at such a young age, you can draw formations so well. Elder Yu praised inwardly. Elder Yu thought for a moment, then worried that Emo Hua might get a bad deal, said, "You're only asking for 3 spirit stones, is that enough?" "It's fine, 3 spirit stones aren't too few. Besides, we're all loose cultivators, we should look out for one another. This is what my dad often tells me," Emo Hua said in a childish voice. These words struck a chord with Elder Yu, and he felt a warmth in his heart. He himself came from a loose cultivator background, and it was not easy for him to reach the foundation establishment stage. He had thought about moving to a higher grade state boundary to seek opportunities, perhaps he could even make further progress in Tao cultivation. But looking back, he saw the uncles and aunts who had taken care of him, his friends and older brothers, struggling to get by. Without the care of a foundation-building cultivator, they would surely be oppressed by the members of the big clans every day, living a hard life. After a long consideration, he decided to stay. The outside cultivation world was boundless, and even if he left, he would just be one of the countless cultivators with low cultivation and an uncertain future. However, in Tongxian City, he was a towering foundation-building cultivator who could ease many people's suffering, protect many from harm, and allow most loose cultivators to have a slightly better life. Now, hearing such words from a small child like Emo Hua, Elder Yu found it very heartening. Elder Yu stared at Emo Hua, looking him over from left to right, growing fonder of the boy the more he looked. "Look at how well Emo Shan has raised his son." Emo Hua, feeling a bit uneasy under Elder Yu's intense gaze, couldn't help but ask, "Elder Yu, is there something wrong?" No, everything's right, very right." Elder Yu said, "Tomorrow I'll have someone send over the rattan armor, and I'll help you look for the spiritual ink, the kind with the 5 elements attribute, right? I'll send them to you once I've gathered them. Rest assured, you've done me a great favor this time, and I won't let you suffer a loss. If you need anything in the future, you can also come to me." Emo Hua replied joyfully, "Thank you, Elder. It's nothing, just a trifle." Elder Yu waved his hand, then added with concern, "You should rest now, don't stay up too late at such a young age." "Right." Emo Hua nodded. Elder Yu then headed out, but after a few steps, he seemed to remember something and hesitated, eventually turning back. Emo Hua looked puzzled and asked, "Elder Yu, is there anything else?" Elder Yu coughed softly, and discreetly pulled out a storage bag. "I have 2 grandsons, and I need your help with their formations." "Is this urgent?" Emo Hua asked. It's a bit urgent, but not particularly so, you can make them when you have the time." Elder Yu's 2 grandsons were with Dahu's group, becoming monster hunters who had already started hunting in the mountains. It's often said that grandparents are more affectionate toward their grandchildren. Elder Yu didn't bother with his son, but had a soft spot for his 2 grandsons. Every time they returned from the mountain with injuries, he felt distressed. Being a foundation-building cultivator, he could not simply go to the mountain. If a foundation-building cultivator frequently ventured into the mountains, the monster beasts would take it as a provocation, attracting second-grade big demons. In Tongxian City, a second-grade big demon was practically without a natural enemy. There weren't many foundation-building cultivators in Tongxian City to begin with. To have foundation-building cultivators join forces for monster hunting was even rarer, and even if they did, they were unlikely to match a second-grade monster beast. And if they made a mistake, allowing a second-grade monster beast to consume 1 or 2 foundation-building cultivators, that would be a major problem. Therefore, unless necessary, Elder Yu, being in the foundation establishment stage, generally wouldn't enter Big Black Mountain. At most, he would roam the outer mountain. If he had to enter the inner mountain, he would try his best not to reveal his cultivation. Because he could not go into the mountain at will, he was always concerned about the safety of his 2 grandsons. By adding an iron armor formation to their rattan armors, it gave them a means of protection, and he could feel more at ease. Sure, I'll help you make them when I have time. Emo Hua promised. Elder Yu nodded, and seeing that Emo Hua was about to return to his room, he warmly reminded, take your time with those formations. It doesn't matter if there are more or fewer, just don't overwork yourself. The usually stern Elder Yu spoke in a voice that was indescribably kind and friendly. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.